we're all so busy living our lives. And then suddenly something cuts through that, something often very unexpected.
Paediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
A 71-year-old female with 2 stab wounds to the back.
He was found to be in traumatic cardiac arrest.
I can't feel any pulses. We're at St George's Hospital in Tooting.
Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London. One of Britain's busiest A&E departments, under more pressure than ever.
So do you want to watch, darling, or do you want to look away?
This is the worst day ever.
You never know what's coming in, and you just have to be ready for anything.
Gas canisters exploded, 15% burns to hands, face.
In a world of uncertainty, we see a life-changing event.
I'm ANAP, I need to get out of here, please.
When patients come in, something takes over.
I'll be fine. I'm going to be very fine.
A place where life,
Give me an A. Give me an E.
love,
Okay, good lad. Well done.
and loss
Pain.
unfold every single day.
Did you enjoy the Queen's birthday yesterday?
I watched the football.
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Don't worry.
We get to see people who love one another in loads of different ways.
Yes.
And I think you can give someone the best care in the world, but really what they want is to hold the hand of the person that they love and for them to tell them that they're going to be okay.
You're my hero.
Seven. What's the plan with 7?
I don't know. The thing is, I'm happy whatever. The only thing I need to get beds, that's the thing, and I need to look at the patients.
She's got a bed on the ward.
In charge of resus today is consultant Rathan.
Emergency medicine is real medicine, it's true medicine, where you see illness, serious illness and serious injury, front line. So she's going for transport, that's fine. This one's going to medics, 8 is going to medics, nothing more me to do, cool, good. What you do will make a difference to that patient. That's why I still enjoy it.
Hello, St George's.
Let everything ready, and I'm just going to give the drugs. All right. Born in Jaffna in Sri Lanka, many, many decades ago. Being a Sri Lankan Tamil, we're kind of refugees of the world. Who's coming to recess? Those traumas, they're not doing very well. They're not stable, so I need a reg. But since the agents in the back think, see if he can come, if he's not too busy. Because of the conflict in Sri Lanka for almost 30 years, we had to seek training in another country.
She's believed to have fallen down a flight of stairs. She's got a large open head injury, which was found by neighbours on the floor today.
All right. I'll go and speak to CT. Mate, that'll have to wait, mate. Sorry, mate. Let me just sort this out. All right, she's not very well at all. Okay. Can we warm her up? I arrived in the UK on the day that Tony Blair was first elected to power on the 1st of May 1997. Still deeply ingrained in my mind. It was a nice, crispy morning, sun shining. We were young, and oh yes, it was brilliant. It was a good day. It's taken several years to get that visa come across, and we can now get on with our lives. It was great. It was absolutely great. Oh, and that's going to kill me one day.
Hello, St George's. Sorry, so KSS by air or land? Air, yep. Do you want to go straight to CT? Okay, great, thanks. Bye.
An 80-year-old woman is being airlifted to St George's after she fell backwards into an empty swimming pool.
Right, 2 o'clock, 400 above, 5 miles.
and son is travelling to A&E by car.
I was at work and then I got the phone call from Mum. And she said, "Clive, I think I'm hurt." Immediately alarm bells rang in my head. I just ran out from the office. I leapt in the car and I dialed 999.
10 minutes at 25.
The senior paramedic made the decision to call the air ambulance because of the head wound, which I hadn't spotted.
Hi, put out adult trauma call and activate the helipad for 10 minutes, please. Thanks.
Mum doesn't complain. She doesn't moan about pain, about hurts, about aches. She was in agony. She could barely breathe. And I was just trying to calm her down, trying to keep her warm because she was soaking wet and shivering.
Should I take this around in case we do bloods in there or not?
They'll be cannulated when they come in.
So do we do bloods here?
When you get the call, your pulse goes up. When you hear it's a HEMS job, it goes up even more. When it's an elderly patient falling from a height, you are seriously worried. Any patient falling from a height, they could be multiply injured. My job is to give her the best chance of survival.
Safe, straight CT.
1, 2, 3.
Everyone listening?
This is Frances. At some point within the last 2 or 3 hours, she was gardening around an empty swimming pool and then fell backwards into the pool. She was unconscious for a period of time, we're not sure how long. She then self-extricated from the pool and raised the alarm herself. She had a boggy swelling and laceration to her occipital region, bilateral rib fractures. She's had a gram of paracetamol, 2 of morphine, and no volume issues and stable in transfer.
So, fell, approximate height?
3 meters.
3 meters she fell. At that age, if you just fall from standing, you can break your hip. If you're falling from 3 meters, now that's potentially breaks to the skull, intracranial bleeds. Those are the 2 most life-threatening situations. She was basically gardening around the swimming pool, fell backwards into a swimming pool, 3 meters, back of head, fan scan, head to pelvis. That's all right, cool, thank you.
Doctors must perform a CT scan as quickly as possible to establish whether Frances's life is at risk.
I've never seen Mum that broken before. Yeah, I worried then. There are 20-year-olds that wouldn't have survived that fall, and you're 80. We wanted them to make Mum better. We wanted them to strap her ribs up, fix the hole in her head, and get her back on her feet, give her some Savlon and send her home. That's what we wanted. It didn't quite turn out like that, unfortunately.
"80-year-old Frances arrived in A&E 18 minutes ago.
This is a lady who fell backwards about 3 meters into an empty swimming pool, bang in the back of her head.
Doctors are worried about an injury to the back of Frances's head. They're carrying out a CT scan to assess whether there's any damage to her brain.
You don't have the same capacity to withstand the injuries like a younger person does. You are frail. So we have to work a lot quicker, but a lot more gently. So it's kind of a double whammy.
Okay, ready to roll.
Frances's family, including sons Guy and Clive, have arrived at St George's.
Clive was saying that she was cutting the bits and weeds and stuff that grow out around the edge of the pool, isn't there? It's probably trying to tidy that up, I expect. But she might just have tripped. But I can't see how she got out. I couldn't. I don't know.
She did have a piece of string or rope tied from the fence near the swimming pool down into the swimming pool, so that if she slipped, she could pull herself up. Which is possibly what she did to get out.
That's Mum. She gets out.
remember when the swimming pool was put in?
I think it was built in 1975, 1976. One day, myself and my brother were at cricket practice, and we came home, and Dad said, "There's water in the pool." And we came up here, full whites on, straight in the water. We were the happiest kids in the world at that time. We hit that freezing cold water and we didn't care. Mum was a swimmer. Mum would go in there and she would swim for hours, literally just up and down, up and down, up and down. Incredible stamina. Yeah.
Everything else will mend. It's just worried about her head, that's all.
I had a great childhood, I think. I mean, we were lucky. Dad worked his nuts off. I describe him as a property developer. He did very well. You know, he provided well for us. Mum was always around. Well, we could come to Mum with anything, for advice, just to sound off. Mum is the glue. Mum's the glue that holds us all together.
Right, we're done. Oh, we're done, guys.
Oh. Is that a bleed or is that just a...
So we've got bleed.
Features of small bleed.
Scans reveal that Frances has a bleed on her brain.
If the bleed is catastrophic enough and large enough, that's what causes direct pressure on the brain, which in itself can damage the brain, but it can also cause the brain to be pushed out through other holes in the base of the skull. When that part of the brain is not where it is, but it's pushed out of its normal location, that'll cause you to die.
So we start across on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Specialist neurology doctors must now look at the injury and assess the damage to Frances's brain.
Did you know cows moo in their regional accents? Farmers believe that cows are mooing in their regional accents.
Go on.
So if I moo in a regional accent, you can tell me where it's from. You ready?
Go.
Moo.
Do it again.
Moo.
Liverpool.
Yeah.
I can't even believe I'm having this conversation.
Watch. Ready? I'll do another one. Moo.
Oh.
Moo.
Scarily. That's Wales.
Yes, see, you see it. It's true. Moo.
Hello, St George's. Medical trauma. Yeah. Yeah. First F, yeah. Thank you, bye. Fast AF. Adult priority call, 15 minutes.
An 86-year-old woman is being rushed to hospital with her heart beating at 3 times the normal rate.
The fast AF's going into 8.
Fast AF is fast atrial fibrillation. The heart actually starts wobbling. It's pumping out so rapidly, it's only pumping out small amounts of blood. And that is not good for anybody, certainly not someone that age. And that person's not going to last very long with that heart rate like that.
Bed 8's got a fast AF of 140 to 195, so you might need help because they seem like they're going to need immediate treatment.
This is Ruth. Ruth is 86. Ruth presented at the GP surgery this morning complaining of fatigue. She woke up feeling just generally unwell. She was complaining of feeling quite short of breath, quite sweaty, and a heaviness down the left arm and left side. This was ongoing for a few hours. I've caught the heart rate is about 205.
Doctors must find a way to lower Ruth's heart rate as quickly as possible.
Hi, Ruth. My name's Chris. I'm one of the doctors. What's been going on today?
So the
felt extremely tired and short of breath, very short.
Did you have any chest pain at all?
Tightness, as if somebody was pressing on it.
Right, we're going to take some blood tests. Your heart rate is a little bit fast at the moment, so we're going to try and slow that down with some medication.
How does it affect flying?
As long as you're better, I'm sure it'll be fine. As long as your heart rate is better.
Well, I'm supposed to go on Monday.
To where?
On the cruise on the Danube, the various countries there.
That would be a lovely holiday, Ruth.
Yes, but I have a feeling I won't be getting on that plane on Monday morning. I like seeing different places, meeting different people, and sort of go and explore. When I went to visit Gran Canaria, I can say I've crossed the whole island. It's a small island, but you can sort of go right to the middle and look down the crater. Oh, that was nice.
You're all right. What's your name, love?
Ruth.
Ruth. Hi, where are you from?
Chessington.
From Chessington? Where's your accent from?
Well, you can guess.
Guess. German. Are you?
Yeah.
Ah. Oh, I love Germany.
After the war, I came to England. My English was, reasonable by then, so I applied to train as a nurse. The first day I went on the ward, and I saw somebody. I said, right, that's the man for you. It was just like that. Because some people have to get to know slowly. With me, nothing is slowly. If you're too slow, you might miss something. Neither of us had any money, so I had a very small wedding, but it was the wedding. That's what mattered, not the money. Lived happily ever after for how many years? 55? It was very nice.
Thank you.
No, really, hardly felt it. Since my husband died, I travel on my own. And people said, how can you go on holiday on your own? I said, I'm not going to sit at home. Just go and enjoy and spend the money you have. And finishing up in a nursing home would not be very nice, because I've seen my husband in one, and it's not a very pleasant place to go.
Doctors will now wait to see whether Ruth's heart responds to the medication.
Would you like the curtain open?
I don't mind, whichever.
See what's going on?
Yes.
I'm so grateful that, the car didn't blow up, so
That's why I was scared.
Can you still smell it, though?
Yeah, I was scared that I was going to be in the car and it was going to blow up. That's what I was scared about.
20-year-old Sakile and Jerry have been brought to A&E after Jerry crashed the car they were in, driving home from a party.
It was a good party. Let me not try and put a damper on the party. The party was good, but I didn't enjoy myself. I didn't drink in the club because I knew I had work in the morning and I knew I started at 8, so I didn't necessarily want to drink, tire myself out.
It wasn't like that, Mummy, honestly. No, it wasn't.
But this is when I wasn't sensible, because I was tired because I was working previously and I think this was on a Thursday, and I was working from Monday straight, waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning because I started at 7, finishing at 6, so I was exhausted anyway.
Can I just say something? I now know I've learned my lesson, literally. When I mean, it was less... Are you being serious?
Literally, all I remember, I stepped out the car, it was like a little daze. Even though I knew I was alive, I was like, am I dreaming? Is this a dream sort of thing? I kept on like hitting myself, and I touched like my face, and then there was all like blood on my hand, and that's when it hit me that, nah, this is real life.
Sakil, please.
It's kilo, bro. Oh my God, the sense of guilt and like fear just kicked in. I was so scared. I didn't even care about me, I was just more worried, are my friends okay?
Now, let's see your neck. Is it worse on the muscle bits here? There. Any pain along here? Can you open your mouth?
Hurts like here.
Okay. Any pain along here?
There.
There. Is that very bad along there? Okay, all right. I think I might have someone to check your neck again.
Sakile will be sent for a CT scan to see if there are any broken bones in her neck.
Right, so she's got a small right extraaxial foci of hemorrhage, sternal fractures with soft tissue stranding, and rib fractures.
Initial results of Frances's CT scan show a bleed on her brain and possible injuries to her neck, chest and ribs.
So this is this lady's stuff. That's the depth of the pool.
Okay, stop.
Okay. Fine, this I need to put up there.
Oh, Jesus. So she mentioned that she fell in, was unconscious for a bit, but then managed to get herself out of the pool.
Okay, Francis, got your family coming in now, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You all right, Marv?
Just to explain to Francis if she needs to try and keep her head as still as possible, so if you can lean over instead of having to lean towards you.
I just know, I don't know what I did.
You landed in the pool.
That's 7 feet down, 7'6" the bottom
Well,
of that.
and your head was 5'7" above that.
Yeah. So
your head's gone down a long way.
So that's a hell of a fall.
I honestly cannot remember. I just don't know what happened.
Mum, she was always doing the garden. It's a Victorian walled garden. It was the kitchen garden. It's about 1.5 acres. It's a massive task. The day before she was on the shed roof refelting it. She's 80 and she's 8 foot up in the air refelting a shed roof. We walk around going, Mum, Mum. Just exasperation all the time.
Hi, Rathan here again. There's a patient that sang the back of her head.
Dr. Rathan is discussing Frances's head injury with specialist doctors so he can decide on the next steps for her treatment.
She's still collared and blocked. I remember when I was younger, you looked upon the older patients as kind of looking after your grandparents. And now, before you know it, it's like treating your own parents, looking after your own parents. All right, superb. All right, thank you. Bye. Mum was a housewife, but obviously worked harder than all of us put together, looking after 5 demanding family members. She should always look out for you and never really herself. When you do get older people coming in, especially similar age to my mum or dad, you do have a moment when you think, now I'll make sure you're all right.
She's never going near that swimming pool again. I'm going to fill it in.
The other night, thinking about filling it back up again because I know Mum likes swimming.
And we can trust her to be in there by herself anyway.
Well, what do? You can't. Well,
you got wall, but you know,
you can't.
But if she faints into the water.
Well, I know. What do? You're going to take a mini tractor away from her as well. You know, she could faint, fall off, and get run over by her own tractor. You know, fall off the decking. You know, what do? Do you take her away from her own home?
She's going to be all right. So capable. She's so capable.
this is the first time that I've looked at my mum when she was in hospital and looked at her and thought she was an old lady. Without Mum, there'd be a huge gap in this family. Huge gap.
"20-year-old student Sakile came to A&E after being a passenger in a car that crashed on the way home from a party. Doctors are taking a CT scan of her neck to assess the severity of her injuries.
Jerry, please. Hi there, come through.
Her friend Jerry was the driver.
I think I fell asleep at the wheel. But I think it was like literally for 2 seconds. I think I went like that, and before I knew it, bam, it was too late. I've learnt my lesson though, big time.
Yeah, even if you sat in the car till the morning time, till you had a bit of a sleep.
Because I had work at 8 in the morning as well.
What time does the accident happen at?
5.
Your poor mum. Right.
Oh my. If someone hits me up and they're like, oh, Jerry, what are you doing tonight? I'll get ready regardless if I have to be ready in like an hour, just because I don't want to see later on that everyone's having a lit time and I said no because I felt tired. Do you know what I mean? I'd rather go out feeling tired than stay at home.
You live on your own with other people?
I live on my parents. I think that's my mum's calling me right now.
Yeah, do you want to put that because we'll be worried about you?
Mum, I'm just talking to the nurse currently.
Does your mum always approve of you?
No, of course not. My parents, like, have been tested by having me. Like, my dad says it all the time. I think from an early age, I've always been a nuisance. Why have I hurt you? Oh my God. Bye, Mum. My dad doesn't understand. He thinks I'm crazy. He thinks I'm sick. Like, he doesn't understand. He's like, I don't understand why you live the way you live.
Grit your teeth like this?
That hurts.
Does it? Okay. Now, does it hurt up here?
Yeah.
There? It's really just your jaw and mandible there. Okay, we'll do an x-ray of that.
But I feel like that could be a generation thing. Like, I always say to my mum, like, when you was out in your hot pants, like, partying, like, that's, do you know what I mean? Like, let me live now. This is my generation, this is how we do it. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so you're going to go for an x-ray now. Okay, so through those wooden doors, face this way, enter the corridor, bear left.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
I just need to do an ECG.
I feel perfect now, funny enough.
Your heart is still going quite fast. Can you not feel it going quite fast?
No.
86-year-old Ruth was brought to A&E an hour ago with a fast heart rate.
I almost wish I had stayed at home.
Well, I'm glad you didn't.
Because
heart's a little bit too fast than it should be.
Doctors have given Ruth medication to reduce her heart rate, but it's still twice as fast as it should be. Registrar Rebecca needs to carry out further examinations.
You went to see a GP this morning and you were sort of feeling a fluttering sensation.
Well, yeah, I just close. Very tired and very...
Do you mind me asking where you were born?
I was born in Warsaw, in
Warsaw,
Poland.
in Poland.
Yes.
Gosh, so you must have been... Did you get out during the war, or were you? Did
No,
you come to the UK
I'm
then,
actually
or?
German.
You're German.
Yes, I'm German. Yes, but make it complicated. I was one of the minority there, and it was fine until the end of the war. April 45. That's when I was in Poland. That's when they started rounding people up, you know. Those horrible Germans lived in Poland, and there were thousands of us. I was 14. I was with my mother. My father was sort of called up. I don't know what happened to him at all. Somebody came in the middle of the night, and they're taking us, God knows where, and that's panic sets in.
Okay, do you mind, could you sit forward for me, do you think? If I take that, oh, perfect. I can forward. Give some nice deep breaths.
They took us to that prison first. There were a few of us there. And then I was in a sort of a labor camp with my mother. They had sort of big huts, I suppose, and sort of put up makeshift beds, you know, straw to sleep on. You are like in a trance. You do what you're told. You don't think. You stop thinking. You had bread, some kind of coffee, you know, water, and soup. We all got pretty weak. Many didn't survive. 2 or 3 of us, we had to go to the kitchen to collect the dinner. But there was one or 2 women in the kitchen who made us wait on purpose. And they fed us first, before they filled our cans and we walked back to feed the others. The kindness there, that was, when you think what they went through as well, it just shows that you always find kind people if you look for it.
All right then. This funny heart rhythm that you have, we tend to recommend blood thinning medication. Now, the main risk of these blood thinning medications is bleeding into the brain.
Well, if it's necessary, they've got to be done. Quite honestly, I don't worry. Whatever happens, happens.
Doctors will try new medication to control Ruth's heart rate and try to find out what's causing it to beat so fast.
You don't have to stay, people.
Well, we do. Our cars have been clamped.
Doctors are waiting for specialists to report back on the injuries to Francis's head, neck and chest.
We could certainly learn a lot from our old, and I'm talking about the properly old, above 70, 75 years of age, 80 years of age. The vast majority of them are grateful for what you do and never demanding. It's an incredibly humbling feeling when you see them really ill, but you know, they won't, they, just like my parents, just like my mum, they're more worried about you, looking after them and saying, no, don't worry about me.
Did you have your ring on, Fran? Did you have your wedding ring on, or did you take it?
No, I put it off.
It was always mum and dad to us, you know, to me and Guy, and you know, obviously to the kids, Nanny and Grandad. It was never Nanny or Grandad. They were a team. Mum would do virtually everything. Dad would come in and expect a medal for putting the kettle on. He was a strong man. You know, when we were young, we'd be on his shoulders, he'd throw us in the air. In 2004, so 12 years ago, he had pancreatic and secondary liver cancer. She didn't want him to go somewhere where she couldn't see him. He wanted to be at home, so he stayed here, and she cared for him. So 12 years ago in January, I was putting some security lights up for Mum, and I think it was about 20 past 10, I just heard Mum cry out. And ran over to the house, and he'd gone. He wasn't in pain. That was the best thing. And he looked peaceful.
Right, you're all family, I presume? Yeah. Okay, right. Right, Francis, my name is Ruth and I'm one of the consultants.
Consultant Rathan now has the results from Francis's CT scan.
There's no evidence of a break to your neck, so I'm going to take all this off and release you. There are quite a few rib fractures. Yeah, and your breastbone's broken as well.
That'll explain.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is some evidence of small bleeds in your head. So I'm waiting for the neurosurgeon to come back and say if anything needs to be done. And let's take all this off.
Yeah.
All right?
Okay. Oh, great.
Right, I'm just going to lift this up a little bit so you can sit up a bit. Not too much, just a little bit.
We placed Dad's ashes in an urn in the garden wall so he can see the sunset every day. Right, give Nanny New a kiss. If you can, give her a kiss on the... There we go, good girl. Oh, nice hand. I talk to him. I don't know what the others do. I think the kids do sometimes. You know, they miss their granddad. But I know Mum used to shout at him a lot for leaving her behind. Close your eyes, Mum, if you want, OK? That's all right, that's fine.
I'll go to sleep. They'll wake you up when they want to stitch your head up.
Frances will now be taken to a ward for observation and further tests to assess if her injuries are life-changing.
Depending what part of the brain is damaged, it can cause mobility problems, you can have breathing problems. It's almost like a stroke. You may not know the full effects for a few days.
Jerry is returning from X-ray after being involved in a car crash earlier today with her friend Sakile.
Sakile, baby.
Sakile is waiting for the results of her CT scan.
Let me take a little pic of you. Sakile, I'm so sorry.
You want to make a snap? Snapchat's important to me. I haven't got Instagram. I used to have Twitter, but I deleted it like 3 years ago. But Snapchat's very important. If there's like if I'm going somewhere, I'm gonna Snapchat me getting ready, to how I'm feeling as I'm going down there, to the vibe whilst I'm there. And then once I get home, maybe the morning after. But yeah, Snapchat. It's basically like reality TV, but unedited and a short version. I'm so happy I went through it with you lot, though.
Listen, I wouldn't answer it to him anyway.
Sorry. I'm not happy that this happened.
Can you imagine life without your phone?
No. No.
Okay, Jerry, come this way.
Sorry, Sakile, I'm coming back.
All is well with you. X-rays are fine. Okay.
So there's nothing wrong with me?
Nothing, no. You need to take regular pain relief. Now we're going to the jaw X-ray will be reported on by a radiologist.
Am I going to be discharged now?
You can now, yeah, you're free to go home.
I've been discharged, mate. Been discharged, mate. Been discharged, mate.
A lot of people don't make the most of the life they live, and they like have regrets afterwards. I feel like every moment you get, you need to make a memory. So when I look back at 21, I can be like, oh my God, when I was 20, it was a lit year. Like I'd done this, I'd done that. Every hour that I've got spare, I'm gonna do something. Life's so precious, and in a second, your life could be gone.
Not really.
Do you want to, if you push yourself up the bed a little bit more?
Yeah.
Earlier today, Ruth was brought to A&E with her heart beating at 3 times the average rate. But it still hasn't returned to normal.
Where are you from, Ruth?
I am German, but I am British. I've been here so long. 22 when I came. I'm 86 now, so it's 64 years.
Are you fed up of people asking?
Yes, I am actually, because I've been here so long now. I've been told actually you are more English than some English. In the labor camp, I was lucky I had my mother looking after me. Out of her 3 children, she only had 1 with her. She didn't know where her husband was, and it's sort of, yeah, no, it sort of wears on you. Malnourishment and all this. One day, apparently she just collapsed at night. She had a heart attack or something like that, and I remember the camp guard saying she will not live till the morning. But she did. But they did take her to hospital. And they said, you will see her when she comes back. But of course, she never came back. She died soon after. So I was left on my own in the end. How far down is it now?
What do you mean, your heart rate?
Yeah.
It's coming down, but it's still a bit high. So you will be admitted to hospital tonight.
Pardon?
You will be admitted to hospital.
Oh.
Tonight, at the very least.
But I've got the bag at home.
You've got what?
Ready for it.
You've got what, sorry?
A little bag with all the stuff I need in hospital.
The nurses will be able to sort all of that out for you.
Why were you released from the labour camp?
Oh, because they closed them. They were being kind in the end, you know. That's when they offered me Polish citizenship. I thought, keep it, you can have it. That's when I got in touch with my brother-in-law, and he wrote to his friends in England, and that's when I came to England. I came here to work as a mother's help. I was with this family who did not know me from Adam, and yet they accepted me as one of them, you know, especially coming from Germany in those days. I was very lucky. I made a very good decision to come. And I'm happy.
I'm going to move you into our next area, and a nurse out there is going to look after you.
Ruth will now be taken to a specialist ward, so doctors can assess her heart condition in more detail.
Sometimes people think, oh, she's very hard. Yes, but I try to remember the good things, and anything bad that happens, forget about it. That's the easiest way to get on with it. I've been brought home and been told you will be fine, take all your medication, but take things slowly. You must learn to relax, which is not easy. I'm flying out to Tenerife, staying there 3 or 4 nights, and then getting on a boat, and then coming back by boat to Southampton. It is a holiday of a lifetime. I will wind down one day, but I'm happy. So nothing more to say.
It was the most worrying time. Suddenly the seriousness of what had happened clicked into place. There was a horrible moment And I looked down at Mum and I saw Dad. That was hard. But we knew that she was strong, that she's a fighter. I thought, not yet. Mum's not ready for this.
Being in my own home, even if I do nothing, yes, I'm very happy here.
She actually told us that when she fell in that pool, the reason she got out, she said to herself, I'm not ready to die yet. She has improved remarkably since she fell. The thing that's important is making sure that Mum is happy. The roles have crossed slightly. She's looked after me God knows how many times in the past, and it's our time to look after Mum.
She said, I don't feel right. The whole of my left side's gone.
Roll. We're going to do a cold red.
This is the worst day ever.
Can you cover your left eye? Okay, that's much harder. It may look like a stroke, or does it have the feel of something else?
Is it serious?
I really don't know.
We're all so busy living our lives, and then suddenly something cuts through that, something often very unexpected.
Paediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
A 71-year-old female with 2 stab wounds to the back.
He was found to be in traumatic cardiac arrest.
I can't feel any pulses. We're at St George's Hospital in Tooting.
Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of Britain's busiest A&E departments, under more pressure than ever.
So do you want to watch, darling, or do you want to look away?
This is the worst day ever.
You never know what's coming in, and you just have to be ready for anything.
Gas canisters exploded, 15% burns to hands, face.
In a world of uncertainty, we see a life-changing event.
I'm A&E, I need her to get out of here, please.
When patients come in, something takes over.
I'll be fine. I'm going to be very fine.
A place where life...
Give me an A, give me an E.
Love...
Okay, good lad, well done.
And loss... unfold every single day.
Did you enjoy the Queen's birthday yesterday?
I watched the football.
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Don't worry.
We get to see people who love one another in loads of different ways.
Yes.
And I think you can give someone the best care in the world, but really what they want is to hold the hand of the person that they love and for them to tell them that they're going to be okay.
You're my hero.
I don't think we have very much option, do we? Can you hold his leg?
What do you like with needles?
I'm so scared of needles. I nearly fainted the last time someone tried to take my blood. I'm a bit of a wimp.
In resus today is junior doctor Jess.
Am I calm enough?
You are fine.
Okay.
There are people that like flap, but yeah, you're not one of them. Bit like a, what's it called when you're a swan? Yeah.
I prefer to be a swan.
Still a junior doctor. Probably will be a junior doctor for another 7 or 8 years. Getting to the stage in my training where I feel like I'm ready to flex my muscles a little bit. And just knowing that there's someone there to back you up if you need it is really reassuring.
Just put another line in her bad arm. Not ideal, but it's the only place I could get a line in.
Shall I try and help you out?
A&E is such a solid team. We look after one another. Because you never know what can walk through the door.
Pop your hand into a mincer.
Oh, that makes my bum go funny.
St George's. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Okay, adult or pediatric? Mm-hmm.
A 71-year-old woman is being rushed to hospital after being knocked down and run over by her husband.
Adult female trauma call, 5 minutes.
We see a lot of serious injuries from road traffic accidents, as serious as it gets. You don't know what type of car, you know what speed, you don't know how frail that person was before they got struck. But it's always just better to prepare for major trauma, big injuries that could be life-threatening.
The woman's husband is on his way to St George's with their daughter.
We were driving to my daughter's, looking forward to seeing Jane and the grandson. Mel got out to direct me to park, and she was sort of leaning in front of the car saying, "Oh, you come more. And I don't know really what happened after that. The car seemed to roll on and she was pulled under. It was just one awful panic. Mel was in the gutter. She wasn't breathing properly. And I'm afraid I didn't cope very well with that.
Okay, this is Mel. Mel is 71 years old. She was stood in front of her husband's automatic car. Her husband had gone into it at quite low speed, but has gone over her right side. She has pain to the thoracic spinal area, hip pain, femur pain, tibia and ankle. There's some quite obvious bruising and swelling all the way down the leg. She's also got an obvious right arm injury.
Okay, all right.
Hello, I'm Jess. I'm one of the doctors. I'm going to be looking after you, my lovely. Out of 10, how much pain are you in at the moment? So it's quite bad pain. And where's the worst pain at the moment? Okay. And the back, okay. We might give you a little bit of morphine just to help with the pain. We're going to get you around for a scan so we can check what injuries you have.
Doctors must now carry out a CT scan to find out whether Mel has any internal injuries.
If they've been run over by a car, be worried about chest trauma, pelvic and long bone injuries, major organ damage, abdominal injuries.
On move, ready, brace, move. So, my lovely, you're going to be going through the scan. It's going to be a couple of minutes and then you're done, okay? Oh, is that real 69 or 46? Can we just go and have a quick feel of her pulse? Is that okay? Are you okay, my lovely? Are you feeling dizzy? She got a radial pulse on that side.
Mel's blood pressure has dropped to a dangerous level.
Wait a second. Is she feeling dizzy? She's alert, isn't she?
Go, man.
We're just waiting for this blood pressure to come up. No, it's genuinely 60. I think we should get the consultant here for a second.
If they become unstable and if they drop their blood pressure, it might be because they're bleeding from somewhere. And when we don't know where it's coming from, that's quite a scary patient.
Hi, Adrian.
The consultant on shift is Adrian.
It just pops up at 69 systolic.
Hasn't got much of a pulse.
The things that we're actually worried about are chest and abdomen and pelvis.
Okay, let's do a quick CT.
She's neurologically intact with a chest x-ray that looks normal. The pelvic x-ray looks pretty unremarkable. There's nothing obvious.
And she's moving her legs.
We haven't moved them because she's in so much pain.
She has any analgesia.
She had 2.5 of morphine just before we left.
So chest x-ray and pelvic x-ray were okay. Abdominal examination
Was unremarkable.
I need to activate code red.
If you call a code red, it basically means that this patient is extremely sick. That patient could be bleeding to death.
With that blood BP, she's not stable at all.
You hit yourself with blame straight away and guilt. I was in the car, I should have stopped it.
What was going through your head?
Worry about her, that she'd be all right, and that I wouldn't lose her.
To recess urgently for the code red, please.
She's possibly
29 minutes ago, 71-year-old Mel arrived in A&E after being run over by her husband whilst helping him park the car.
Can you get the bed ready so that we can start to infuse?
She's going code red and having red blood cells.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mel's blood pressure is critically low, and doctors have put her on standby for an emergency blood transfusion while they assess her injuries.
If you think they're bleeding from somewhere, you start trying to hone down on where that could be coming from. You can bleed into your chest, you can bleed into your abdomen, especially if you've had a car run over your tummy, your spleen, your liver are at risk.
Is her husband okay?
They look very shocked.
She's standing in the driveway.
And he rolled over her.
Mel's husband John and their daughter Jane have arrived at the hospital with neighbour Claire.
No, just shaking.
Did you know that she was the woman for you as soon as you met her?
No, not long afterwards though. She got a job as a chalet maid at Butlins in Skegness. I got a job as a kitchen porter. She was taken ill with food poisoning. They didn't send her anything to the chalet. So I used to bring her the best piece of salmon or the best piece of chicken or whatever I could find in the big deep freeze. Yes, I was guilty of filching some bits, but she got better in about 5 or 6 days, I think.
What do you think attracted Muriel to you?
I'm so good looking. She always used to say, well, you used to have hair like Cliff Richard. Yeah, not now. She was very nice, seemed sensible. I'd always been brought up to be sensible, so I wanted somebody sensible. 49 years married.
Long time.
Not really. It's only a lifetime.
She has got thoracic back pain, so whether it's something, it could be something.
I mean, I can't explain why she's dropping.
Yeah.
Doctors must continue running tests to work out whether Mel is bleeding internally.
If you had to, what would you prefer? An arm as a leg or a leg as an arm?
An arm as a leg.
Why?
Because you can do gripping. You can still walk.
Arms are actually quite long, aren't they?
I've never really compared.
You include the hands and the fingers. I think they're actually.
Because actually, don't you say that if you go like that, but properly, it's the same as your height?
Oh, what, you do that?
No, across, just like this. Apparently, that's your height.
Really?
Yeah.
They always say that's the penis, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't know whether it's accurate.
cup of tea would be nice, wouldn't it? A nice cup of tea. What do you think?
No, a nice sleep. But I shouldn't go to sleep.
Not yet, you shouldn't. Not until your head's been sewn together.
68-year-old Bonnie has come to A&E after hitting her head on a bedside table.
I was sitting on the bed getting dressed, and Bonnie wanted to lie down for 10 minutes. And they had these night tables, so there were shelves, really, by the side of me, each side of the bed, with very sharp corners on them. So she lay down, and I heard this thud and this scream. She was extremely worried that she might have had a cracked skull. It was a really heavy thump.
I think I have a hard head, but we already know that.
Well, that's a blessing, really, isn't it? In a way. Oh, bullet bonds. She's a trooper, you know. Will not give in. Very stubborn sometimes. She's a performer. She's sung the lead in Carmen. She's sung at the Carnegie Hall. So, you know, you don't let little things like a bang on the head worry you, do you? But I was worried.
I don't have time to be ill.
I wonder how many people in the graveyard have said that. His last words were, they don't pay me to be ill. And then he croaked.
I refuse to croak.
I was divorced. Bonnie's my second wife. My cousin gave me an old computer, and I said, I'm going to go online. I went into a chat room called Life Begins at 40. And there were all sorts of hopefuls in there, you know, looking for another mate. And I saw this lady called Canto Bell, which anyone who has musical knowledge is a corruption of bel canto, okay? Musical term. So I said, canto cantabile to her. And she said, oh, there's a person who knows a bit about music. I'm going to talk to him. So we talked and we talked and we talked. Talked and talked and talked and talked and talked. I ran up a £1,200 phone bill. And so I thought, that's a very unsatisfactory situation. So we decided the best thing to do was to meet.
How is it that we separately bought the same watch?
It's called synchronicity, isn't it? The day before I was due to fly out to meet Bonnie for the first time, my daughter Emma said, you're not going to marry her, are you, Dad? I said, well, I might. Yeah, she can't marry, you don't know her, she might be an axe murderer. So I said, don't you worry, your daddy's a big boy, he can look after himself.
Maybe I should go to bed with a helmet on my head.
Full body armor, I think.
Hello, any visa St George's?
A 4-year-old girl is being rushed to St George's after she injured her neck falling over on a train. The girl's mum is at home with her brother and sister, but Dad is with her in the ambulance.
We had a good day, it was fine, you know, it was just going back on the train. There was sort of a sudden bump. She just went back and fell straight back on the back of her head. She was distressed and crying. She didn't know what was going on. I held up her neck the whole time we were waiting for the ambulance to come.
The younger they are, the head is much bigger than the rest of the body. Think about it as having a bowling ball on a golf pin. That area is where life matters.
It's okay, just make sure that this is tight enough.
Madison, 2 months ago, had a C1, C2 decompression down at Great Ormond Street.
Really, wow.
And she's been back at Great Ormond Street today to have a CT scan to review progress. She has got a plate put in. She fell straight down, hitting the external fixation device, the halo device, causing it to come off her head.
Maddie was born with the bones in her neck fused together.
We was told that she had spinal abnormalities, you know, the bones in her neck. You've got the individual vertebrae, and hers haven't actually properly formed, or they've gone into an odd shape.
2 months ago, Maddie had complex surgery to correct her vertebrae.
There you go. It's all right, it's all right. It's not going to stick
That's
to you.
okay, it's
It
not going
won't
to stick to
hurt.
you, sweetie.
To support her head while the neck heals, she was fitted with a metal brace called a halo.
That took all the weight of the impact, really. On the train, I went to pick her up, and that's when I noticed all the pins on the halo was sticking up rather than in her head, and there was blood coming out of the holes.
The halo is supporting the neck to make sure that the bones don't move on top of each other and cause injury to the spinal cord. Even some minor movements can lead to disruption of the cord. You can lose power, you can lose sensation, you can lose bladder and bowel function. You can even become quadriplegic.
Doctors will carry out an urgent CT scan to assess whether Maddie's injuries are life-changing.
Will Daddy help me?
Yeah, Daddy's going to help.
I'll help you like I did today, yeah?
Alison, you had one of these scans today, didn't you?
Yeah.
You're going to do the same again.
Well, we can do it again. I'll be
you've done it-
fine. I'm
you've-
going to be very fine.
Yeah,
sure you
you're going to be a brave girl. To have it at the age that she's been, it's been quite tough on her mentally and physically. She's always been scared of hospitals. Every time it's like a big journey for us. I'll tell you what, you count to 20 and we'll lower you down, yeah?
Can you get to
1.
20?
Go 1.
No, lie
no,
back,
sit
lie
still.
back, sweetie. Don't be
I'll be
scared,
with you the whole time, yeah?
Where's Daddy going to stand?
Do you want to hold my hand while you lie down? Come on.
Yeah, let's go.
Hold my hand.
Ready? Start counting.
You're going to count 1, 2.
Just
Calm down. It's all right, it's all right.
It's all right. 5. It's all right.
It's all right. 6.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Woo, well done.
Where are we?
We're in the Magic Donut. We're going to go in now. Daddy's going
Okay.
to be with you.
I'll be with you all the way, yeah?
Doctors must now await the results of Maddie's CT scan before they can assess the damage to her spine.
I'll try to do an ultrasound quickly.
Doctors have been running tests to find out whether Mel needs a code red emergency blood transfusion.
Sorry, my lovely. I'm sorry.
It's a good strong pulse. She's responsive.
Can't see anything.
I'm Dr. Adrian. Your blood pressure dropped. We're unsure about what might be causing this because there's no bleed or anything like that.
We're still going with code red.
Step down.
Okay. I'll put my hand, put it back in.
Just call the lads as well.
Doctors still don't know what caused Mel's blood pressure to drop, so they will keep her under close observation.
I'm just going to get her family. Hello, sir. Would you like to come through and see her?
Yes.
I think she's quite keen to see you. Okay, so she's lying flat at the moment. She's in a collar, but she's talking to you and she's absolutely fine. All right?
Yeah.
Worried about you. I love you.
Not really. With premium bonds.
Premium bonds. I'm just mad with myself that I couldn't think quickly enough how to stop the damn thing. Still, make me realise how much I love you and I need you. So come on. Start getting better.
So it's not damaged the car too much?
No.
I'm more
Worry about the bloody
worried
car.
about you. I can get rid of the car, can't get rid of you.
How did you learn to drive?
Mel taught me. Yeah, Mel taught me how to drive. I passed first time, she only passed second time, but she was a good instructor. She was a junior school reception teacher. She was greatly thought of by the parents and the children and the school. She was far more appreciated than I was as a teacher because she was better at it.
We're lucky in A&E because we get to see people who love one another in loads of different ways. I think it's made me recognise that family is the most important thing. It's not about work, it's not about money, it's about having the love of those people. And I suppose when it comes down to it, that's probably what everyone fights for.
What's up? All right? Yeah. All right? Dropped a lot, hasn't it? Stay calm. Your blood pressure's dropped a bit. Where do you feel it? In your arm.
I need you to just borrow this arm, Sweet Pea, okay, my lovely?
When you think you've got a stable patient, sometimes it's almost the most difficult time when they become suddenly unstable and it takes you by surprise.
Doctors must stabilise Mel as quickly as possible and work out why her blood pressure keeps dropping critically low.
Keep looking, keep shouting, keep with us. You've got to get better, otherwise I'll never forgive myself.
Just know this is gonna hurt.
Well, if you think it's going to hurt, then it's going to hurt.
It's going to hurt, but
No, but you have to. Yeah, it's mind over matter, Trafford. I know giving birth's going to hurt, but I don't sit there and think about it all day. All right.
This hurts, you know.
I know it hurts, but just stop the screaming, man. Just breathe it off. In through your nose. Babe, trust me.
You're hurting my head. Stop. Stop, babe, please. Stop.
You're gonna have to learn this when I'm in
I know,
labour.
but stop. I can learn that in a baby class.
All right, kid.
Mel was brought to A&E 3 hours ago after being accidentally run over by her husband, John.
Is your pain a bit better, Mel?
Yeah, it's not so bad.
Doctors are stabilising her blood pressure after it dropped critically low for a second time.
I can't work out why it is.
We're not thinking it's a bleed because there's no bleed there and there's no external bleed on sites or any lacerations where she's bleeding from.
The CT report, formal one, still isn't back, but the preliminary was pretty normal.
It does seem to go down and then up again.
Doctors are still waiting for the full results of her CT scan to establish the severity of her internal injuries.
Oh, that's going up. You're moving in the right direction.
You'd be envious of this blood pressure.
You just concentrate on you.
How would you describe your marriage to Mel?
Brilliant. Brilliant. And then when we decided to have children, got better and better. Always been a team together, and that's what it's all about.
He's in complete shock. She's a mess. She'll be in, I mean, she can't leave hospital. All these tablets and everything are at home, but he won't leave her. He won't leave her. He feels so guilty.
8 years ago, I had a stroke in France. The worst thing about being in hospital was the isolation, you know, separated from her. I got this delusion that our car was parked outside the window, but my wife wasn't coming in to see me. I was sure I could hear her talking. I could see the car, but it wasn't her. For several days I was screaming and shouting at the nurses, you know, where is she? Why don't she come and see me? And this sort of thing. After 2 or 3 days, I started being rational because Mel would come in and say, no, that's not our car. I'm parked the other side down the hill.
You're making some funny shapes on your thing, aren't you? On your chart.
I was to say, it's like the footsie index.
You're all right, you're looking a lot better than you were.
Good.
Oh, you're smiling.
Or grimacing.
Perhaps more of a grimace.
I think the mask makes a difference. It was a bit too Lady Gaga, really.
Put the mask back
I
on.
was going to say, you might prefer me with the mask.
I like you just as you are.
Very proud of you, very brave.
Could I get a treat?
I think you will get a treat, because I was already going to get you a treat for the CT scan at Great Ormond Street, but I think I need to get you another treat.
Yeah, another one.
Yeah.
4-year-old Maddie was brought into A&E 3 hours ago after she fell on a train and dislodged a surgical head brace that was supporting her neck.
Yeah. She's looking after the other two. Yeah, I do the hospital stuff, so yeah, I'll do all the
A lovely daddy, haven't you?
Yeah.
Maddie and Dad Adam are now waiting for the results of a CT scan to find out whether she has damaged her spine.
It's fun. No, got your thumb. We always thought there may be something wrong with her, the head tilt and her neck being like that. And the fact that she couldn't look left to turn her head because of all her bones being fused and locked into one place. If we didn't go ahead with the operation, then the worst case scenario, it would be paralysis.
2 months ago, surgeons at Great Ormond Street Hospital rebuilt Maddie's neck using a metal plate.
On the day of the operation, she was down for about 5-6 hours. So it's not nice, you know, just leaving your child. It's one of those things where you go, you're almost like saying goodbye. I just saw her lying there with this frame on with pins hanging out of her head. She woke up instantly, like flash of light, and she was fighting. She didn't really know what was going on, and she was screaming most of the time. The hardest thing I've ever had to deal with in my life. I mean, we can't, you know, get close to each other. When you say goodnight to her, you know, you've got to sort of duck in, you know, behind the bars. I've caught her sort of lying down, face flat on the floor in her bedroom, not doing anything. I think maybe because of the stress of wearing it. You just try and keep strong and look after her.
Daddy, why was you upset in the train fall?
Oh, I was just upset that you got hurt.
Why?
Well, because I care about you.
You care about me?
Yeah.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Because I'm your dad.
I'm not the most girly of girls, and I think that's probably because I spent every other weekend with my dad when I was growing up, and I was treated like a boy. I got a rugby ball and a multi-way tool in my stocking for Christmas every year, which is fine. I can now use a multi-way tool. My dad kept me on the straight and narrow, and I can handle most things that get thrown at me. I wouldn't have had the adventures I'd have had in my life without him pushing me to do them.
Daddy,
Yeah?
I don't want to stay forever.
No, we won't stay here forever.
Look at me.
Look at you. Tell me why.
Bonnie and Andrew are waiting for a nurse to assess an injury to Bonnie's head.
Tell me why you cry.
What is that?
You lie to me.
Can you remember the first time you laid eyes on Bonnie?
Yes, I can. At Washington, D.C. Dulles Airport. We had been talking for 6 months. She recognised me, came bouncing towards me. I thought, that's my Bon. I went over in May '98, And we got married on June the 4th, that same year. And that was 18 years ago. So we must have done something right, mustn't we?
I'm dying for a drink. A pint of Guinness will do fine.
That could be okay if you have an idea of how many other carbohydrates you had today.
If there was one thing about you that Bonnie could change, what do you think she would change?
My shape, probably.
Today, I had bacon and egg for breakfast.
You had toast.
Oh, I didn't have any toast.
You didn't?
I had one of those French things.
A croissant is bread.
100 calories.
No, sorry, much more.
She put me onto a more abstemious path, shall we say. And I'm eternally grateful. She was the one who persuaded me to go to the doctor, and sure enough, I was diabetic. I'd been diabetic probably for 5 years.
For lunch, I had a Whopper, big Whopper.
So you've had 5 servings of carbohydrate already today. That's a lot for a man who's trying to lose weight in order to be able to qualify for getting 2 new knees.
I have bad arthritis, osteoarthritis in both knees. Playing rugby till I was 38. Not a sensible move. If I don't have it done soon, I won't be able to walk at all. And then I'll be in a wheelchair permanently. And I don't want that. So now I'm goody two-shoes.
Young man coming with you?
Yes, he's my young man.
Your young man.
I've got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
I don't want you to break yourself.
I've got it, don't worry.
I'm Claire, I'm one of the nurse practitioners. Hiya.
I have a hole in my head.
Oh dear. Have a seat. Any medical problems?
Me?
Just tell me if it hurts directly where I press. Yeah, you're giving yourself a little whiplash.
Getting married again. It was a turning point in my life.
It's tiny.
It taught me that it's important to have someone in your life who has your best interests at heart, because it encourages you to have their best interests in your heart.
I don't think it will make an iota difference if I put glue on it or not.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's a little bit stingy, probably. By next week, that'll have completely healed.
So she's not going to glue your hair after all?
No, after all. Goodness.
My goodness, my Guinness.
No.
Trust you to take the fun out of a pint of Guinness.
Do you like some jelly?
Banana. Banana?
I'm gonna eat that first.
What one do you want to eat first?
That.
The jelly?
Jelly? Oh, we've got strawberry yoghurt.
Is it gluten-free?
The yoghurt is, yeah. I think the jelly is too.
Funny enough.
My mum was a single mum. She looked after me and my sister. Dad and my mum split up when I was about 6 years old. It was difficult, you know, seeing other couples and parents having loads of fun. It's almost like being robbed of part of your life. I just got used to the fact that I've only got my mum and this is my life, so I just sort of carried on with it. I'm really proud of my mum. I mean, even with 2 kids, she was still doing, you know, part-time work, and she worked really hard, you know, to bring us up.
Oh, Daddy. When you snuggle with me in this bed?
Want me to snuggle with you?
Yeah.
Maybe there's not enough room.
There is.
My dad had a blood disorder, but never really seemed ill. He was still going to work, going to the rugby, going to the pub, and he went in for a procedure that we'd expected him to be away for a couple of weeks. I finished night shifts from the ED and I went to go and pick him up. He was supposed to be coming home that weekend, and I walked into his room and I've never seen someone sicker. It's terrible when you see someone and you wish you didn't have the knowledge that you did. Because I think as soon as I saw him, I knew what was going to happen. He died about 12 hours later. I never imagined anything like that could affect everything in your life so much, which sounds quite naive. affected me at work so much. I lost my confidence in everything I did. Probably still haven't got back to how I was.
Daddy, what's on that computer?
The X-ray.
X-ray?
Yeah.
Are they one of my pictures?
Doctors now have the full results of Maddie's CT scan.
Hello, hi. The scan is negative for any serious problem, okay? So there's no sign of any bleed in your brain, any problem with your spine, okay? I mean, if anything, she'll stay overnight here, and then if they need to see her tomorrow, they see her tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
We're going to take all of this off now.
Yeah.
But what we want to do is see if you can try this collar on for me.
I will.
Keep your head still.
Now, if Daddy comes and stands at the end, will you look right at Daddy the whole time?
Will.
Right at Daddy. Way! Keep looking at Daddy. And I'm going to take your towel off. Stay nice and still, looking at Daddy. Lift this arm up in the air. Well done. That's perfect.
That's good.
That's good? Do we like it?
Yeah, it's comfort.
I've always wanted to have children and be a dad because I've always wanted to be, you know, the father that I never had.
Yeah, can I wear all my pretty dresses now?
I think so. If we can get him over that collar.
Doctors are still concerned that the metal plate holding Maddie's neck together may have shifted slightly during the fall. Surgeons from Great Ormond Street will now review the scans to decide whether Maddie needs another operation.
Oh, wow, you look so beautiful. Kiss. Can I get a kiss?
I was lucky to have 26 years with a great dad. So I think that there's nothing, I can't not be grateful for that.
This is love. You give me a big cuddle.
That's good.
You can give me big cuddles now.
Yay!
Yeah.
Come on then, Maddie, let's go.
Could hear that chap shouting at you saying, put the bloody handbrake on.
No, they want one.
No.
What's up?
Oh, it's just moving.
And where is it?
The middle of my back.
Doctors have now received the full results of Mel's CT scan. The scan suggests she may have fractured a bone in her spine.
So you just relax, okay? And you're not going to fall because there's a bar. Right, ready, steady, roll. Well done.
Mel, do you feel any pain in here?
Where's that hurting?
It is all around the back of my ribs, right-hand side, under my shoulder.
Just here?
Ah.
Okay, so that's about tonight.
If someone has a spinal fracture, we have to be really cautious to make sure that we don't make things worse. The risk would be to your legs and to the function of your legs, and that has such significant impact on the life of a patient. Preliminary scan reports have come back. There's a fracture of one of the vertebrae in his spine, but the radiologist, who's the image doctor, isn't sure if that's something that's happened today and it's new, or whether that's an old problem. She is okay at the moment, all right?
It's true, though. It makes you realise how much she means to us.
The CT scan, yes, it is showing a fracture of your spine. So that might be explain why you're so uncomfortable. The neck is fine, but there's no obvious signs of any bleed in your tummy, or brain, or your chest. They couldn't even find a rib injury or anything like that. That's good. Kidneys are fine, liver is fine, the pelvis is fine. You've got quite a bit of soft tissue injuries of your arms and legs, so we need to send you for x-rays of those.
Okay.
Mel will now be moved to a ward so doctors can carry out a full assessment of the injuries to her back, arms and legs.
If anything happened to her, I wouldn't last long. You could take the house, the car, the rest. I'd sooner have Mel. And I think we both made the right decision when we first got together. We judged one another for the right reasons rather than the wrong reasons.
What are the wrong reasons?
The wrong reasons, sex. It's not the be-all and end-all that people make out it is.
Thank you. Natural, you're welcome. White.
Glamour, of no consequence whatsoever. Good, stable qualities are what's needed. Honesty, integrity, ability to give and take. And, well, with Mel, certainly a general all-round kindness and loving nature. She ain't got a bad word to speak for anybody. And rightly so.
What is it?
Press the button on the bottom. And then you go like that, look.
Woo! Can I try?
Just make sure you point it that way.
Wow! I was very brave.
Is it hard to be brave?
No.
She starts school in September. I'm sort of really looking forward to that. She can meet new friends and just be a normal child now.
What kind of things have you most enjoyed being able to do again?
Oh, getting outside, getting into the garden.
The irony.
Not doing very much.
Have you forgiven John?
There was nothing to forgive. I was trying to be helpful. He was concentrating on his manoeuvring. We don't know how it happened, but it did.
Has it taught you anything?
Yeah. How important the old girl is.
Yes, he didn't like the ironing. We've got through it and come out good the other side.
Yeah. We're still as strong as ever.
Absolutely.
We're getting married in the morning.
No, we're not.
Hello, Senator Zaini.
Activate the helipad response team.
He's a motorcyclist. He was found to be in traumatic cardiac arrest.
Traumas where the heart has actually stopped are very, very rare. When you do see one, you know that this is the absolute worst you can get.
So we're going to elevate to our carried red.
Police officer basically said, we'll take you up to the hospital. They're getting us up there as quick as possible, really, just to say goodbye to Mark.
We're all so busy living our lives, and then suddenly something cuts through that, something often very unexpected.
Pediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
A 71-year-old female with 2 stab wounds to the back.
He was found to be in traumatic cardiac arrest.
this hospital in Tooting?
Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of Britain's busiest A&E departments, under more pressure than ever.
So do you want to watch, darling, or do you want to look away?
This is the worst day ever.
You never know what's coming in, and you just have to be ready for anything.
Gas canisters exploded, 15% burns to hands, face.
In a world of uncertainty, we see a life-changing event.
I'm ANAP. I need her to get out of here, please.
When patients come in, something takes over.
I'll be fine. I'm going to be very fine.
A place where life...
Give me an A. Give me an E.
Love...
Okay, good lad. Well done.
And loss... unfold every single day.
Did you enjoy the Queen's birthday yesterday?
I watched the football.
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Don't worry.
We get to see people who love one another in loads of different ways.
Yes.
And I think you can give someone the best care in the world, but really what they want is to hold the hand of the person that they love and for them to tell them that they're going to be okay.
You're my hero.
A&E, can I help?
Because popcorn's just stuck.
There's 5 that could possibly impact it. You could really try and do it with one of the middle ones, either the top one or the top base one, and see if it will clip it down.
Okay, I'm going for it.
Jackpot.
This has been the best day. I used to be in A&E more often.
Still 2 up there.
Do you want any more of these taken before I finish them?
That's fine. Not really a huge fan of crisps anyway.
Okay, I'm Simin. I'm one of the A&E doctors. I'll be looking after you today. When I was young in Iran, we had an earthquake in my country, and I saw people from Doctors Without Borders. So tell me what happened. What brought you here today? I do remember when they found somebody still alive, the reaction that people had. You could look at the face of medical people and you could see the satisfaction, regardless of how many hours they've been going on. Okay, all right, have a good day. For me, it was an inspiration. And that was the time that I decided that I want to do medicine. Do you mind just having a quick look at number 5? My job is the big part of me. You come to work and you think it's a normal day. And are you feeling feverish at all? And you get people coming with really, really unfortunate stories. They told me you're known to have type 1 diabetes. Sometimes you just need reminders. You get a patient, you listen to their story, and then it clicks that this is something that can happen to anybody. And that's the moment that you think, well, I'm gonna go home today. I'm gonna call and talk to my brother. I'm gonna text my mum.
St George's. Medical trauma.
Adult male trauma, 25 minutes.
A 70-year-old man is being rushed to St George's after falling from a boat and suffering an injury to his eye.
Fallen from boat onto face. Wood in left eye.
When you get that initial information that somebody's coming with a piece of wood in their eye, your first question is that, what are they going to do? How bad is it? Is it ruptured? Is it bleeding behind the eye? Is it just the eye, or is it something more?
The man's partner is travelling in the ambulance with him.
That day, I was doing housework. George had gone out and he rang me to say that he was on his way to the island in the Thames where we can moor our boats. He was going to go on the boat to empty some of the water because it had rained very heavily. And he said, right, I'll be on my way back shortly. Then the phone went again. I thought, oh gosh, what's he ringing about now? I could tell it was George, but it didn't really sound like George. This sort of muffled groan. And he just said, I've fallen on the island, and that was it. And I thought, oh goodness. I knew something really bad had happened. I just dropped everything and jumped in the car. George must have managed somehow to feel his way down the path on the island and clawed his way along the fence. By the time I got there, paramedics were there, so his head was all bandaged up. There was blood everywhere. It was horrific. I nearly fainted a couple of times. It's like something out of a horror movie.
Yes.
This is George. He's 70 years old. He was stepping off a boat, and as he stepped off, he lost his balance. He fell forward onto some driftwood. He's got a piece of driftwood that has penetrated his left eyelid and into his eyeball. How far, I don't know. He explained that it felt like a pop in his eyeball. He can see through his right eye, no vision through his left eye. He's a taxi driver by trade.
Okay.
All I've done is put a damp patch over where, when you lift it, you'll see.
Thank you very much, sir.
I'm just going to start examining you, OK?
All right, then.
What's your name?
George.
Deep breath in and out. OK, relax back. I'm just going to lower you down. Okay, let me know if breathing becomes a bit difficult.
I was worried. I don't think you look to the future very much in that situation. You just think, what's the damage?
I'm just going to have a look.
Is it near the brain? Has he lost his eye? You just don't know, do you?
Have a look to see whereabout that sits.
Nobody can survive that sort of injury without being badly affected.
It's been 8 minutes since 70-year-old George arrived in resus after falling and impaling his eye on a shard of driftwood.
So, Simon.
Go on. When you want to remove a foreign object, there are a couple of questions that you have to think about. Where is it sitting? What structures are involved?
Is there any saline?
But going a little bit further, you've got the brain behind it.
OK, just keep your eyes shut. Well done. Just see exactly where this is sitting. And any spare gauze at all?
Yeah.
It's just about to come off. OK. Well done. So it was above, it was basically on the eyebrow rather than the globe. Now, are you able to open your eye? Good.
Yes.
Now, as you do that, I'm just going to have a look.
You have got somebody, they're in an unfamiliar environment, they're lying flat. You think that what's happening is you losing your eye. I would imagine that's really a scary thing.
It's just kind of bruising and blood laterally. Sorry.
And the only face that they see is your face as somebody who is treating them. And the message that you want to convey is that you're safe, you're in the right place. Big laceration. So I'm just going to get a scan, and then we take it from there.
Doctors are concerned that George may have internal damage to his skull and eye and are sending him for a CT scan.
People ask how we met a lot. We met in a pub in Teddington. I was 50 and he was 53. He said he was 52, but soon got to the bottom of that. It was just a little pub night. It was very jolly and it was a bit like a little party, really. And suddenly, George walked in and he looked very out of place. He was just very different from everybody who was there. And I just saw this huge blokey bloke walk through the doorway with a sort of battered face. He just stood in the threshold and glowered. And I thought, wow, you know, what a bloke. Yes, I had such a presence. I think I fancied him a lot more than he fancied me. And so I walked up to him. I had had quite a bit to drink, so I was sort of quite uninhibited.
Breathe in and hold your breath.
We started talking, and I realised George was a London cab driver, of course. That sort of really was iconic, fantastic. I'd never been out with a cab driver before. Not only does he look like one, but he is one. And he drove me home in one.
Ready, steady, slow.
After I was divorced, I used to think, oh, you know, I'm never going to have companionship. I was completely on my own. I had a nice life, but I didn't have a relationship. I found that with George.
This is one of the healthiest waiting rooms I've ever seen. It's kind of terrifying in a way. Just everyone looks okay.
59-year-old Debbie has come to A&E with her husband Stephen after cutting her hand on the blade of a lawnmower.
I'd like to give them some new curtains. I think they deserve that.
Plastics registrar Dr. Vincenzo is looking at her x-rays.
My name is Vince, I'm one of the plastics registrar working at St. George's. Can you tell me, please, how did it happen?
Complete and utterly my fault. Mowing the lawnmower started to get jammed, and I put my hands to try and unjam it. I thought I was going to pass out.
Do you mind if I take a look?
Of course.
Is it really painful?
No, I was wearing 2 pairs of gloves. I like to make my garden look nice, and I love gardening. I absolutely love it. And mowing the lawn has always been my job. That is one of the things I won't let Stephen do. He doesn't make straight lines, he misses bits out, and that drives me crazy. I was mowing the lawn, but I wasn't really thinking about mowing the lawn. I was thinking of my son's wedding, whether my pink hat matched the rest of my pink outfit, and whether pink was right anyhow. There's so much to think about, and really, I wasn't even preparing the wedding.
I want to check if the sensation is fine, everything.
Yeah, sure. Steve and I met up on my 18th birthday party. I can remember, and I had a couple of boyfriends there at the time, but this lovely Stephen came along, and he'd been on a pub crawl with somebody else, and he sat on our fridge freezer chatting my mum up. And my mother thought he was fantastic, particularly when he got the vacuum cleaner out and started hoovering up at the end of the party. That was it.
Can you feel my finger touching?
Yes, I can. It's just not as good as that one. I mean, I think I was really lucky. I'm a really active person, you know. We're competitive ballroom dancers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the thing is, with this hand, normally, in a hold, you are like that. We've been dancing for 12 years. So we dance ballroom and Latin. In Latin, you've got cha-cha-cha, you've got samba, you've got paso doble, and they're the best music. Tom Jones, Sex Bomb is a great cha-cha-cha, cha-cha-cha.
Just relax your hand, let me do that.
The competitive dance teacher saw us and said, you should compete. We said, no, we're a bit old. We will make Bournemouth and we will make Blackpool.
Yeah, we will. We'll see.
You have to really want to dance.
There's a deep laceration, of course, so the wound has to be explored properly. I think you need surgery at some point, because even if the tendon seems to be working fine, sometimes they're partially divided. In that case, you might need to be fixed. I'll be right back.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. That That was so important to us.
Well, we'll see what you can do with it.
Resus, Simon speaking. Go for it. Okay, 8-year-old. Yep. Pediatric trauma call, ETA, 15 minutes.
An 8-year-old girl is being rushed to St George's with a pair of scissors stuck in her thigh.
She's 8.
Also working in Resus today is consultant Reese.
I'm hoping it's accidental. Don't run with scissors. When you hear that a child is coming in with a penetrative injury, my main worry is where is the injury and how did it happen?
The girl's parents are travelling in the ambulance with her.
My daughter, Chantal, came round. Phoebe gets excited. Climbs all over Chantal when she comes and visits. Because she's Chantal's baby sister. We usually sit around the TV and chat and we'd order kebabs. So we wait for takeaway. Phoebe's cutting up some stickers with some scissors, put them in a book. So she puts the scissors in the armchair, but she didn't think they were sticking up. I was in the kitchen talking to Brian, Phoebe's dad. And then Chantal comes flying in, saying, "Mum, Phoebe sat on a pair of scissors." She was just screaming, and I'm panicking. I thought we'd gone right through to a vein or something.
My main concern is significant injuries that could be life-threatening. I think it's really difficult when parents have to hand that control over to us as the medical team. Okay, hold on to your teddy, darling.
1, 2. Okay.
Phoebe was playing on her own and screamed out to get Mum. She had the scissors in situ.
Do you want to watch, darling, or do you want to look away? It's really important to keep a child calm when they're in the Resus environment because it's so frightening for them. Some children actually say it's better to watch because then they know what I'm doing. But some children say, actually, I don't want to watch and I'd rather look at Mummy.
Mummy, I'm scared.
I know, okay.
Darling.
You know it's okay to be scared? Yeah? Well done. All right, princess, you don't need to see this bit. You just need to see me.
I don't want to watch.
So it's like 3 centimeters in.
You're going to take him out.
No, we're not.
I'm going to want to do an X-ray to see where it's going, and then we're going to arrange for us to take it out. And we're going to... You won't feel anything, no. The first question that I'm asking is what sort of important structures are surrounding the area where that scissors is going? So if the scissors are deep, then I'd be much more worried about internal injury to maybe the vessels or some of the nerves.
Earlier today, London cab driver George arrived in Resus with a piece of wood lodged in his eye after falling off his boat. His partner Irene has been waiting in the relatives' room.
Hello.
Sorry, I wasn't looking for it. So that we just went back to the report.
I do remember being that family member not long ago. I received this call from a number I didn't know, and they told me that my brother has been in an accident. After that experience, what really stayed with me is that you have to realize that your patient is not the only person you're looking after. There's a sister, mother, or partner. Sometimes they just need to talk to you, talk about like personal life of that person, and suddenly it changes everything. That's not just a patient anymore.
I won't leave you, will you?
No, I won't leave you.
Poor George.
George grew up in Pimlico, central London, post-war. He was one of 10. He was the 7th son. I was brought up in southeast London, typical sort of suburban childhood. Had an older sister. When we were young, George and I were completely different people. He was a mod, rode motor scooters. I preferred sort of drama students and people with long flowing hair. I certainly wouldn't have been attracted to mods because they wore sort of dinky little suits and had little mod haircuts and everything was tiny. Spivvy and dandy-ish, wasn't it, I think, if you were a mod. Me and most of my friends, you know, you'd sort of wear spinach green and thick tights and camel coats that were belted and tried to look very soulful and poetic. What rotten luck. George and his friends, of course, they were in central London and they all seemed to be doing extremely glamorous things, going to all the dance halls and palais. I would go to the Lake District and go to the New Forest camping and that sort of thing. So I think I would have been very fish out of water if I'd known George then.
Oh, great. But it's just something just to wet his mouth.
Oh, lovely. Thanks awfully.
No worries.
Got something to wet your mouth a little bit, George. I think sometimes it's easier to have a relationship with somebody where initially you might feel your poles apart, but then actually you realise how much more you've got in common, and it's quite nice as you do that. And we've always enjoyed doing the same things. If it's still feeling cold. We belong to a boat club, and we did the day skipper course there. Does that feel better?
Whatever you do to me feels.
We like to drive over to the island where he's got a mooring. It's like walking into another world. We pop down there quite a lot in the evenings. Time just goes by, the river flows by. It's a little oasis of tranquility, it's just lovely. Is that better?
Simon?
Yeah.
Can I just check with you? Just max facts, or would you look?
Doctors now have George's CT scan results. They reveal internal bleeding behind the eye.
Hi there, my name's Dr. Carrie. I'm one of the A&E doctors.
Oh, yes, hello.
George, I've just been asked by one of the specialist doctors to just do a couple of things to examine, just to give them a little bit more information.
Yeah.
So just going to take that gauze off. OK.
Imagine that you do have bleeding behind your eyeball.
Open your eye the best you can. I want you to look over towards me.
It's a closed area. It's not going to expand. So the pressure is going to go higher and higher.
So look round at me.
Yeah.
So look right over towards your nose.
If it's not addressed quite quickly, that will affect your vision. Is this person going to lose his vision?
Does it feel like your eye's being pushed forward?
Yeah.
Have a seat, mate. So, what have you done?
I've stepped on glass. A glass in my bedroom. I've just knocked it over, stepped on it, and then I've fallen into my TV and broke my TV.
Fragile tape. I've never seen that before in 28 years.
I don't know
How
why we've got
cool
fragile
is that?
tape. It's quite cool, isn't it?
Very cool.
Yeah.
59-year-old Debbie has come to A&E after sticking her hand in her lawnmower whilst removing some grass cuttings.
Why did I do it?
Just happens to everybody.
Dr. Vincenzo will explore the wound to assess the damage.
Just a couple of injections on the base of the finger, both of them. Sorry, ma'am. 1, 2, and 3. Apparently from the X-ray there's a fragment.
Yes.
So there's a fracture on the middle finger now. So the nails have to come off. Yeah. Yeah. They will grow back, but it will take some time.
I'll wear false nails, don't worry, light false lashes. Although I came from a very happy household of 4 girls, I was absolutely delighted when I had 2 boys. They were real little tearaways and they just wanted to explore and run and be what little boys are. I have a very busy week with a wedding ahead.
So wedding next weekend?
Yes, my son. Tim is 36, so he wasn't getting married as, you know, a 22-year-old. As you get to the planning stage, it was very exciting, as all weddings are.
If you have any lack of sensation after surgery,
Yes.
they might take a few months before he comes back.
My youngest son, Simon, he was going to get married and go down the traditional route as Tim, but he didn't. Things changed. If Simon had played with dolls or done something that was very feminine at a very early age, then maybe I would have been slightly prepared. Simon transitioned about, I think, 4 years ago now, although fully transitioned, I think it's only a couple of years ago, and is now a girl. So instead of Simon, I have a daughter, Sophie. I can't say that it wasn't a shock to our system. It was. To both Stephen and I, it was out of the blue. We hadn't expected this. And it has taken time for me to adjust. I don't think I can put into words, without crying, how much I have had to appreciate the struggle that Sophie took. I mean, there could not have been a bigger challenge that any one man could say or take.
Eight-year-old Phoebe has been in resus for 25 minutes after accidentally impaling her thigh on a pair of scissors. Her mum and dad are joined by Phoebe's older sister Chantel and her partner Reese.
There she is.
You're still in there? Yeah.
We can't use them ever again now.
Well, no, I'll be put off life, I have.
Orthopaedic doctor Ishan must rule out any damage to the nerves in Phoebe's leg.
Hello. I am Ishan, one of the orthopedic doctors.
What's gonna happen, Mummy?
I'm not going to touch you even. Just ask you to do a few. Can you move your toes for me? Excellent. So come around that.
I'm a mother to 5 children, 2 sons, 3 daughters. I wanted to be like my mum, have a big family, I did. I always have been maternal. I was 17, still living at home when I fell pregnant with Chantel. Because Phoebe's the youngest, she's a little monkey. She's always on the go, very active. It's a hectic lifestyle.
Can you feel me touch here?
Got a 3-bedroom house. I've got Samuel and Liam living at home, and I've got Phoebe living at home as well. And each child has their own room. I'm not going to be one of those people that go ask them to cancel for a bigger house.
Mum, I'm so scared.
What's with me? Me and Brian sleep downstairs on the sofa bed.
Good girl, Phoebe.
And we just put up with it. It's not comfy, you know, putting it away, bringing it out every night, and it's just constant. but I won't change it. I love being a mum.
It's going to keep you like that. We're not going to move you. I'm going to take an X-ray, okay?
Doctors must now X-ray Phoebe's leg to see how deep the scissors have penetrated.
"10 years ago, I was all happy, thinking I found my man of my dreams. I felt pregnant. You know, thought it was all going to be a happy family. And then disaster strikes. I got to my 20-week antenatal appointment, and they said they couldn't find a heartbeat. She said, "You're going to have to be admitted to hospital." When I got to the hospital, there was no heartbeat. It's been 10 years since I've lost him. I got a chance to name him and have a good send-off for him. Yeah, we called him Nathan, we did. But when the months went on, I thought, I'm not going to be able to have another baby. And then, 8 months later, when I found out that I was expecting again, I was happy, but I was scared at the same time, thinking, is it going to happen again?
Taxi driver George arrived in A&E after falling out of his boat on the Thames and impaling his eye on a piece of driftwood. His son Paul has arrived.
He's recovering, mate. It's okay. It's like a professional carer in there.
Does it look good? When you mention that George is a cab driver, people know what you're talking about, and they already have an image, and he is very much what people have in mind. He is a typical cab driver, I suppose.
Look like a proper pirate now with an eye patch.
Say, yeah. One of the nice things about cabbing is that in some ways it's still very much as it was 40, 50 years ago. You're still picking up strangers, and you've still got a certain reputation and credibility. He gets up really early. He just creeps out of the house, and I hear the cab, and hopefully it starts, and then I hear him disappear up the road. He works at the airport, and I understand that while they're waiting, there's a canteen, especially for the London cab drivers, and they sit there and play cards, tell jokes, have bets. I think they just have a laugh. They really enjoy each other's company. And occasionally, if they're lucky, they get a couple of fares. It's very important to him, and that's his life, really. If he lost his ability to work, I think that would be devastating for him.
Specialist Dr. Lino is examining George's CT scan results.
Hello, hi. Hi. George?
Hello.
George, it's Lino. I'm one of the surgeons.
Yeah.
Just had a look at your scan. Basically, I can tell you there is a small fracture on the floor of your orbit, or the bony socket, okay, of your left eye.
Yeah.
And there is a slightly larger one on the side. This means that you will need to be seen by an eye doctor, but we want to see first how's the eyesight going. Okay. Can you move your eyes, sir? Is it very painful?
Yes.
Yeah, right. So is it very sore if I touch you?
Yes.
Right.
My brother had a car accident, and his injuries, they were mainly facial. He had to go through so many surgeries. Facial injuries, they're kind of linked to your identity. One of the things that he couldn't get over that easily was that he couldn't get used to his new face. He was telling me, I look in the mirror, I don't know this person anymore. It's a huge amount of adjustment. And simply that means that your life is not going to be the same.
Sorry, I just need to stretch a bit more up.
I think that's human nature. You think that you're in control without realizing that sometimes it's not just you. There are other things that you cannot control. You had it all planned and now everything is changed.
And how is your eyesight? Do you think it's getting worse?
My eyesight?
Yes, from this eye. If I pull your eyelid a bit up.
Yeah.
Can you see colors?
No. Not really, no.
Right.
Lots of people say you can manage with one eye and you can drive with one eye. You can't drive a cab with one eye. And I just thought, gosh, how is he going to cope if he has lost the sight of one eye? I don't know.
Can you see the colour?
Flashing you.
Yes. Can you see lights?
I can see your head. I don't know if you got a glove on or not.
He might stop being the George as I knew him and relied on him really as always being forthright, loud, able to sort out situations. He might not be quite the same again.
I'll put this small gauze on top again, okay? Just very, very gently.
George will be taken to a ward where specialist doctors will monitor his eyesight ahead of surgery.
Right, do you want to have a look?
It's quite nice work, isn't it, Craig?
Yeah, it's pretty good, I hope.
Yeah, it's good. Craig is literally, I'm going to write him the best review.
I don't think they have TripAdvisor for, like, for doctors.
If you go into Tooting, St George's, see Craig.
Request Craig.
Well, I think I'll deserve a glass of wine when I get home.
I think what I'd like is Marmite on toast.
Tonight? OK, yes, that's good.
It's my favourite.
OK, fine.
Hello, hi there. We're just going to come and put a little dressing on there.
Oh dear. Okay. We're going to have to take the nails off.
When they fix it up tomorrow, yeah. It looks like it's right through to the base there a little bit.
I've got a wedding for my son. I gave birth to a Simon, but I have a Sophie. There was a process in order to find the positive side to it.
Sure. Okay. Sorry about this.
Yeah, that's okay. Although I still make slips with the name and, you know, it is still something I think about. I'm totally happy. We go shopping together, we have lunch together.
Go get you some other little goodies there.
Thank you very much. I haven't fully understood it. I don't think I will ever fully understand. As long as I fully understand my Sophie, that's all that really matters to me. But I think that actually it's important that you accept.
It's always been different. No, it's OK. Part of the reason I married you.
I think through your lives you need challenges. And Sophie has been one hell of a challenge to me, but I love her dearly for it. Thanks. You know, I was his mum, and I'm her mum now. So, you know, there has been a big change. But I'm still mum.
Phoebe arrived in resus with a pair of scissors embedded in her thigh. X-rays reveal that they have not penetrated the bone or arteries, and it's safe to remove them.
Finally!
Have I been so long? Have I been ages? It's been very busy here tonight, that's why. We might actually put you to sleep down here and take it out down here and wash it out down here.
What if it starts pouring out of blood? Would you wash it up in it?
Yeah, we're gonna wash it all up for you. Do you want to keep the scissors?
Put them in the bin.
I think you'll be very careful with your scissors from now on, won't you?
I didn't know I put them there.
You're forgetful.
What's your name?
Phoebe.
Not that forgetful, are you? Do you know what I like to do with my children in the hospital? We like to do fist bumps here. You do me fist bump? Yeah, good girl. Just rest, close those eyes, and think about something nice. Yeah, good girl. You've been amazing, okay?
Love ya.
I'm scared.
I know, baby.
Are they going to take it out?
Yeah, so I'm going to give you some oxygen to wear. We're going to give you some sleeping medicine. So I need
Mummy. Mummy's here.
Where's Mum?
Yeah.
Be all right. I fell pregnant with Phoebe. In the same year, I lost Nathan.
Let's have a little look at your thigh now.
And I found out I was expecting. I didn't tell Brian until he got in from work.
Are you in pain still?
And then when I finally got to 20 weeks with Phoebe, and they said, healthy heartbeat, I cried, actually. I actually cried when I knew she was still with me.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good.
She was so small when she was born. 6 pound, 9 ounces, awake early. From that moment, she let out that little cry and then straight to my arms. It was just a strong bond. I always call her my miracle baby. It's my little miracle. I just don't want her to grow up too quick. Best thing ever being a mum.
Phoebe will be taken to a ward for observation to make sure there is no further damage to her leg.
It was just a fabulous affair, and it was a great excuse for the family all to get together and to be together.
When I hurt myself, I mostly wanted my mum. She never left me. It teach me a lesson, not to play with sharp things now. I spend loads of time with my mum. I love her. She's the best mum in the world.
I remember George saying, I don't care how long it takes to get better. I can't work for several months, that's fine, but I would like to have some sight in that eye. I was thinking, I'm not sure whether life will really get back to normal again. But I thought as long as he gets a bit of sight back, that would be great. But we didn't hold out a great deal of hope.
long as I can work, I will. I don't want to retire. I want to be the oldest living cab driver. And don't ask me how far I've got to go to do that. They can put that on my headstone or something. See you later, my love.
Should you have a selfie while we're sitting here?
Oh, come on then.
Hello, St George's. Skull fracture, C1 fracture, T4 fracture, rib fracture, facial fractures.
It just goes to show how easy it is for an experienced builder to slip up.
He's fallen down some steps and broken every bone in his body.
It takes a second to make a mistake, and your life's changed forever then.
We're all so busy living our lives, and then suddenly something cuts through that, something often very unexpected.
Paediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
A 71-year-old female with 2 stab wounds to the back.
He was found to be in traumatic cardiac arrest.
I can't feel any pulses.
We're at St George's Hospital in Tooting.
Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London. One of Britain's busiest A&E departments, under more pressure than ever.
So do you want to watch, darling, or do you want to look away?
This is the worst day ever.
You never know what's coming in, and you just have to be ready for anything.
Gas canisters exploded, 15% burns to hands, face.
In a world of uncertainty, we see a life-changing event.
I'm ANAP, I need to get out of here, please.
When patients come in, something takes over.
I'll be fine. I'm going to be very fine.
A place where life...
Give me an A. Give me an A.
love...
Okay, good lad. Well done.
...and loss... unfold every single day.
Did you enjoy the Queen's birthday yesterday?
I watched the football.
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Don't worry.
We get to see people who love one another in loads of different ways.
Yes.
And I think you can give someone the best care in the world, but really what they want is to hold the hand of the person that they love and for them to tell them that they're going to be okay.
You're my hero.
That radio. Where does it go anyway?
Someone smells fresh.
Not me.
Yeah, it's not me.
I would really like my lunch. I haven't had my lunch yet. I haven't had breakfast yet.
Working in resus today is consultant Will.
So, let's add some x-rays to him. People often say that when they go into medical school that their motivation is that they want to care for people, but for me it started with being inquisitive. What does that look like?
I don't know.
So does that not look like an acute ST elevation MI?
I don't know.
Different specialties attract different types of personalities. I certainly enjoy the sort of immediacy and the fast pace involved with emergency medicine. There's no surgical pathology. The swelling should not affect her airway. And it wasn't until I understood more about what being a doctor entailed and actually how much more important that human aspect is. The responsibility of what you're being trusted with becomes apparent to you. What's brought you to see us today? Don't stay in ambulance. Pop this hand up for me. that gives you a certain perspective about what's really important, and it's not having a big house or a nice car. Get you sorted, sir. It's about being happy with your lot. And it certainly does affect how much you cherish what you've got when you've got it.
Hello, St George's ED. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Thank you. Bye. Adult male, trauma call, 20 minutes.
An 84-year-old man is being rushed to A&E after losing control of his car and crashing into a road sign.
When you get a trauma call, one of the pieces of information you'd be given is the age. If you've got a patient in advanced years who's been involved in a high-speed traffic collision, you're automatically thinking you may well have somebody who's critically injured.
Although the airbag went off, he still made the bullseye of the windscreen, even though he was wearing a seatbelt.
If somebody's bullseyed a windscreen, one of the concerns there is that that patient has a significant head injury.
The man's wife has been informed and is on her way to St George's from Surrey.
I'd gone out with the WI for a meal. We were almost at the end of our meal when I was asked to go to the desk to see somebody, and the somebody was this police officer. I just thought, oh my goodness, what's happened? And then she said it was John. And then she said he's had a very nasty car accident. All sorts of things go through your mind, because you just don't know what to think.
All right, ready, steady, roll.
Is that your knee, John, or is it your chest?
Can you reconnect?
Chest.
Get a collar on there first.
Steady.
Let's get you sorted out.
Brilliant. So this is 84-year-old John who was involved in an RTC. He was a driver in a car. He had a seat belt worn and both airbags are deployed, and there's a significant bullseye on the windscreen. He has bruising to the left side of his chest and to his abdomen. Is there anything else that you'd like to know?
Elderly patients have less ability to deal with a given injury than a much younger patient. Your ability to deal with blood loss is lessened. Your bones become less supple.
All right, nice deep breath for me, John.
Injuries that would be relatively minor could end up being really quite severe and life-threatening, and you need to take action very quickly.
We'll get you some painkillers in a moment.
84-year-old John has been brought for an urgent CT scan after losing control of his car and crashing into a signpost.
So you just have to lay nice and still as you are, okay? Yeah, okay. All right. So we'll start off, we're just going to scan your head and neck, okay?
John's wife Gwyneth and daughter Susan have arrived from Surrey.
Okay, so nice and still now.
We knew each other from the time we were about 11 and 13. We were in the youth club together and all sorts of things, playing table tennis and going on hikes. We were sort of pals for a long time. He was tall. He was 6'4", and I liked tall men, you see, so that was good. And he was always in with a group of friends, and you know, they thought we were going to get married eventually. I said, no, we're just friends. was then doing his national service for 2 years in the Navy. And he was lucky enough to be on boats. He was on aircraft carriers and things. So he was away a lot. It was very difficult because we hadn't been apart that much at all. No, I suppose that's when it really struck home. I missed him a lot more than I'd realised before. One day, my brother said, "You've got a phone call." And I said, "A phone call?" And then over the phone came John's voice, and I said, "What are you phoning me for?" He said, "Well, I've got the opportunity of using the landline that's being laid, and I thought I could phone you." I said, real romantic it was. I thought I'd phone you.
Doctors will need to wait for the initial results of John's CT scan before they can determine the full extent of the injuries to his neck, spine and internal organs.
I hope they let me in to watch it.
Watch what?
Them do whatever they've got to do.
And why would you want to do that?
Just tell them that you want me to come in.
No, I don't.
No, honestly, you do.
No, I don't.
Just say you'd feel more relaxed if I was there with you.
But I won't.
You will.
I bloody won't. Oh, God. Jenny, the slightest touch is hurting me.
Don't be a baby.
No, I'm touching it there from my jeans and it still hurts.
Yeah, it will hurt.
How do you know? You got one?
No, but I know that something...
How do you know?
Because I know that something...
It's like me saying I know what it's like when you give birth. I don't never know.
It's because it's large.
Is it?
Hello, St George's ED. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
A 66-year-old supermarket assistant is being brought to A&E after suffering stroke-like symptoms on her way to work.
Adult thrombolysis call 20 minutes.
Her husband Paul called the ambulance.
I was on quite a late shift the night before. What we normally do then, I'll just stay out of her way while she gets ready for work. She said, "I don't really feel that well." But Christine has always been a trooper. She'd do her best to get into work. But I heard her come back in again, so I got out of bed straight away. She said she got halfway to the bus stop to catch the first K3 to Isha to try and get the Waitrose where she worked. When she collapsed and had to support herself on a wall, she said, "Paul, I don't feel right at all. I've never known anything like this before. The whole of my left side's gone."
Due to the immediate onset of her symptoms, specialist neurology registrar Anil has been called to resus.
It's sudden. One moment you're functioning normally, and just suddenly you can cruelly have the loss of the ability to do some things we really take for granted.
Good morning. I'm Lizette. I'm one of the stroke team members.
Okay. So Christine woke up at 5 o'clock this morning. That's normal for her. She was getting dressed for work and noticed that her left arm was a little bit numb.
Can you say tip-top for me?
Tip-top.
Huckleberry fin? Huckleberry fin.
But you think the left leg is numb as well?
She did say when she was walking, she was definitely drifting to the left side and having to use the wall to prop herself up.
Fine. Hi, morning, Christine.
Good morning.
So I'm just trying to do a few tests, basically, to try and assess whether you've had a stroke or not. What month are we in?
We're in June because it's my son's birthday tomorrow.
It's your son's birthday tomorrow.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And just with your eyes, follow my finger. Do you get any double vision?
No.
Good. All right. Can you cover your left eye?
The brain is a very specialised organ, so there are elements which control movement.
Okay, can you put both your hands out, straight out, palms up, keep your hands there. It's quite shaky, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and that leg's shaky as well.
Tremors can be a sign of a number of different things. Does it most look like a stroke, or does it have the feel of something else?
Just with this index finger, touch my finger. Now touch your nose. Finger, nose. Okay? Okay, now the same thing on the other side. Okay, that's much harder, isn't it?
Christine needs an urgent brain scan to determine what may have caused the sudden weakness in the left side of her body. Only then will doctors be able to decide on the next stage of her treatment.
Imagine you'll get a few football injuries, will you?
No, we haven't had any yet, actually. I expect as England progress in the tournament, we'll get more injuries.
Yeah.
My sort of pinky finger got mixed up within the shorts and I could sort of feel it pull.
Ow.
7-year-old Reggie has come to A&E with his mum Hayley and brother Alfie. He hurt his arm doing a cartwheel to celebrate England's win against Wales in the European Championship.
He doesn't like England anymore because they made him hurt his arm. I'm sure you'll like them again soon.
No, never.
You'll never like England again, okay? Oh, hi, I'm Marion, one of the doctors. You hurt your arm?
Yes.
So what happens? As he went on the floor and put weight on it, I think it just popped out, yeah.
Right. Okay. When I'm pressing here, does it hurt here?
A tiny bit.
This side, sorry. Okay, I'm not going to move it anymore. It's definitely not in place in terms of you can see the alignment, but I don't want to manipulate it because it's going to be too painful for him. So we'll just x-ray his arm just to see what injuries has had to it.
I've always been all about children from a really young age. I used to worry my mum sometimes, at like sort of 8 or 9. I just want to be a mum. My mum would say, there's a lot of things you need to do before that happens.
I always wanted to see inside Reg's body.
Like some of my friends at school kind of had these career plans to be journalists and doctors and dentists. I just want to meet someone and have babies.
I'm trying not to speak to Daddy.
You want to speak to Daddy?
Yeah.
I was 17 when I met Rob.
I've got no reception bell, but it might not work.
I was like, oh my God, he's amazing.
They might put you to sleep to do something so that you don't know, it doesn't hurt you, yeah? Okay? Right?
Yes.
Good boy.
It was probably only a few months into the relationship that I would start talking about children and Rob would go, no, stop talking. We were together for 4 years and we bought our first home. And then I kind of notched it up a little bit, like, oh, now there's like really no reason that we can't have children. And yeah, and then a year later, Reggie came along.
Mummy.
Sorry.
I love you.
I love you more.
I want a kiss.
Kiss. Good boy.
I'm going to come and be a semi-porter until I can find one.
Okay.
Reggie will be taken to X-ray to assess whether the impact has caused a fracture to his arm or shoulder.
Mum, it looks like Cyborg.
It looks like what?
Cyborg.
Doctors are still awaiting the initial results of 84-year-old John's CT scan after he lost control of his car and was thrown headfirst into the windscreen.
When he'd come out of doing his national service, I think he thought, I've got to get something sorted out here. But my mother was very sick. He asked me if I'd marry him. He asked me 3 times, and each time I said, I don't think so, because I thought I can't marry him and leave my mother. And he was ever so kind and helpful to her. If she wanted anything done, John would be there, sort of with a hammer and nails or whatever. And no, she was very fond of him. And then one day she realised what was in the back of my mind and said, look, you've got to get married if that's what you want. Don't think about me, sort of thing. So we went out for a meal and that was it. He'd got a ring and I came home with the ring on, you see.
Consultant Will has received the initial results of John's CT scan. They show a fracture to his pelvis and serious internal bleeding.
Pelvic fracture is a very serious injury. It's quite a significant structure. It's also got a very, very rich blood supply around it. And he currently has a systolic blood pressure of 60. As white as a sheet. You can have a situation where you injure an artery deep inside somebody's pelvis and it will just bleed away. I think all of this, if he's smashed his systolic, is the culprit. So we're going to do a code red. We want blood.
John needs an emergency blood transfusion to prevent his heart from going into cardiac arrest. It's been just over 20 minutes since 66-year-old supermarket worker Christine arrived in A&E after losing control of the left side of her body.
Are you clear that you had the symptoms when you woke up?
Well, not as soon as I woke up, but as soon as I made an attempt to get out of bed.
Okay, fine.
Doctors suspect that a growth or blood clot may be affecting her movement.
Careful.
The brain is something which is still in some ways a mystery. It's still, out of the organs in the body, probably the one we understand the least.
She's very shaky like that, isn't she?
Christine's husband Paul is awaiting an update on her condition.
I used to play a lot of football. I got to know Chris because she was working behind the bar at the club. I was only 21 then. She had long, dark hair, short black miniskirt, nice legs, and I was shy. I probably had a few drinks, so that's when I asked her out. She had a bubbly personality, life and soul of the party. She could talk to anyone. That's what attracted me to her. She had good social skills and things like that, which I was lacking and still lack.
Breathe in and hold your breath.
We got married in March 1975. I don't remember actually proposing. I think she went to see the priest and arranged it all and then came back and told me. I just went along with it. Yeah, it's great times, happy times.
Thank you very much.
Doctors will now need to wait for the full results of Christine's CT scan before they'll know what's caused the weakness in her left arm and leg.
When I got out of bed, I knew there was something wrong.
I don't want to go to school tomorrow.
You don't? Why not?
I think I'll leave it for a few days and then go back.
If you go to school tomorrow, you get to wear your own clothes.
Doctors have received the results of 7-year-old Reggie's X-ray after he injured his arm doing a cartwheel to celebrate England's victory against Wales.
Right, we've got the X-ray back. And it is broken.
Right.
And it's moved out of place.
Okay.
So I've spoken to the bone doctors. They want it casted until they come and see him and see what happens. I don't know if you wanted to see it.
I want to see it.
Do you want to see it?
Come on, Mummy.
I think when you have your own children, you always kind of reflect on how you was brought up. Okay, it's okay. My childhood, it was a pretty normal South London upbringing. Mum and Dad were together at first, but then Mum and Dad separated when I was 14. It was hard because me and my sister were both daddy's girls. It changed the relationship that he wasn't there every day. We never really spoke about it. It was it was happening and we just dealt with it, and this is the way it's going to be from now on. Like a protection thing, probably. Don't speak, it's not actually going on.
Reggie's arm will need to be bandaged before orthopaedic doctors can decide on the next stage of his treatment.
Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths.
This is the worst day ever.
Babe, I promise you, they're going to fix it and it will be fine, I promise.
84-year-old John has been given an emergency blood transfusion, whilst doctors attempt to stop the bleeding from his fractured pelvis.
Is all the feeling normal here down the chest?
Very tender.
Dr. Will has referred him to orthopaedics to decide whether or not they should operate on his left hip.
We are medically managing his bleeding. We have a period of stability at the moment, so it might be that he's bled but is no longer bleeding. So we're trying to come up with a plan. Patients with pelvic fractures, there is a risk that any movement could worsen the bleeding. Patients who are elderly will have a harder time coping with any surgery they require to fix that. It's not something that can be done completely without risk. Plan A is that we're going to take that risk and we're going to do it.
Do you want to come through and see him?
I'd love to.
So just to warn you, he's a bit beaten up, okay? John, your family are here, sweetheart. Your wife's here, okay?
I suddenly lost control of the car. I don't know whether the road was wet or what it was.
Oh, I'm sorry, John.
You don't have to apologise to me, love.
I'm not, I'm just very, very sad that you've got this all to contend with. 2 years ago, he got a sort of a niggling cough. And I said, why don't you go and see the doctor, because this is a bit strange, this is, you know, keeps on. And so he went and saw the doctor, who referred him to the Marsden. Having been sent to the Marsden, you know that things aren't as they should be. And they picked up this lung cancer.
You're going to be sporting a very nice bruise on that head.
He's got it in both lungs, actually, but one lung particularly. And they said, we can't actually operate and we can't cure it, but we can give you palliative care. He's had chemo and then he had 6 weeks of radiotherapy. I was really worried for him.
How's the pain, John?
Where are you from, dear?
I'm from Italy.
You're Italiano?
Yeah.
Oh. Parliamo Italiano. Sì.
Oh, there you are, John. You've got a lovely nurse giving you dabs on your lips. Oh. No, you can't swallow it, you just got to...
Yeah, a little bit, just a little bit.
Try, you sort of...
You got any grappa?
Tell you.
I wish.
I
wish to have some grappa at this point.
Orthopaedic doctors have arrived to discuss surgery with John.
John, can I chat to you about your hip on the left? Yeah. The hip is dislocated and it's fractured in many places.
Really?
Yeah, so you need to reconstruct the hip joint. Yeah. Okay. If we do this procedure, it enables you to walk again, okay? Without it, you won't be able to walk. Yeah. All right? I don't want to worry you, but there's a very small chance that if there's lots and lots and lots of bleeding from the pelvis during the surgery and we're not able to stop it, eventually that you could bleed to death from this injury. You know, it's a big surgery, basically.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
I think for every patient you see, you have an idea of what the consequences might be if you have a bad outcome for that family unit. I think there's extra considerations with really elderly couples, as often the death of one partner can have some very significant consequences on the remaining partner.
Oh, I'm sorry you've been like this. Because he was somebody who was there for me, I felt I wanted to be there for him. I don't really think I'd known anybody else that I could rely on who could get me over the humps when I needed to get over the humps, you know, with my mother being ill. I'll be in touch tomorrow morning, see how things are, okay? I've never really thought about life without him. He's always, you know, always been there. But then we've always been a partnership, John and I, so, you know, it's, we've sort of shared everything pretty well.
John will be taken to intensive care ahead of emergency surgery to his hip and pelvis to give him the best chance of walking again. Doctors are awaiting the results of Christine's CT scan after her left leg gave way whilst travelling to work at a local supermarket.
We made up our minds at an early stage to have 3 children. I was over the moon with our first baby, Sharon, come along, and the midwife handed her to me. We was ecstatic. When my dad came in and saw Sharon, he kept saying, "Cool, what a cracker, what a cracker." At the time when the kids were young, I was working usually 7 days a week. I was like a semi-skilled engineer. It was actually the ready brick factory I worked in, and maintaining the rollers and the machines that produced ready brick. Chris, for quite a while, didn't have to work. You know, she'd just concentrate on looking after the children. But then the factories closed down, and I got made redundant. It did knock me confidence. You know, it's difficult getting another job that paid that well. We sat down and worked out our outgoings, and we felt that the only way things could work out is if she went back to work full time. That kind of broke my heart because Sharon was still quite young. I remember tears running down my cheeks when I dropped her off with a baby minder, because I just wanted us two to take care of the kids, but we had no choice then. That's typical Chris. Any problems that's come up, she's always really listened, so we get through it.
I was alert enough to phone up work this morning to tell them I wasn't feeling well and I wouldn't be coming in. So, you know, at least I didn't blacken out or anything. So that's a good sign, isn't it? I keep convincing myself.
I was born in Waterford, Ireland. There was mum, dad, and I had 5 sisters and 5 brothers. My dad was a pig farmer. I used to get up at 6 in the morning, go out and pull the hay on a frosty morning. Your hands would be falling off you. We had no running water, so we used to have to go to the well to get the water. And on a Saturday, that was our job. We'd have to get loads and loads of water so Mum could do the washing. She scrubbed them on one of those washboard things. Really old-fashioned ways, but that's the way they done it in them days.
I hope you don't mind me putting this by the earlobe.
No,
At least it's out of our way there.
I knew I wouldn't stay in Ireland. But in my time, there was no work there at all. You know, much as I loved it, there was nothing there.
There you go.
I was 16 when I came to London. I came over in 1966. I had a pair of bell-bottom jeans on, and I had white plimsolls, white socks, and a T-shirt. And I was in fashion then. And I got such a shock when I went into Paddington Station with everybody on top of cars, people sitting on the side of the road drunk and happy. And I thought, where have I come to? It was the next day I found out really what was going on, because I didn't know that night at all. England had just won the World Cup, the one and only time. And I was going to turn around and go back home again, but I thought, well, I like this.
I'll be back, my lovely.
Yeah. And I think leaving home when I was so young made me realise, you know, you have to fight or else you fall, don't you? So, and I wasn't going to fall, and I never will fall.
She had a contrast CT as well?
Yeah. But it doesn't enhance.
Dr. Anil has received the initial results of Christine's CT scan. They show an area of swelling on her brain.
Seeing a swelling on the brain, you know, I guess, what it can be. And certainly a brain tumour can be on that list.
It's going between ACA and MCA.
But you need to be sure. You need definitive evidence before you sort of tell somebody something which is going to potentially change their life forever.
Now check your fingers. So with your thumb, can you bend the tip? Good, and make it straight.
Orthopaedic doctors have arrived to assess the severity of the break in 7-year-old Reggie's arm.
So the way he broke his arm, if it healed, it would leave him with a deformity and poor function in the arm. So we bring him to theatre tomorrow. He needs surgery to align the bones and then to hold them there for at least 4 weeks. Okay. That's how long his body will take to heal it.
Okay.
Any questions?
No, I don't think so. My head's all over the place.
When you're a mum, you kind of have to spin all the plates at the same time. I would much rather take on all the stress of any situation myself than cause anyone else stress. I kind of want to be Superwoman and deal with everything.
No need to be sad.
Worried about Reggie.
I promise you, you don't need to worry about Reggie. I think the way I was brought up made me quite reserved. Rob moans at me and he's like, you don't talk enough to anyone. I'm like, well, that's just how I've kind of learnt to be.
Take your coat off. Look, your brother. Come here.
But because I know that's a bad trait in myself, I make sure that that's not passed on to my children. So I really encourage them to talk to me about anything.
Look, you're feeling better now, aren't you? See? It's going to be absolutely fine. You can stay at Sarah's house tonight, and then she's going to drop you back to me in the morning. Okay? Okay?
Reggie's the best brother in the whole wide world.
Both are good brothers.
You need to show your feelings and how much you love people because they're your family.
Reggie will be taken to a paediatric ward ahead of surgery to align the bones and fix the break in his arm. It's been just over 40 minutes since 66-year-old Christine arrived in A&E with stroke-like symptoms. Her CT scan has revealed an area of swelling on her brain that doctors suspect may be a tumour.
We'll talk to the neurosurgeons, then see what they say. Hi there. Just to give you a quick update then, so you take a seat. So essentially, we've seen some changes on the CT scan which don't fit with a stroke. So it looks like that could be something different.
Right.
We need to do some further investigations, maybe more imaging.
Okay.
If you want to come through though, in the meantime, I thought I'd bring your husband through just to keep you company at least whilst we're doing all our bits and pieces. All right, I'll be back with you later.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. They've got to do more tests, haven't they?
Yeah. It's good that it may not have been a stroke.
Yeah.
Paul and I have been married for 41 years. And I love him to this very day. But you have got to work at things, and that's why I think ours was so successful, because we worked at it. We didn't just give up when the first little bit went wrong. You know, we worked at it. We were a team, always a team.
Okay, so you're going to come in under our team, which is the stroke team. It's very difficult to know exactly, you know, what's on the scan. It looks like a little area which is a bit swollen, a bit more swollen than normal.
Is it serious?
I really don't know. But you'll be coming into hospital, we'll look after you, and we'll try and get you some answers.
Do you want to take off them socks?
You want these off?
Yeah, I think it'd be better if they were off.
In medicine, you will see things that you wouldn't necessarily choose to see. And watching people react to those things is very enlightening to the nature of people.
At least our posh nails.
I certainly do feel that the time we've got is precious, and so you try and make the most of it. You try and drink up that afternoon you've got with your family. We haven't got any work to do. You plan and you save for your retirement. You hope to live a long and happy and healthy life, and foregoing accidents or bad fortune, that's probably what will happen, but you just don't know.
Christine will be admitted to a specialist neurological ward where doctors will carry out further tests to examine the abnormalities revealed by her brain scan.
I'm not having England again because that's how I broke my arm. So I'm just going to have to choose for Ireland.
We know now to maybe just clap when England score. And no gymnastics, no cartwheels. But then the way England play, there's not much likelihood of any more cheering or cartwheels going on, so.
I was really worried for him. I just thought if he comes through this, he's not going to be the John he was.
I said to Paul, he was sitting down all day there with me. So I said to him, you go now. I said, everything is fine. And as soon as he went, this doctor came.
Okay, can you hear me okay, Christine? Yes, I can. That's lovely.
He said, it's not a stroke. And I thought, well, thank God for that.
First scan starting will last just over a minute.
And then he said to me, it's cancer. And I had nobody with me. We can't mend it, he said, but we can treat it. We asked him, like, how long it would be, and he said, people that have this live 12 months, so I just said to him, well, I'll have 24 then. So, you know, you have to be greedy in these things, don't you?
I never envisaged this at all. I thought we had another good 20-odd years together.
I've never been frightened of death, never. We all have to go sometime. Just that I'm going a little bit earlier than I thought.
That's when you really know when you love someone. When you realise how much you're going to miss her when she's gone.
Okay, Christine, we'll finish. Just coming into you. You've done really well there.
When she was a child, she had CB, and I say to her, remember when you was ill? If at that time someone could have come along to you and say what the rest of your life was going to be like, I'd say you'd snatch their hand off. You've got 3 successful children, you've got 4 lovely grandchildren. I know it's not a good innings, but there again, it's not a bad innings.
Some little kids out there haven't even had a life. At least I've had a life. I'm going to get every little inch out of it that I can, I'll tell you that much. I'm going to travel, and we have so many plans on different things to do that. And our first one is to go to Ireland tomorrow. And I'm going to eat plenty and drink plenty and, you know, be happy.
George's ED. Hit by a car, bullseyed the windscreen. Can I activate the helipad for a trauma?
In terms of the injury, you'd always know the pedestrians on the losing team.
Pulling out of a pram with a head injury.
Just so I'm really sorry, it's not good news. What if he can't walk again?
We're at St George's Hospital in Tooting.
I thought we could do that.
We're all so busy living our lives, and then suddenly something cuts through that, something often very unexpected.
Paediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
A 71-year-old female with 2 stab wounds to the back.
He was found to be in traumatic cardiac arrest.
I can't feel any pulses. We're at St George's Hospital in Tooting.
Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of the busiest and most advanced A&E departments in the world.
So do you want to watch, darling, or do you want to look away?
This is the worst day ever.
You never know what's coming in, and you just have to be ready for anything.
Gas canisters exploded, 15% burns to hands, face.
In a world of uncertainty, we see a life-changing event.
I'm at A&E, I need her to get out of it, please.
When patients come in, something takes over.
I'll be fine. I'm going to be very fine.
A place where life
Give me an A. Give me an A.
Love.
Okay, good lad. Well done.
And loss unfold every single day.
Did you enjoy the Queen's birthday yesterday?
I watched the football.
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Don't worry.
We get to see people who love one another in loads of different ways.
Yes.
And I think you can give someone the best care in the world, but really what they want is to hold the hand of the person that they love and for them to tell them that they're going to be okay.
You're my hero.
What are you going to get for breakfast today? Got Weetabix. I'm on a diet. My diet starts again on Monday. I'm still in my birthday and holiday mode, so I'm not letting it slip away just yet.
That's by my that's something beginning with G.
Where? Give me a clue.
I'm not gonna give you a good clue. You got
G.
look, G.
Look at where it is.
Over there.
Gorilla?
Yes.
Oh, I spy with my little eye something beginning with window. I mean,
I win window.
Do you need any help with anything?
No, that's cool.
Okay.
Working in the resus department of A&E today is junior doctor Raj.
Adult male code red trauma in 15 minutes.
I had quite a good childhood. I was a sensible / naughty kid. I was the one at the back of the class talking all the time.
Have you got ortho? I'll be nurse too. There we go.
I'm actually the first doctor in my whole family. My dad, he'll say this is my son. He's a doctor. He's proud of it.
Yeah, I can do chest drains.
It can be embarrassing at times. You can't keep going around telling everyone I've saved someone's life because you do work in a hospital. And there are a lot of other doctors who do important things as well. I remember once one of my bosses at my old job put his hand on my shoulder and said, "You will have to make a sacrifice one day." I think that was an eye-opener for me. I have a commitment to my job and the patients, but I also have a commitment to family and personal life.
Yeah, it's a weak radial bilaterally.
It's something that I really want to manage well in terms of making sure that I do have the work commitment, but also don't try and sacrifice family life for work and vice versa.
George's ED. Are you coming by land or air?
Element 60, medical team, ready to board.
Hit by a car. Yeah. Bullseye the windscreen. Yep, no problem. Thanks very much. Bye. Adult trauma call, ETA 20 minutes. That will be an air trauma patient.
A 61-year-old female is being airlifted to St George's from the scene of an accident over 40 miles away in Hampshire.
Activate the helipad for 20 minutes time for trauma.
She was out walking when she was hit by a car after it mounted the pavement.
RTC, bullseye.
Yeah.
When you hear that the patient's bullseye, the front screen, so the head is smashed against the screen off the window of the car, it's one of those cases you always know the pedestrians on the losing team.
T1 patient downloaded to consider shortly at 2-2.
So we worry about traumatic brain injuries, organ damage or any internal bleeding, any spinal damage as well.
It's a wait, this one, isn't it? Yeah. She'll go straight to CT.
Fine, yeah, that's good.
I remember being really, really rainy, and I was taking a horse to a competition, and I'd had 3 missed calls off my brother. It just seemed very odd. I had a weird message on Facebook from a lovely lady in the village. And she just said, there's been an accident, someone's been knocked over, and she said, it's your mum.
So everything's outside CT ready to go.
I'm going to be in there.
Cool.
I was in the office and our next door neighbour rang and he said Nicky's been hit by a car. To which I could hear this noise in the background. I said, what's the noise? And he said, oh, that's the air ambulance. I then thought, crikey. I remember standing up in the office and saying, guys, I'm out of here.
Oh, it's here. As soon as the helicopter lands, the environment becomes more tense. You just have to be prepared for potentially the worst.
Good morning, guys. This is Nikki. Nikki is 61 years old. Approximately 2 hours ago, she was walking on the pavement and she was struck by a car on a 30-mile-an-hour road. She was knocked out at the scene, struck by the bonnet of the vehicle, somersaulted, her head struck the dashboard, bullseyeing and denting that windscreen. On our arrival, her GCS was 14, dropping 1 for verbal. She's been consistently repetitive throughout, not orientated in time or place. She has a closed head injury and she's got multiple abrasions on the left side of the scalp, the left shoulder, and the left side of her abdomen. She has a pelvic binder on.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you. Can you take the scoop off? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take the scoop off now.
Nikki, do you know where you are at the moment? We're at St George's Hospital in Tooting, in London, okay?
Nikki.
She's good for scanning.
In my head, as soon as I knew she was going to St George's, my whole idea of the accident changed. I thought, we could lose her.
Head smashed into the windscreen, somersaulted across.
61-year-old Nikki arrived at St George's after being hit by a car.
GCS 14 at the time, dropped 1 for verbal.
She's been taken for an urgent CT scan.
In terms of the trauma call, what we want to identify are the head injury and any damages to the neck and spine, because the worst outcome could be death or paralysis.
The injection's about to start now.
Do you remember the first time you saw Nikki?
Yeah, I can remember it very clearly. I was in a pub in West Byfleet, and she came along as a date with one of my friends. She had this very good, dark, rich skin. Sporty, and she was off to play hockey the next day. I think she was having a pint of lager. And I thought to myself, yeah, you're the sort of woman that I like. And then sadly, she split up with my great friend, and then I thought I would make my move with Nikki.
She's got quite an abrasion on her face.
Yeah, so we'll wait for the max facts and all that on.
Yeah.
That'll give us a better idea.
I was driving in those days a Hillman Avenger, pale blue. I took them out to Chu Chin Chow Chinese. I remember we drank a bottle of Blue Nun. I wined and dined her for a couple of evenings before being told the news that she was actually going out with someone else. A couple of weeks later with my great friend, we were playing frisbee on the grass, and who should appear? Nikki. I did in my own quiet way say, well, what are you doing here? She said, I missed you, you made me laugh. I suppose the rest is history, really.
Where are we going to? Recess 7, yeah?
Doctors will now need to examine the scans to determine the injuries to Nikki's brain.
Ready? Steady. Go.
All right.
Well, I love a bit of opera. Well, no, it's not so much opera. I like Russell Watson. Some of the songs at the moment, I really love them. Like Smooth Extra. Some of the old classics I've got, and they're brilliant.
Not like this Rihanna, but like work.
Yeah.
I've just come home from work, I put the radio on, I want to relax, I don't want to know about her day.
It is true, though.
My name's Chris, I'm one of the doctors. You must be Samuel.
Yeah.
Who's this with you, Samuel?
He's my dad. He's the best dad in the world.
Best dad in the world?
Look at that.
Famous company.
Oh, there you go.
Hello, St George's. Yeah.
A 91-year-old male is being rushed to St George's with a suspected stroke.
Thanks, bye. Thrombolysis to school, 15 minutes.
Every day, I get up before he does and then wake him up. That day, I pulled the sheet off him and come on, get up, you lazy bones, until the penny dropped that this is something unusual. He was totally unresponsive. His blood pressure had shot up. His pulse rate was going absolutely bananas. And that's when I had to call the ambulance. It was frightening.
So we've got a 91-year-old Sam presenting, we think, with a query at EVAs. He's got a left-sided, we think, worsening droop. We can't assess his arm and legs for weakness or his speech because he's non-verbal at the moment. He's had a previous stroke in 2012. Yes. He's got Alzheimer's.
Sam, can you move your hand? Sam, can you give me a big smile?
It's got like 2.2.
Sam, Monu call.
Sam, lift up your legs. Has Sam ever smoked?
Never smoked.
Never smoked. Does he drink alcohol?
Never drank.
Okay. Hold up. And what did Sam used to do for work?
He was a pilot.
A pilot?
Yes. Started on the Spitfires, ended on the Jumbos.
Wow, Spitfires.
quite a
in the military.
With the Indian Air Force.
How did you and Sam meet?
Oh, I was the lowly air hostess. Coffee, tea, or meat. That's the kind of impression people had in those days of an air hostess's job. But that was not me. Sam was always my favorite captain. I remember very clearly when there were employees of Air India who were stuck out in Singapore for days, if not weeks. And these were like the lowliest of the low as far as hierarchy.
Try lifting this leg up again.
Sam just decided to close off the first class lounge and he took something like 16 people back home. That's the kind of thing he would go out of his way to do. So I like that. My parents were not at all pleased. This was pretty scandalous stuff for a place like Bombay. I knew what I was doing. But what you think of theoretically and what actually happens in practice may sometimes differ.
If you want, you can just go next door, just behind the screen here.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay.
Sam will be taken for a CT scan to determine if his symptoms are the result of a stroke.
Sam, we're doing a picture of your brain, a CT brain, okay?
Earlier today, 61-year-old Nikki was brought to A&E after being knocked down by a car that mounted the pavement.
Take some deep breaths in and out for me.
Doctors are concerned that the impact to her head may have caused a bleed on her brain.
36.4.
Just get the bear hugger on. Yeah.
Nikki's husband Richard has arrived at St George's.
It's very muddy. She's got a bit of a wound on the top of her head.
It's the first time he's seen her since leaving for work this morning.
But she's just in here.
Okay, thank you.
Gosh. Nikki, here you go. Someone here to see.
Oh, my darling. Gosh, Winky. Everything's going to be fine. Listen to me saying it. Everything's going to be absolutely fine. We're all here, okay? I know you did. I'm just going to go call my children, if I may. Is that okay?
Nikki's children are travelling across London to St George's.
I'm in A&E now. I've just been to see her. She's had a right old bang, blimey.
Mum gave up work when we were born, so she was the one that was there every single time. When I was very little, I had a small grey pony called Freckles. She went to every competition, every training session, and in our teenage years, you know, if it was 2 o'clock in the morning and we were stuck in London or we didn't have a cab home, she would come and get us. Dad, being a big businessman, he's been incredibly successful. But Mum allows him to do that job. You know, things like, I don't know, parents' evenings and school plays. He missed out on those bits. Part of me sort of regrets a bit.
Prepare yourself, because she's pretty knocked around. All right? Okay.
Dr. Raj now has the initial results of Nikki's CT scan.
Hi there, I'm Raj.
Richard.
I'm Raj,
How
one
you
of the
doing,
A&E doctors.
We scan basically head to pelvis with all the spine as well. So we're still waiting the formal report. But one thing that's been picked up is there may be a small subarach bleed around the brain, just around the site of where the impact is. So what we're going to do is discuss your case with the neurosurgeons as to what they'd want to do, okay? Subarachnoid hemorrhage is a bleeding around the brain, between the actual brain and the first layer itself. The bleeding can cover the whole brain. It can go down to the spinal cord. It may result in speech problems, walking problems. If it's a significant bleed, this could easily result in death.
I suddenly thought, God, how is our life going to change? This amazing life that we've had. And also, how could it be Mum? Of all the people, how could it be the one person in my life that I couldn't imagine anything happened to?
St George's. Pediatric trauma. Fall out of pram, head injury, yeah.
A 4-month-old baby is being rushed to A&E.
Pediatric trauma call, 12 minutes.
The baby fell onto concrete in a car park near the family home.
Fallen out of a pram with a head injury.
Consultant Reese has been called to resus.
When a child falls or onto their head, onto concrete, I'm really worried that they may have significant head injury or some internal injuries. And obviously if they have a head injury, then I'm going to be worried about their neck as well.
Travelling in the ambulance is the baby's mum and grandmother.
The morning of the accident, we went for a coffee with my mum, as we did most mornings before she started work. She'd finished feeding him and she put him back into the pushchair. So I went off to do some shopping with Teddy in the pushchair. My mum had gone off to work.
We'll do a primary assessment here and have a look and see if there's any immediate imaging. We'll get it done.
When I got to the car park to unload my shopping and take Teddy out to put him in the car, I unclipped him, and as I lifted him off, he just catapulted out face down onto the concrete. And he was just hysterical. His skin was all going blue and black from the front, from his feet up.
The phone rang and there was a woman saying, "Your grandson's fallen out of the buggy." Then I remembered I didn't strap him in.
What's his name? Teddy. Okay, come through, Mum.
Alrighty, so we've got 4-month-old Teddy. Is found in the Sainsbury's parking lot. Yeah, so she was unputting the buggy at one side, and what happened was the buggy flipped forward, roughly at about chest height. Didn't breathe for a second or two, started crying, vomited once en route.
Thank you very much. Teddy, look over here. Let's see if we'll turn his head.
Yep.
Turn over this way. All right. Look over here. Teddy. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Too much of an audience.
Okay. There's not a huge amount of active neck movement.
When you have an infant, they can't tell you where they're hurting or where their pain is. They tell you in different ways. If an infant isn't moving their neck and they're highlighting that to me, I'm really worried that they've actually injured some of the bones or the ligaments around that area.
Mum, so when he fell forward out of the pram.
Yep.
Been moving his head around left and right?
No, he's not really been moving right, he's just been letting cry.
His head's kind of still, is it? Yeah. I think we will image the C-spine. I think X-rays. Down, thank you.
A significant neck injury in a baby could mean injury, to the spinal cord, and that's my main concern, which could result in paralysis.
Oh no.
What? Oh no.
What? Can't.
It's a disaster.
You give it a shake, go on.
Go on.
Hey!
Hey!
I look a mess.
Steady slide.
91-year-old Sam has been brought to resus with a suspected stroke after his wife Roshan found him unresponsive at home.
We would both read The Guardian. We would discuss current affairs and, activism. I think that was our main common bond. True to style, I told my parents we're not going to have one of these obscenely large Indian weddings. We're not going to have over-the-top stuff. It was simple and really nice, just close friends. We even let in a few relatives. After we had got married, I had no desire to have children. Sam was very generous, and he said that if you, as the woman, had said that you wanted to have a child, he said, I would have agreed. Just didn't seem that that's what we wanted or needed, so it worked well. Sam was posted here with his job the same year we got married, and that's how we came to London. We used to walk around on foot and just admire all the old buildings and all the lovely history. We went to Trafalgar Square when Nelson Mandela was here. I got to shake Mandela's hand, and we had this whole brilliant day together. And it was wonderful. But in some ways you can say it makes me feel sad, because you can't retrieve time, can you?
My first job was at St Thomas's in elderly care, and I think being a doctor, you get that kind of wisdom from patients because they've seen it, they've been through life, and you realise time is precious. Don't ever miss out on things when you're younger. You'll only ever regret it when you're older.
Doctors will now need to wait for the results of Sam's CT scan before they decide on the next stage of his treatment.
All right, so I'm going to bring up your head.
X-ray are free for us to go round.
4-month-old Teddy arrived in resus after falling face first onto concrete. He's been brought to X-ray so doctors can assess the injuries to his skull.
I always knew I wanted to have children. I always wanted to be a mum, yeah. The first time I fell pregnant was before Teddy. I was just over the moon with delight, yeah. I first went to the hospital for an early scan, and they told me to come back in 3 weeks because it was smaller than it should have been. There was something wrong, but you never want to think about it. You just think, we'll wait, we'll wait.
He's such a good boy, nice and calm. It's time to fall asleep, Mummy.
When I went back, around before, I'd say 8 weeks, then we found out that I'd lost the baby. I still remember to the day when she told me. It was really sad. She just said, I'm really sorry, it's not good news. Everybody was so nice. I remember them just cuddling me and trying to take away the hurt that you're feeling, but there's nothing that anybody can say.
Everyone was just devastated. One day, we were in the kitchen together, cooking, and I asked her a question and she didn't answer me. And when I turned round, she was just crying, and there was just tears rolling down her face. And she said, "What's wrong with me, Mum?" It really hurt me to see her hurting so badly. They're looking to you to make it all better, just like you did when they were little. You do try to, but sometimes you just can't.
Doctors now need to study Teddy's X-rays to determine the injuries to his head, neck and spine.
It's majors, yeah.
Right, Annie's going to be here in about 2 minutes, and then the guys they're coming down too.
What's the story? This is just ahead. I'm waiting the formal report.
The initial results of Nikki's CT scan have revealed a bleed on her brain.
You can come through. Your dad's here as well. He's just into this.
Hi, Dad. Come on.
Hi, Mummy.
Come on.
You're right.
She's a tiddler. She's a right old bang, isn't she?
Are you okay? Are you really sore?
Come and have a snack. I'll be fine. She's made of strong stuff, this one.
We used to have some amazing Cornwall holidays. And I remember sitting on the beach eating Cornish pasties, which was our massive treat. We never got given them. And it was always in the pelting rain, in a pair of shorts and a fleece, because it was always freezing, but we had to wear shorts and flip-flops, and spending a lot of time just playing silly games on the beach. And that was one of my favourite things to do. Seeing Mum, I suddenly felt a bit like a child again. And I think Dad was brilliant because he was back to being my dad, and he could just help. It was just such a relief.
Did you ever feel that you missed out with the children at all?
Yes. Yes, I think that's I did, yeah.
Do you think the children missed you?
Yes, I think they probably did, yeah.
I was very, very grateful for him just being him.
You're in the best place there is too. You're in fantastic hands.
I remember when I was young, my dad would go on business to America for like 6 months to a year. So I remember that could be quite difficult because you do miss your dad. I'm sure to a degree there may be a little bit of regret, but I think it's something we all accept as well because he's done well in his career. I hope to settle down in the future and have children, but I'd like to be there as much as I can, so at least the children have good memories when they grow up.
So we got the report back from the scans. Okay, there's a few injuries we've just picked up. Okay, so her scapula, her shoulder blade, that's in a few pieces. In her back and spine, she's got a few spinal fractures. T12, L1, L2, L3. So we'll chat to neurosurgery again because of the spinal fractures.
Thank you very much.
Can we tell?
I don't think so yet, no.
What does Nikki mean to you?
Everything. You can't quantify that. By saying everything, she's precious. She's a rock. She was an absolute rock. I couldn't break it down any more than that. It's simple. Let's just say that. Thank you very much this morning.
Nikki will now be taken to a ward where specialist doctors will carry out further tests. Retired pilot Sam has been brought to resus with a suspected stroke.
Yeah, where is this monitor going is what I'm trying to find out. Ah, no wonder it's not picking up your oxygen levels. It's not on your finger.
Yes, he seems to...
Not a big fan of this.
No, one of his idiosyncratic things. He never wore a watch.
I won't take it personally.
Doctors now have the results of Sam's CT scans.
I don't think he needs to come into the hyperacute stroke unit because I don't think he's had a new stroke. But I think it may be worth me speaking to my medical colleagues to see if they'd be happy to monitor him just to see how he gets on. We'll wait for the blood test to come back and then I'll update you.
Okay, thank you. Did our tissue correct? Are you trying to take that off again? I'm watching you. Don't be a bad boy. You've got to keep that on. Some time ago, when the GP had sent Sam to what is called a memory clinic, and after the test, the psychiatrist there said that they suspect that he has early signs of Alzheimer's. Are you cold, darling? That word Alzheimer's just sent such a shiver of dread through me because I've always seen it as one of the most cruel of many cruel diseases that exist. It strips a person of their personality, it strips all your dignity.
Having ruled out that Sam has suffered a stroke, he'll be taken to a ward for further observation.
I don't believe the cheek of it. Does that mean you're hungry or that you're... Why are you sticking your tongue out at me? Cheeky sod. Sometimes there'll be just a little spark, you know, your hopes will light up that, well, something is there still, but it's like gone in a flash. Dominica, why are you sticking your tongue out at me? In the past, we both agreed that life without quality of life was not worth living. He's not there yet, but from what I've read, what I've seen, it can be so hideous. I would rather see him dead before that happens. In many ways, it's as if my life with Sam as I knew him has ended. And I just simply have to try to make the most of whatever time I have left.
It seems really anterior.
Doctors have received the results of Teddy's X-ray.
There's not an obvious fracture that we can see on there. But in front of the spine or the vertebra, there's some soft tissue swelling. And that can be a sign that there's something gone on, whether it's a fracture or ligament or something. We're still kind of none the wiser, if for sure. We're going to get an MRI to try and be sure. Might be best up on bed, yeah? So I'm just going to get on with organising that scan for him, and I'll let you know when we've got a time for it.
He'll be all right. He's in the best place, Mum.
Yeah, exactly.
What if he can't walk or something again?
The hardest thing is the not knowing and completely being out of control. You know, just having to stand back and let people do what they need to do. Just feel helpless.
It's my fault. I didn't strap you.
Accidents happen.
When something happens to your grandchild, and especially when it's your fault, the guilt is just overwhelming. My biggest fear was that he wasn't going to be Teddy, the normal, bubbly, smiley Teddy that we all know. He was just going to be changed for life. And then my second fear was, will Lauren and I be able to live with this? How's our relationship going to live with this? But it's your mistake, and you have to live with it.
Hi there. I've had a look at the x-rays, and I just really want to see what he's like, as well as the x-rays, because it's important that we treat him and not x-rays. Let's have a look. Let's see, young man. How are you, young man? Has he been quite sleepy since he's back?
No, he was alright before, but now he seems like he's really sleeping.
Yeah. What's over here?
It's moving.
Get my... Hello. Hey, how are you? Have you got a smile for me?
He does, he's such a
Have you got a smile for me? Amazing. Should we go on the other side as well? Teddy, excuse me.
Ted.
Hey.
So I thought he was deaf, but I took him doctors.
Hey.
Wait, see, I need to check you the ball on the slip.
What are you doing? Okay, it's not so bad, is it? That's not so bad. Oh, matey. Amazing. Okay. So, looking at him, I'm a lot happier. Okay. I'm gonna get the neurosurgeons to have a look at the x-rays as well. If there's still concerns, then we may need to do the MRI scan. We'll see how he goes over the next few hours. I'd like to keep an eye on him for a period, you know, just to see where we're going and get a few more opinions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mum. Cheers, all right.
When he opened his eyes and he looked at the doctor, it just turned back into a normal day again.
His latest nickname for me was Yo-Yo, because one day I said to him, I'm like a bloody yo-yo going up and down these steps. So he said, okay, I'll call you Yo-Yo now. This is the sort of thing which keeps you going. He will give me a big hug and a big kiss, and he'll say that, thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Where do you start with sort of planning life and care and looking after things? The days became very long. All you have to look forward to is listening to the Archers at lunchtime. And the day drags and the pain doesn't go away. She's so mum. She'll say, yeah, had a bit of a bump, but she said, everyone has been great.
You can't spend your life worrying that something is going to happen, because that just was a combination of circumstances that I happened to be at that spot at that moment when the car came on the pavement. So you just got to carry on and, you know, just enjoy the time that you have.
We were at an event the other day, a pony club event, And people look and say, that woman is amazing. I couldn't be more proud of her achievement in getting over this. Hasn't felt sorry for herself once.
Do you realise how important you are to them?
Yeah, so there's a card upstairs from them, actually, which I won't tell you about because it'll make me cry. Yeah, I think I do, yeah.
So, what have you done?
I've stepped on glass.
Fragile tape. I've never seen that before in 28 years.
Adult male trauma, 25 minutes. Fallen from boat onto face, wood in left eye.
His head was bandaged up, there was blood everywhere.
He's got a piece of driftwood that has penetrated his left eyelid.
Your first question is it just the eye, or is there something more? It's like something out of a horror movie.
We're all so busy living our lives, and then suddenly something cuts through that, something often very unexpected.
Paediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
A 71-year-old female with 2 stab wounds to the back.
He was found to be in traumatic cardiac arrest.
I can't feel any pulses.
We're at St George's Hospital in Tooting.
Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London. One of Britain's busiest A&E departments, under more pressure than ever.
So do you want to watch, darling, or do you want to look away?
This is the worst day ever. You never know what's coming in, and you just have to be ready for anything.
Gas canisters exploded, 15% burns to hands, face.
In a world of uncertainty, we see a life-changing event.
I'm A&E, I need to get out of here, please.
When patients come in, something takes over.
I'll be fine. I'm going to be very fine.
A place where life...
Give me an A. Give me an E.
Love...
Okay, good lad, well done.
And loss... unfold every single day.
Did you enjoy the Queen's birthday yesterday?
I watched the football.
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Don't worry.
We get to see people who love one another in loads of different ways. Yes. And I think you can give someone the best care in the world, but really what they want is to hold the hand of the person that they love and for them to tell them that they're going to be okay.
You're my hero.
Dad, if you hit my leg on a door, I'll break your knee.
Give me a foot massage.
No.
Please.
You've got a fungalous foot.
I haven't got a fungalous foot.
Liz has been a nurse at St George's for the past 10 years.
Here she comes to save the day.
Right, who wants to go where? I wanted to be a vet when I was a really little girl because I loved animals. Oh, I almost did the splits then. Have you got keys on you?
Splits?
Yeah. We had pets at home. I had 2 pet rats, actually, which are very cute. They sound smelly, but they're not. They're the cleanest things ever, and they used to climb up my hair and sit on my head.
I still think you should benefit from a head scan, but that's me.
But then about aged 11, I realised that actually the job would entail quite a lot of putting animals to sleep and things, and that changed my mind. Any visas? Both me and my sister did different degrees first of all, but my mum was a nurse and my grandma was a nurse, and we've now, both me and my sister have become nurses, so she says it must be in the blood somewhere. Don't wake yourself up again before we get the morning.
Yeah.
I love being in resus. I just love the variety, the never knowing what's coming in the door. And a practical 10 minutes. All emotions are heightened. Grief at its worst or love at its finest come out in the resus area.
He's got hit around the head with a hammer. Again, apparently happened to him 2 weeks ago.
I don't think I could ever do a 9-to-5 office job.
Ambulance service.
My husband's fallen over while playing ice hockey. I'm not sure what's happened to him.
What's the address of the emergency?
It's Streatham Leisure Centre on Streatham High Road.
Hello, George's ED.
10 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Bye.
And a practical 10 minutes. It's a 24-year-old who's had a cardiac arrest.
A man in his 20s is being rushed to A&E after suffering a cardiac arrest during a game of ice hockey.
There's cardiac arrest and a 24-year-old. Phone goes and says a cardiac arrest, you worry anyway for the patient, but if it's a cardiac arrest in someone in their 20s, then you're especially worried. The adrenaline kicks in straight away.
We'll get our drugs out.
But if an out of hospital cardiac arrest, it's very rare that you get the person back. You kind of got in the back of your mind, this may not end well.
The man was with his wife at the ice rink when he collapsed.
The Sunday morning, I remember that the weather was grey and it was raining because we'd been in Sicily and it had been so sunny and beautiful. We woke up late and he said he was very tired and he said that he wasn't feeling well. I thought absolutely nothing of it. I was going to watch him because it was a championship game. We were 17 minutes into the game. Corey was playing really badly. Corey had skated to the goalkeeper and he fell on the ground.
Are they here?
I remember his helmet hitting the floor of the ice. I just knew something was not right at all, and I just got up. I was like banging on the doors to the ice rink. They rolled him over and I could quite clearly see that he was starting to go blue. And I just started screaming that somebody needed to do something.
Corey's teammates administered CPR for 25 minutes before doctors and paramedics arrived and finally managed to get a pulse.
Just remember this huge hive of activity just taking place, and they were just literally just going at him. I just sat there really, I just sort of stopped crying and I felt like I was just going to be sick.
Corey is a 24-year-old who was playing ice hockey. He was witnessed by his team members to collapse onto the ice. They immediately went to him and found him without a pulse. He had a no-flow time, maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes. He had a low-flow time with CPR of about 20 minutes. He had 2 milligrams of adrenaline, 150 of amiodarone, and a total of about 8 shots. The only other intervention is he's been actively cooled. His wife is with us at the moment.
We transfer you off the oxygen.
Corey was placed in an induced coma at the scene in an attempt to prevent further injury to his brain and major organs.
In a cardiac arrest, there's no oxygen getting to any of your brain, so it just stops. Your brain's starved of oxygen very, very quickly it will start to die off. I think he had 8 shocks in total. He's now been in ROSC for 20 minutes. There's a lot of things that can go wrong and a lot of things that you need to get in place to make sure that this person stays alive. Connect him to the leaflet. I mean, obviously you've got them connected up to the monitors and everything, but you never leave that person alone. There's CO2. There's a chance that their heart could stop beating again at any time. Are you free to check out some fentanyl with me?
Doctors need to work quickly to minimise the risk of continuing damage to Corey's brain.
I had resigned myself that he was dead. It was just so sudden. Like, I think if somebody gets sick gradually, you can kind of process that information, but this, I don't... Yeah.
It's been 20 minutes since Corey arrived in resus after going into cardiac arrest whilst playing ice hockey.
Right, you're going off to scan now, aren't you?
He needs an urgent CT scan to try and establish what caused his heart to stop. It will also show any major damage his brain has suffered after being deprived of oxygen for over 25 minutes.
The worst case scenario is brain death. You can get a hypoxic brain injury, which means that although your body might be awake and functioning, there's actually not a lot going on in your brain. You're not able to speak, you can't communicate. Or if you get too bad a hypoxic brain injury, then you die as a result.
His wife is waiting in the relatives' room.
When Corey was in hospital, we'd been married for a week. I first met him at my friend's birthday party in Toronto. I was on a study abroad year. He was just making me laugh. I felt like I'd known him forever and we just really hit it off. He was so genuine. The first date, he asked me if I'd come ice skating, and I literally put the skates on and I could just about get on the ice, and he was like, "You can't skate?" I was like, no. He was like, "Don't you skate in England?" I was like, no. I remember our first kiss. I can remember him being very sort of nervous and twitchy, which was odd because we'd been spending quite a lot of time together. I realised I loved him gradually, it crept up on me. One day, we were in this really noisy tapas bar. I was sort of looking over the dinner table, and I just kind of knew from then that it was right. I was just like, this person's great. It's kind of when you realise you want to spend your life with someone and that things didn't get any better than this, so.
Doctors will need to wait for the full results of Corey's CT scan before they'll know whether he's suffered any life-changing injuries.
Distal phalanx. Isn't phalanx a funny word?
You've broken it. You broke it down. You see the bone? Yeah, I see. Ah! I'll keep you still now, wouldn't it? No more running for a while for you. Nearly St George's. Adult trauma, yeah, by air. Right ankle. And you're going to land in 7 minutes. 0, 0, thank you, bye. Adult male HEMS trauma call, 7 minutes. There's an adult male trauma call, 7 minutes HEMS by air.
Fallen 10 feet, scaffolding,
yeah.
fracture dislocation ankle.
A 55-year-old man is being airlifted to St George's after falling from scaffolding at home.
Trauma call coming in. Yeah, going to 7.
It was just a general Sunday. I agreed that I'd cook him a cooked breakfast of 4 works. And after that, he decided that he wanted to go outside and do some work on the house.
That's quite a significant fall. So we're going to go straight to CT, do a trauma serious CT to find out everything. Yeah, absolutely, 10 feet, it's quite high.
So he went up the ladder and I went into the kitchen, and then I heard this crash.
Due to the severity of his injuries, paramedics dispatched an air ambulance crew to the man's home.
Copy, patient being loaded onto the aircraft at 16. Got you listed from radio route to St George's at 17.
So I rushed out to him and he was laying there on the floor. And that's when I noticed that his foot was literally being held on by his sock. I couldn't believe how many people turned up. All of a sudden my garden was just covered in equipment. That really did send a shiver down my spine.
We can check and see if he's got a pulse with his foot.
He did neurovascularly intact.
Oh, okay,
so
fine. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
I just felt that a bit of life had gone out of him. Thought, you know, there's that big, strong guy at the mercy of everybody else rather than him taking control, which is usually what he does. When your husband's been flown off in a helicopter, all those dreadful thoughts go through your head. It's just a very strange feeling when someone that you love just disappears.
We're wondering if we can go straight to CT.
If they're coming in by air, by helicopter, then you know that it's going to be quite a serious trauma. And there's either been a very high impact or there are very serious injuries involved.
Okay, this is John. He's 55. He was on a building stage, and as it tipped over, he jumped off and landed on his right leg and sustained an open fracture dislocation of his right ankle. Interventions have been a failed relocation, the fascia's too tight. It's been irrigated with 500 mils of normal saline, covered with a dressing and vac splinted. He's also been immobilised at the top end as this was a distracting injury.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Doctors are concerned that the high impact of his fall may have caused multiple injuries and need to CT scan his entire body.
Falling 10 foot can do an awful lot of damage. But if they've had an injury that bad, then you worry what else has gone on the rest of their body. The impact travels up the leg and up through the spine, so the chances are they may have fractures in their spine as well. His whole body's had a complete shock, so you just need to make sure that you're on top of anything else that could go wrong with him.
Yeah, I just have a porridge with dried nuts and fruit on top. How do you cook yours? Do you cook with milk or water?
Water.
Yeah, but what I do with mine, I just put in a bowl, put the milk in, put in the microwave for a couple of minutes.
Oh.
Give it a stir up, and it's all nice and thick. I'll tell you what's nice as well, but it's expensive. Manuka honey. It's supposed to be one of the most healthiest things you can have.
Doctors are still awaiting the full results of Corey's CT scan. He's being kept in an induced coma whilst they try to establish what would have caused his heart to stop.
His wife's outside. I don't know if anyone's spoken to her yet. I think he's slightly cover him up and get the wife in. I can quite happily deal with any of the situation, any of the patients that come in, and if they're really sick or even dying, I can cope with it until the relative comes in. And the point at which the relative comes in and starts crying is when it hits me, and I think, oh, actually, that makes the whole situation kind of more real. Hello there. Is anyone here the wife of Corey?
I'm Becky's not had like a brain problem.
We're just waiting for the scan result to come back. You're right. Do you want to come in? So we're still breathing for him. So we're also going to get the cardiologist to come down and do a quick scan of his heart whilst he's down here.
It's so cold.
Yeah, what the ambulance crew actually actively called him. Because it's to help preserve the brain after a cardiac arrest. They actually actively
We've only been married 7 days.
I know.
My best friend, if he dies, I don't know what I'll do without him. We've been living in London just over a year, and it was New Year's Day, and we went to the pub. He kind of looked across the table and said, well, would you like to get married? Should we get married? And I was like, yeah, we should get married. So we actually went and bought the engagement ring together, and he wouldn't tell me when he was going to give it to me. And we had planned to go to Budapest, and I was like, he's so going to propose. We went to the opera, and as we got to the bottom of these really nice stairs, Corey just got down on one knee, which was really, really beautiful. He did it better than I ever could have imagined. We got married in Sicily because it's a really, really beautiful place. I was just really nervous to be stood up, I think, in front of all the people we knew.
It's difficult to say, really, because we don't know exactly what's going on, we don't know exactly what we're treating.
And as I looked across at Corey didn't look nervous at all. He was just standing there smiling. And so that made me feel better. It just felt so natural. That sounds odd, but it just felt like really the right thing to do. It makes you feel the same, but so much better. It's just knowing that you've always got someone. And like, it was just nice to stand up in front of all of our friends and say stuff.
"55-year-old software developer John needs an emergency CT scan after he fell 10 feet from scaffolding. His wife Penny is travelling to the hospital from their home in Surrey.
I first met John in 1977. We were teenagers. John had just turned 16 and I was approaching 16, so we've been together virtually forever.
Ready, steady, go. That's it, stop.
She's scanning everything.
I remember our first kiss on the doorstep of my house, of course, because we didn't venture out very far. He's a good foot taller than I am, and I used to have to stand right on the doorstep where the door closes. and then sort of stretch up to kiss him. And he says one of the first things I said to him is, I don't do French kissing. I just like the feel of him around me. And then just looking up into those beautiful big brown eyes, I think that was what sealed it. It was whoosh. It was quite a whirlwind, really. We'd got engaged, we'd bought our house, and we were married with twins by the time I was 26. The only memories I have without him really are just very young childhood memories. He is everything to me. Everything.
Doctors will need to wait for the full results of John's CT scan before they can decide on the next stage of his treatment.
Looking forward to your day off, are you? I did say to her, don't put it anywhere near your ear, and obviously that was like a red rag to a bull, so she just did it. OK, I'll let you know how we're getting on anyway. I'm hoping it won't be too much longer.
4-year-old Beatrice has come to A&E with her mum Sarah after getting a gem sticker lodged in her ear.
I think you always expect that you're going to have a perfect little bundle and you've got an inbuilt sort of like manual of how you're going to look after your child, and it's nothing like that at all.
You didn't put anything in the oven, did you?
No.
Just this one?
Just this one.
Do you think it was probably a bit of a silly thing to do?
When we first met, we always wanted children, but we did want to sort of get married and just enjoy being a couple to start with.
Do you remember when you used to dress up as a doctor?
Yeah.
So we did that a good 3 years, actually. And it was more important having that time together before we actually had a family.
I would leave it if you don't mind, Sweet Pea.
I don't mind.
When we found out we were pregnant, we were just delighted about the whole thing. And we did used to talk to the bump, yeah, and we used to play music really loudly as well.
Right, I can see a doctor. Stand up and smile, they might come quicker. Stand up tall, look. Hello, hi.
Obviously, there's a lot of books as well to tell you the exact things that you need to do to create Einstein, so we did all of that. As I think every parent probably does, but just no one actually ever admits to it.
Let's lift you up.
Right.
You're going to tell the doctor what's happened.
Tell me what's happened.
I put a sticker in my ear.
Sticker in your ear.
What's it like? It's a little round one, isn't it?
A little round.
And it's a gem sticker.
Did you roll it up into a little ball or anything before, or did you just stuff it in?
I just stuck it in.
It's like an oval-shaped gem sticker. I don't know which size she's putting this. It's 3.
It's a big one.
Okay, so a
And
large
she's
one, yeah.
stuck it.
All right.
Quite a way in, haven't you?
Got it in. Is it hurting you at all?
It's hurting.
It is hurting, is it?
It's right down in my brain.
So what we're going to do, if it's all right with you, is have a look in this one first, just to make sure I know what your normal ear looks like. And then I'll have a look in the one where you've got the sticker in, see how deep it is, and see if we can get it out for you.
Really deep.
Initial results of John's CT scan have revealed a complex ankle fracture. Doctors are concerned that the impact may have damaged the blood vessels and nerves in his foot.
Hello, sir. So, how bad's your pain now on a scale of 1 to 10?
About 4 or 5, maybe.
Okay.
Oh, maybe a 6.
All right, just leave it. Don't move it. That's fine. Sharp scratch.
Oh.
Are you okay?
Yeah, it was just really painful for a couple of seconds.
Specialist orthopaedic doctors have arrived to assess the extent of his injury.
Now that it's a bit calmer, I'm just going to ask you again about that feeling of numbness in that right leg. Is that still there?
I think I can feel my toe. I'm trying to wriggle my right toe.
Can you do that?
I can't. Well, hang on a second.
That's perfect. That's all I need to see. I'm just going to have a little look at the wound. Shouldn't be too much moving of the ankle.
Oh, I hope not.
It's really sore. I know. I appreciate that. I just want to have a little look up.
An open fracture is where the bone has snapped but it's come out through the skin. So there's bits of bone sticking out through the skin, which can be very, very serious because there's much higher risk of infection. So infection not only in the skin and the surrounding areas, but actually infection into the bone.
Gosh, that's awful. That's probably... I haven't seen one as bad as that for a while.
His wife Penny is on her way to St George's.
Poor John's had to support me a lot over our years. 10 years ago, I thought I had cancer. I knew I had to have major surgery for hysterectomy, and at the same time my dad was dying. Plus, my daughter was going off to university, and I just felt bereft.
So what are you doing at work on a Sunday?
Well, I've got a bungalow and there's one room upstairs. It's got rotten timbers, so I had some scaffolding. I've had it up there for weeks. I've been up and down it fine, and today I was taking it down, can you believe?
Oh, I see.
And it bloody fell down.
Oh, no.
I feel like a complete idiot.
I don't know how I would have coped without John being there. I really can't imagine ever getting through it. He's been an absolute rock.
Oh, lordy, lordy.
If there's nothing else that's identified on the CT scan, we'll want to have a look at your joint in theatre.
Yes.
OK?
He was there for me when I lost my mum. My sisters and I nursed my mum for almost a year, so he had to put up with me just running in and out the house, going to work, changing, running off to the hospital, coming back, throwing whatever I could lay my hands on as a meal, and then rushing back off to the hospital. And I think for him to put up with that is pretty damn supportive.
Having toothache in it all night long. Yeah. Do a bit of that, they might be able to do something for you, at least take away the pain. I say when I came in here after that cardiac arrest, I've never experienced so many people around me in one hit.
I don't have time for that. I'm saving lives.
I wish I could find that lady that saved my life. I'd love to have thanked her, but, you know, it's
almost impossible.
Doctors have received the initial results of Corey's CT scan. They show no clear sign of a blood clot or abnormality in his brain that may have caused his heart to stop.
What do you think?
So I'm not sure what's going on. It could be a PE.
I was told that there was obviously no trauma before this as well.
There's no trauma.
OK.
Cardiologists have arrived to conduct an ultrasound of Corey's heart to see if a blockage or defect is putting him at risk of another cardiac arrest.
Corey's mum told me he was a difficult child because he always had an answer for everything. Not only was he top of the class at school, I think he was in the top 10 graduates from Ontario, so he got a full scholarship to the University of Toronto. His dad said that when he graduated from high school, Corey won every single award pretty much at school, and it got to the point where he couldn't actually hold on to all these awards. And that's why his mum thought he was going to be the President of Canada. They shove them out on the ice in Canada when they're like 1. So Corey started skating probably at the same time he started walking. His dad was a hockey coach, so he used to turn the back garden into an ice rink. So this basically involved turning the hose pipe on and filling the entire garden with water so it froze over. He was very athletic, like, throughout his whole childhood, and he loved all of his outdoors stuff. He'd always want to try something new, know new things and do new things. That's what I was attracted to.
Stay ventilated like this for a few days. By keeping them nice and sedate, stops the brain going to be active. And it means that hopefully there's sweat in the brain.
So he's got swelling, I think.
Well, rather than get swelling all over, because
of the shock.
Because his body didn't get infection.
What does this mean?
We don't know.
Until the patient's woken up, you've got no idea how this has affected them, how badly brain damage they've got, how they're going to function, whether they're going to be able to function normally again, and how it's going to affect their life long term.
We were just starting our life. Like, Corey just said to me recently that he was really, really happy, and like, it just seemed cruel to take it all away from him.
Do you need me to help you with anything?
You realise like what a good life you've had. Nothing else seems important.
With no obvious blockage in his heart, Corey will be taken to intensive care, where he'll be kept in an induced coma. Doctors will be unable to assess the extent of the damage until they feel it is safe to try and wake him up.
Everything that you see in A&E, it just teaches you to live life to its fullest, because you wake up one day and anything can happen to you. I mean, I do look at these long-term relationships and think actually it would be nice to be in a relationship like that myself. A lot of people say the most important thing is they're not going to regret not having the best job or not having the best home, but actually regret not having someone to love them is probably a bigger regret for them.
You're very brave. You've got to deal with the doctor and tell him that you're not going to do it again, haven't you? Yeah?
I'm not going to do it again and stick it in my ear again.
Or anywhere?
Or anywhere.
No? So you just look at me.
4-year-old Beatrice has a gem sticker stuck in her ear.
Don't move, don't move. Don't move at all.
Oh, nearly got it.
Just stay really still, sweet pea.
Doing really well. It's just really well wedged against the sort of the wall.
Okay. She did say she pushed it right.
So you've done a good job of it. If you're going to do it right, eh?
Too far in.
Yeah.
It's a little bit stuck.
Having children, it has changed our life an awful lot. Changed it for, in a very positive way.
The thing is, it's right tucked onto the edge. It's quite hard to get some purchase around it.
You're suddenly very tired. I think we thought we'd never actually eat a meal together again, but you are a family, and this is your child, is your baby, and you just work it out together of how best to look after them, really. But we still have fun together.
The small plate isn't when my thing is in there.
Yeah? Let's hold my hand.
It gets really
It might be a little bit ouchy, but if we can get it out, then we don't need to come back, yeah? Ready? It's really good. Look at me, you're amazing. You're being amazing, sweetie. Look at me, look at me.
There we go.
Look, it's out. It's amazing. It was the big one. Yay! Can you hear now?
Yeah.
Nothing else to go in your ears, okay?
Okay, Mummy.
Come on then, let's lift you off. Well done. You're very, very brave.
Doctors are preparing 55-year-old John for emergency orthopaedic surgery to realign his foot and assess for any further damage. His wife Penny and son Daniel have arrived from Surrey.
Hi, I'm one of the nurses. I've just got your family here, all right?
Are they here?
Yeah.
Oh, super duper.
John, it's me, darling. How are you doing?
Fine. All right, son?
Yeah, I'm all right. You?
Yeah.
You all right, dolls?
Yeah, it's... I just feel such an idiot.
Well, do you know what, babe? It's done now.
I felt it going, and I thought I'd just jump off. And I waited for my moment, I jumped off, but I just landed so hard on that right foot.
Yeah, you would.
Jesus, that was really hard.
But do you know what? I've still got you. It was really difficult seeing the person that I love in so much pain. And to know that I couldn't do anything for him. To know that he was just not himself. Sorry. Babes, don't worry about anything, all right? We'll sort it out.
I just thought while you're here, you can...
Yeah. Why have you got this on?
I don't know. Maybe they don't want me to look around.
So we're just saying to John that we kept this on just as a precaution, but so far it looks like it's just
his ankle.
He's literally going to theatres now and see what's happening.
Just gotta hope it's not infected.
Yeah. So that's the main risk. Is there anything that you wouldn't want us to do while you were asleep if it became life or limb threatening in an emergency?
It'll be a bit worrying to wake up with no foot or ankle being chopped off.
That is true.
Is that a possibility here?
This is a serious injury. Okay,
I
so
understand.
We need to get onto it quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
go on,
yes,
crack
not
on.
on this sitting, no.
Okay.
So we'll have a little look and see, but it might be that this is the first sort of emergency operation to get everything lined up
And then
again.
I might have to have others.
Exactly.
So how long is it going to be in theatre?
So minimum an hour and a half, maximum 3-4 hours, something like that.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, good job I brought my book, darling, then, yeah? You're right. I'm not going anywhere until I know you're all right. I said my vows, meaning every single word, and I think every single one of them over the last 30 years have probably come true. In sickness and in health, that's definitely happened. For richer, for poorer, we've had some poor times. We've had some times where we've really had to tighten our belt, but it is forever. See you later, darling, yeah?
Don't cause any trouble.
We all think that we have loved, but it's not until you meet the right person that you know what love is. It's a rather lovely feeling to have tucked in your heart.
do feel lucky to have Penny. I have no idea what would have happened had I not met her. They sort of say that there's somebody out there for everybody, and I think I found her, you know, early on.
I was just going to the car to drive to the hospital. It was about midday and they'd called me and said, "We've woken Corey up." I remember Corey being there in his bed and he looked very, very sleepy, and he was awake. But he sort of gripped my hand and he just sort of looked kind of vacant, and it was just, like, in some ways I was so happy that he'd woken up, but then they couldn't tell me what he was going to be like.
The first thing I remember is not really understanding why I was in a hospital. I saw Alice. She was super beautiful. Loving somebody when they're fit and able and healthy is one thing. Loving someone when they're sick and ruined is another. And she's shown her true colors. I had to relearn how to read a clock. People had to post up a sign to say, "It is Tuesday." She had to watch me almost like a parent watching an infant grow into an adult. Even though I've had such bad luck with the situation, I have such good luck with her. It just proves to me that I married the right person.
Oh, it goes fast. It's like the funfair. It's the funfair.
St George's. A head-on collision, combined speed of 90 miles an hour. Already had 1 unit of blood.
She wasn't in a good way at all.
Michelle, let's get a scan done quick, guys. There might be something with the chest.
Adult male trauma call, 5 minutes.
A lot of these injuries are time critical. If you don't restart the blood supply to the foot, the worst case scenario is that there might be some kind of amputation.
We're all so busy living our lives, and then suddenly something cuts through that, something often very unexpected.
Pediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
A 71-year-old female with 2 stab wounds to the back.
He was found to be in traumatic cardiac arrest.
I can't feel any pulses. We're at St George's Hospital in Tooting.
Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of Britain's busiest A&E departments, under more pressure than ever.
So do you want to watch, darling, or do you want to look away?
This is the worst day ever.
You never know what's coming in, and you just have to be ready for anything.
Gas canisters exploded, 15% burns to hands, face.
In a world of uncertainty, we see a life-changing event.
I'm A&E, I need to get out of here, please.
When patients come in, something takes over.
I'll be fine. I'm going to be very fine.
A place where life...
Give me an A, give me an E.
Love...
Okay, good lad, well done.
And loss... unfold every single day.
Did you enjoy the Queen's birthday yesterday?
I watched the football.
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just 1 24-hour period.
Don't worry.
We get to see people who love one another in loads of different ways.
Yes.
And I think you can give someone the best care in the world, but really what they want is to hold the hand of the person that they love and for them to tell them that they're going to be okay.
You're my hero.
Yeah, so he was seen and then discharged to see his GP. But obviously, if he's worse, then do bring him back.
You can't eat crisps out of my hand.
Like having a pet monkey, isn't it?
Oh my God, so last night, Tara and Mum set me up on Bumble.
That's hilarious.
The bug did. At first, she set me up on Match.com. You have to pay $6.99 a month. I was like, I'm not that desperate.
Do it.
Rose, you know, have we got a board pen? Ah, we got it.
Working in resus today is consultant Paul.
So what's your plan? One of the reasons I love working in the emergency department is the team atmosphere. What's happening? You going on holiday?
Been on holiday.
You've been on... And you're going again?
Got a trip to Portugal.
How come you get all the holidays? It's important to have fun at work sometimes when you can. Right, I'm going to go and do some work. Come on, stop ringing me. Well, I'm saving lives here. Bye. We do 12 years of being a junior doctor, and then you have a big interview with lots of different people, about 10 to 12 people, I think, with me. They selected me to be a consultant here, which was great, because that's really where I wanted to work.
Neil! Neil! Neil!
So my wife's an intensive care consultant, so we kind of relate quite a lot and having similar pressures. We can have a quick 5-minute discussion about a really sick patient that we had that day, and then we'll move on to talking about getting the kids to school the next morning. Where are we going again? 6. Having these sort of moments of fun and laughter is a way of us dealing with the stresses and the real pressures that we are under every day. It means that we work better as a team when we're really put to the test, because you know you can really rely on these people. You're there to do a job, a very important job.
Just try and confirm your location again for me.
On the road to Pluckley.
What, is it just the one motorcyclist involved?
One motorcyclist has been thrown from his bike. He's got blood coming out of his mouth and he's struggling to breathe.
Hello, Center Zany. Okay, so intubated. Right side chest injuries. Yeah, thank you very much. Bye. Yeah.
Hi there, could I activate the helipad response team?
A 52-year-old man is being airlifted to St George's after a road traffic collision on a country road in Kent. He was found in a ditch without a pulse. Emergency doctors treated him at the roadside.
The scene from overhead was a bit like watching a movie scene unfold. Car in the middle of the road with terrible damage to the front driver's side. The impact had been immense. He'd been in cardiac arrest. It was one of the more extreme jobs we've had. The outcome in that sort of scenario is almost always very poor.
The motorcyclist's wife was at home when she heard about the accident.
It was a Saturday. He was either going to cut the grass and do a few jobs around the house in the morning, or go out on his motorbike. I came back from my parents about 12 o'clock. and there was a police car on the drive. They wanted to check who I was, and then they broke the news that Mark had been in a serious accident. Absolutely terrifying. You're in this sort of bubble or a nightmare, and you just feel that your life's just been thrown completely upside down.
Traumas where the heart has actually stopped are very, very rare. We don't see them very often at all. And when you do see one, you know that this is the absolute worst trauma that you can get. He'd had no blood flow to his brain and no oxygen to his brain for potentially a long period of time. HEMS said this patient's too unstable to go to the CT scanner. It was a really worrying sign.
Okay. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. That's excellent. Thank you very much. This is Mark. He's in his mid to late 50s. He's a motorcyclist. About 90 minutes ago, it appears that he knocked from his bike and into a ditch. He was found to be in traumatic cardiac arrest at scene. His injuries were a closed head injury. He likely had impact brain apnea. He had asymmetrical chest movement, signs of respiratory distress. That may be from a sternal fracture.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we're going to elevate it to a code red, guys. And we need 2 units of blood, please.
A code red are the sickest patients with very low blood pressures or those that haven't responded to initial treatment. So it generally means they're bleeding a lot, potentially bleeding to death.
Got a radial pulse?
It really is life and death.
Let's have a look at his pupils.
They're equal reactive, 3 millimetres.
The police officers basically said, we'll take you up to the hospital, you're in no fit state to drive. So I came down and got my eldest son, who was at home. They didn't have much information about Mark. We just felt they were getting us up there as quickly as possible, really, just to say goodbye to Mark.
So that's the first unit of blood going up now. So let's just put that straight in. I want to aim for a systolic of 100 because of the head injury.
52-year-old motorcyclist Mark has been airlifted to A&E after a serious collision involving a car which threw him from his bike into a ditch.
And what we do is, that is in his artery, we think, so let's just transduce that.
Yeah, perfect.
Doctors are giving him an emergency blood transfusion.
What really concerned me in his case was the fact that his heart had stopped, and that lack of supply of oxygen to the brain was a real worry for me.
So we'll go to scan. Okay, let's go.
Doctors have ordered emergency CT scans.
Blood's going in, slowly. Yeah.
His wife is travelling to St George's from their home in Kent.
I got to know Mark over about a period of a couple of years. Mark and I first started dating. Mark had a red MG Midget, so a really nice car that we used to go down to Rye in.
Breathe in and hold your breath.
He would often be coming around to visit me at my parents', and they would come and sit and have a cup of tea in the garden. And my nan would be going, oh, you know, he's your boyfriend. And I'd be going, no, he's not. He's just coming around for a cup of tea. One night we went out just ourselves. Again, it was just sort of as friends, but I thought, no, this is the man I'm going to marry.
Hips out of joint, isn't it?
Yeah, it's dislocated.
He proposed when we were skiing at the top of the mountain. And I said, I'll give you my answer at the bottom, so I skied off and left him floundering after me. But there was never any doubt about what the answer was going to be. I can remember it was absolutely pouring with rain, and then that lifted about 10 o'clock in the morning. It was the most glorious day, Very exciting. We got married at Yalding Church, where Mark used to ring the bells there. So it was really nice. He went along early and actually rung the bells for our wedding. I think he really enjoyed doing that.
We thought on X-ray there was probably an acetabular fracture on the limb.
I always worried about Mark going on the motorbike, and I was always had that sense of relief when he came home. Just kind of, it hits you like a bolt. You just don't think it's going to happen to you.
No, we're not.
Ding dong, the bells are gonna chime.
No, we're not.
We're getting married in the morning, so get us to the church on time.
Well, I can show you what else I put on the list. That's a good thing to notify us.
Oh, excellent. That's what I've dreamt of. Chest pains, looking through a John Lewis gift list.
You should be more interested than you are.
I actually cannot hear anything out of this ear. No, I haven't.
Maybe.
Yeah, but why is it blocked?
Working on A&E reception today is 23-year-old Melissa.
Oh, it's annoying.
It's reached into your ear and just in one motion depress the plunger.
Oh no, makes me feel sick.
Got to have very clear ears to work on, so you have to hear everything. And sometimes a lot of us think when the tannoy goes off for a trauma call, you think, I didn't hear that.
Hello, A&E, can I help?
We are like the first faces people see when they do come through the door.
OK, what's the date of birth, please?
If you don't have any people skills, then reception isn't the job for you, that's for sure.
Can you discharge him for us then, and then I can book him back in down here? That'd be brilliant.
My mum's been working at St George's for about 32 years.
This young lad's in a home, and I remember him coming in last week.
She used to tell me some things. I think, I'd quite like to do that. I'd quite like to work there.
And then we go on lunch.
There's me, my mum, my sister, my auntie, my cousin.
Melissa, look, there isn't an MRN number there.
I was actually born here, so and my sister and brothers were as well. So, yeah, it's kind of it's just in the blood.
Have you been to this hospital before? Oh, that's why.
Oh, is that why?
It's different.
My brother's also a paramedic, so when he comes in, it can be quite funny, just like a family business kind of thing. You're all sort of carrying on from each other.
I can't even function right now. I can't even function properly. Oh yes, Craig's in. I'm going to get him to look in my ear. I need to get Craig to look in my ear.
Why?
It's completely and utterly blocked. I can't hear anything.
St George's.
Yeah. Lovely. And that's CCAM, is it? Coming by land. Great. Thanks very much. Bye. Trick female trauma call in 15 minutes.
A 25-year-old woman is being rushed to St George's after being thrown backwards from her horse.
Fallen from horse. Bit tachycardic, but very anxious.
Well, you can get some really severe injuries from falling from the horse. And often they're going, they're travelling at a fair speed, so you're coming off at high speed. Head injuries would be a big possibility. You'd particularly want to know if the patient was wearing a helmet and what their level of consciousness is at that time. And then they can sustain chest, abdominal or pelvic injuries.
the rider's mother arrived at the scene of the accident and is travelling to St George's.
I got a phone call from a girl who keeps her horse at the stables, and she said that she'd had a fall and an ambulance had been called. I knew at that point that she wasn't okay. And I went straight to the stables, and she was just lying in the riding school. She was really distressed. It became apparent that there was something radically wrong with her legs or pelvis area, as one leg was about 6 inches shorter than the other, and she was in extreme pain.
Ready, steady, slide.
So this is Kaylee. She's 25 years old. At 11 o'clock this morning, she was thrown from her horse to her right-hand side onto the grass verge. Her right leg on examination was shortened and rotated. We've given 10 milligrams of morphine between 12 and 1 o'clock right now. Pain score of 8. No medical history and no meds.
OK, let's do scope blocks and tape then.
Let's take the top end first.
Can you really think about your neck for me? I know it's hard with your leg, but is there any pain in your neck at all?
Doesn't feel like it.
OK, so just let me press.
Particularly concerning is the neck, because that's the highest level of spinal cord, and if that's damaged, they might not be able to move their arms or legs, or potentially even breathe.
Slowly turn your head that way for me, all the way. Keep going, keep going, keep going. How does that feel?
It's a little bit sore.
Where?
Like there. No, it's not working.
All right, so we're going to get a scan. We'll give you some more painkillers, OK?
Kaylee will be sent for CT scans to her neck, spine and pelvis.
She's a real busy person. She runs her own business. She's just never still. The very thought of her having an injury that would require her then to completely change the way she lives her life, that's a scary thought.
Ready, steady, roll. Down.
Ow.
Yeah. Are you in pain? Don't move your neck. You know it's difficult.
It's okay.
It was found by the paramedics to be in cardiac arrest, hypotensive, so code red declared.
Earlier, motorcyclist Mark was involved in a road traffic collision. He suffered a cardiac arrest and multiple serious injuries.
It's just that all his trauma is on the left-hand side.
Doctors have put him in an induced coma and given him an emergency blood transfusion. Now they're inserting a chest drain to inflate his lungs and enable him to breathe.
The day that Thomas and Felix were born were just absolutely fantastic. He's always been really proud of his boys. I mean, he just loves them. Mark was always very hands-on dad, taking them to activities on a Saturday. They do a lot of sport, and he just loved watching them doing the sport. And I think he was always there behind them. He didn't want to crush, overpower them or anything like that, but just always there supporting them. The whole thing you say goodbye to is the life that you've led up to that point, where then suddenly that goes completely thrown up in the air, and everything you've known, it's just you don't know what the future's going to hold for you.
As soon as you become a doctor, you really see severe illness every day. That can be pretty hard to take because it really changes your perspective on life. And my children are my love and my life, so when you see somebody who is a father and has come in as a patient, you can really relate to that family.
Pressure is low. We had a good pulse on that side, but he's got no pulses bilaterally.
It's not good.
Mark's blood pressure has suddenly dropped.
the puzzle to the other side.
If you've got a really, really low blood pressure, it suggests that your heart's not working properly. And that would mean that you're not getting good blood flow, particularly to the brain. And if they don't get good blood flow, then their tissues begin to die, and ultimately your patient will die.
We haven't had an X-ray yet, have we? Post-chest drains?
No.
Let's get that done. Hi, yeah, can we get an urgent chest X-ray in resus 4, please? Thanks very much. Cheers, bye.
Well done, well done. Sweetie, you okay? Because you're in pain. Yeah.
Kaylee has been admitted to St George's after she was thrown from a horse.
So, when we scan your body, we have to give you an injection.
Doctors are concerned she has one leg shorter than the other, as well as possible spinal injuries.
I always wanted 4 children. I knew that Kaylee was the last one. She was probably the only one of mine that was completely planned, really. I woke in the middle of the night. My husband was at work, so I drove myself to the hospital. And as she was born, I watched the sunrise. So her middle name is Dawn.
Breathe in and hold your breath.
She was beautiful. Big, chubby cheeks. Beautiful little baby.
Breathe normally.
I had her at 8:20 in the morning, and I was home at 1:15 in the afternoon.
How far have you got? Do you know? Done head and neck? Yeah.
To a house with 3 kids in it. And a mother-in-law, God love her, who hadn't made it down yet because it hadn't been long enough for her to get down on a train. So by the time she arrived, I had a roast dinner made. And, yeah.
Doctors will now wait for radiologists and neurologists to study the CT scans and determine whether her injuries are potentially life-changing.
I love you, you know.
Love you too.
Oh, once more feeling.
It's not really how I was planning on spending my Sunday.
We all have plans, we all have to change them. You know, I thought I was going to be spending my life playing on my Xbox, being happy, and then I met you.
A&E receptionist Melissa is having difficulty hearing.
What's happened?
She's booked herself in to see emergency nurse practitioner Craig.
I can't hear.
At
I
all?
cannot hear, no.
When did this start?
2 days ago. And I thought, because I've had a cold recently, so I thought, oh, maybe it's because of that. But the cold's gone, and it's just blocked.
Have you got pain, though?
I get a shooting pain every now and then, but it's not, like, constant pain. Like, I can touch it, it doesn't hurt or anything.
And you can't hear very well?
No.
OK. Let's have a... Say ah. And your throat's not sore?
I love my job. You get quite a lot of good-looking paramedics and doctors. A lot of the time. It's quite nice because you have a bit of eye candy at work as well. You get quite flustered sometimes if they're good-looking. You're trying to book them in or you try and do everything you can to help the doctor out.
I'm going to look in this ear first,
Okay.
and then we'll have a look in your other ear.
My mum met my dad through this job here. My dad used to be a paramedic. Yeah, and they met by him just coming in all the time, booking in, and they just grew to like each other, love each other, and then they, yeah, got married.
You've got an ear infection.
Have I?
Oh, yes. You certainly have.
That explains it then. What should I do?
We can give you some ear drops and get you followed up with ENT in a week.
Okay. Because my mum used to work shifts, you kind of just, Dad was sort of Monday to Friday, so weekends I was always with him. Cool.
All right.
Thanks, Craig. We used to live in Streatham, so we used to just walk up to the high road and go for a wimpy. But yeah, so I think definitely a daddy's girl. I've got to go to ENT SOS clinic.
Why? What now?
Yeah. Well, no, I need you to book me in.
Kaylee is in resus after being thrown from her horse. She's been immobilised to prevent any further risk of injury to her back and pelvis.
OK, so within the scan, we're still waiting for the images, and they have to look at them, and then they've got to give us a report.
Will the scan show if there's any breaks then?
Yes.
How big's the horse?
16 hands.
What does that mean?
That's 16 hands.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. You measure
Sounds
hands.
quite big, that. Yeah, I know, but it just doesn't mean anything to me.
It wasn't a little pony.
The painkillers are starting to work though, finally.
Are they? Well,
Yeah.
just as well. Remember that was us, all
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But thank you, guys.
No, it's our pleasure. Hope
Go.
we'll hang around. We've got to, well, we're cleaning at the moment. I think we've got half the manure in the back of our truck.
Yeah, I was going to say that's disgusting.
They're just clearing it up for the next person. Best of luck, Kate. All right.
Thank you.
Speedy recovery.
I grew up in a household in the northeast. There was 4 of us in a small household in a small town in a very tight community. If you did something wrong, the neighbour down the road would cuff your ear and you'd get a telling off, and then when you got home you'd get another one because you'd upset the neighbour. It was full of soul and full of hard-working people.
I will do, don't worry, I'll ring everybody later on and just let people know how things are, but yeah.
There was a big change when industry started closing down in the local area. The shipyards went, the coal mines went. People couldn't manage because there wasn't an alternative. There was a lot of misery. There was a lot of long queues of men looking for work. There was a lot of long queues of women trying to buy provisions at the end of the day from the shop that might be sold at a reduced price. It was an impossible situation.
Do you know where that is?
It's measuring your pulse. We were quite young then, and just together, Roy and myself. And he lost his job in the shipyard. Doors just closed and left this wake of poverty, almost desperation. But we had a young family then, you know, and it wasn't even just about us and how we were going to manage. It was about what was going to be there for our children. We scraped just to be able to put shoes on their feet and dinner on the table.
Don't kill me, but we're gonna need to do another blood test.
More blood? Yeah, that's fine.
Fine, that's good, that's easy.
The only thing that we could do is to follow the work, really, because we're from a working class roots, and that spirit of will not be beaten.
Last time I had to get a blood test done, they spent ages trying to find a vein.
Well, you wouldn't make a very good addict because your veins aren't very good. We decided to up and move. We sort of jumped off a cliff together, really, and just thought, let's give it our best. But we did it because it was for our kids. I wanted my children to be able to choose what they wanted to do with their lives. It was about having a future.
So what are these other ones then? Can you not take it from them because they're already in veins?
No, they're for going in. Horse riding for Kaylee, it's been a massive part of her life. From the age of 9, she's worked at local stables, she's worked in a riding school, she's wanted to work with animals of all description, from small to tall. I've always been aware of the risks of the sport, but riding is so massively important to her. If that was taken away from her, she wouldn't be the same person.
Was he the motorcyclist?
He was.
on arrest when paramedics arrived.
Doctors have received the results of Mark's scans, which have revealed multiple broken bones, bruising to his lungs, an injury to his left eye, and a bleed on his brain. His wife and family have arrived at St George's after travelling from their home in Kent.
You're fearing the worst because there's nothing to tell you otherwise. And the fact that people at that time, I think they were very busy with Mark, so they couldn't come out to us straight away. You know it's serious.
Right. So who's there? Wife and son. Yeah.
It's never easy, particularly when you have to break bad news or explain something very, very difficult. It's potentially the most emotional time because you've spent your time very dedicated to the patient and their medical condition, focusing on that, doing the best. And then you see the human aspect of it. You speak to the relatives and you explain that the patient may have suffered some really serious injuries and you don't know how they're going to get on or even if they're going to survive or not.
So you know he was involved in a motorbike accident. At first, paramedics turned up. They thought his heart wasn't beating. He's had a scan from his head down to his toes. There's a small bleed in the left side of his brain. And he's got a pelvic injury, so his hip's dislocated on that side. So what concerns me most is his brain injury. The bleed, although it doesn't look that big, it often shows that his head's taken a good high-speed knock. And the other thing that concerns me is that if he didn't have a pulse for some period of time, he may not have had good blood flow to his brain. So there's quite significant injuries that I'm concerned about.
Is he conscious or not?
No, so because he's got the tube down, we give him some medicine to keep him asleep.
Okay.
Have you got any questions at all?
So he's just in a coma
Yeah.
at the moment.
Yeah.
With not knowing what the impact is on him.
Exactly.
Okay, okay.
Those moments can be really difficult. Quite a few years ago now that my dad died very suddenly, completely out of the blue, and had a cardiac arrest. And so I've kind of been in that position of going to the hospital and having the doctor come in and break bad news to my family. So I kind of have an understanding of what the family might be going through when you break bad news to them. That just changes your life forever, really.
Do you know what?
What?
At first, when this happened, I was afraid.
Were you petrified?
I was petrified. And I thought, how am I going to live? Like, how are you going to live without me by your side?
Well,
You'd have spent so many nights.
at no point did I think you were going to die.
You'd have spent so many nights thinking how you've done me wrong. But you'd be strong. I know you'd know how to get along.
Yeah, I would.
And then,
I'm quite independent.
And then I'd be resurrected and you go, oh, so you're back. I'd go, yep, from outer space.
This is why it was the first thing I said to the ambulance man.
Whoa. Oh, is that a bruise on it?
No, it's dirt.
Doctors have been carrying out tests to establish whether Kaylee has any significant injuries after a fall from her horse.
What do you do for work?
Dog grooming.
And you have horses as well?
Yeah, I've got a horse.
What's his name?
Olaf.
Ola?
Olaf, as in frozen.
She got work at a local stables, very badly paid. She's loaned a horse, she's shared a horse, and finally she's been able to buy her own horse. It was something that she's had to save up for, buy. We looked at a lot of horses, and then she saw this one, and she got on him, and they just fitted each other perfectly. He stole her heart that day, and he's kept it ever since, really.
The full results of Kaylee's CT scans have just arrived.
This young girl, 25 years old, got a dislocation of the hip. Yeah, I know.
Hi there, right, so, afraid you've dislocated your hip, which is why it's so painful.
Yeah.
I'm afraid it is an emergency, so we do need to get you upstairs into theatres as quickly as possible. And what we don't like is for the hip to be dislocated for too long, because the blood supply to the head, the femur, can be compromised. So, any questions?
Look after my girl.
Right, I'll see you on the other side.
Go.
Your child's the most precious thing that you have in your life. All you can say is, I'm here, I'm with you, I've got you. And really, actually, what you want to do is fix it all, and you can't.
Kaylee will now be rushed to theatre for emergency surgery to her dislocated hip, so doctors can try to give her the best chance of walking normally again.
Can you put on theatre, man? Yeah. Please, thank you. Can we have that lift, please? Let's say that lift.
Is it a staff nurse or a patient? OK, bear with me a second.
What's the date of birth, please?
We get called to resus for a number of things, so it could be that if there's a trauma call coming, we have to pre-book them in as an unknown patient. Going to resus for the first time was scary. My dad got brought in once. I was actually at work with my mum, and he collapsed at home. And the paramedics that went to him, we knew. Obviously, being in the job, you do get to know everyone, which was quite nice in a way, because you know that they'd look after him. And yeah, he got brought in into resus. It was awful. It was horrible. We found out that he was actually in cardiac arrest. He was on that horrible machine that does the CPR instead of having to constantly do it. Which was really hard to see, because I mean, you see it on patients and stuff, but when it's actually your own dad, it was really hard. And yeah, he got taken in, and they let my mum in to sort of be with him, and they looked after him and done everything, absolutely everything. And then he got transferred up to ICU, where he was there for 3 days, and unfortunately passed away. Tough being at work and then kind of you're booking in a patient that you've never met before to booking in your dad. It was really, really tough. It took me a while, but just one day I thought, I can do this. I'm going to be there for the next family that come in, and I'll be there for a shoulder to cry on, because I know how they're feeling. And I kind of looked at it in that kind of way, and I thought, I can do this, I can make my dad proud. I'm going to go to work and help the other people. And I did, and I'm still there now, so. Do you want to leave it with us? Because we're all trying to log in at the minute. We're all having a bit of an issue.
Motorcyclist Mark is being kept in an induced coma after a road traffic collision, which resulted in him suffering a cardiac arrest.
Just want to check the calcium, see if it needs a bit more, or we're good. Oh, here we go. This is it.
Scans have revealed a bleed on his brain and other serious injuries.
Even if you've done the best that you can for that patient, you still don't know how they're going to get on long term. It's as much as the family don't know what's going to happen, I don't know either. We've done the best on that day, but how are things going to be in a week's time, in a month's time, in a year's time? You don't really know how well these patients are going to recover if they survive.
Mark will be taken for emergency surgery and then to intensive care. Only when doctors decide to wake him from the coma will they realise the full extent of his brain injury.
Hello, Amy, can I help? Oh my God, right? So you know Mum and Tara signed me up to Bumble.
Going on a date? Going on a date?
He is so fit, Lucy, like, I'm not even joking.
He's well fit.
I know.
It was a lot of waiting and it was a lot of anxiety. What's going on? Is it going to work? Is there something else?
He went absolutely crazy when he saw me, and makes you realise the bond that he has with you as well as you having with him, because it's hard not to take it personally when he chucks you off that many times, when actually horses don't think like that. They just think it's going to hurt, get her off.
If we go to a motorcyclist who's been in a very serious accident and they are in traumatic cardiac arrest, then the odds are really against them making a recovery from that. But he rallied.
I kind of kept a bit of a diary during the time. One of the entries was about, well, I asked him whether he loved me, and he sort of said he squeezed my hands to say yes. And I don't know, it's just a really important moment in the whole process, just feeling that connection back with him. You could see his joy when the boys came up to see him, what comfort he took in terms of them being there, and that was kind of what he was, you know, fighting for.
When I wake up in the morning, I still think that this whole experience is a dream. You think you love your wife or husband or children, but until something serious happens to you, if it hadn't have been for them, I probably would have given up on life. The amount of power and strength they have to want you to come through it is quite unbelievable. I wanted to live. I've got a purpose to live, to see my children grow up and to see that Jackie's looked after as well. So that's my purpose in life. Yeah, so, well, yes, and, you know, true love, isn't it?
How are you? Let me take a little pic of you.
Hello, St. George's.
When you hear the hem's call, your pulse goes up.
I've never seen Mum that broken before.
She fell backwards into an empty swimming pool.
Approximate height?
3 metres.
3 metres she fell.
We wanted them to fix the hole in her head and send her home. It didn't quite turn out like that.
We're all so busy living our lives, and then suddenly something cuts through that, something often very unexpected.
Paediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
A 71-year-old female with 2 stab wounds to the back.
He was found to be in traumatic cardiac arrest.
I can't feel any pulses. We're at St George's Hospital in Tooting.
hours, 7 days a week? I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London, one of Britain's busiest A&E departments, under more pressure than ever.
So do you want to watch, darling, or do you want to look away?
This is the worst day ever. You never know what's coming in, and you just have to be ready for anything.
Gas canisters exploded, 15% burns to hands, face.
In a world of uncertainty, we see a life-changing event.
I'm ANAP. I need her to get out of here, please.
When patients come in, something takes over.
I'll be fine. I'm going to be very fine.
A place where life,
Give me an A. Give me an E.
love,
Okay, good lad. Well done.
and loss unfold every single day.
Did you enjoy the Queen's birthday yesterday?
I watched the football.
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Don't worry.
We get to see people who love one another in loads of different ways. Yes. And I think you can give someone the best care in the world, but really what they want is to hold the hand of the person that they love and for them to tell them that they're going to be okay.
You're my hero.
Hello, A&E reception.
I was settling in for the night. I wanted to catch up on Love Island tonight.
We are very different people.
I was like, oh.
My friend's pregnant. She phoned me to tell me that. I was furious.
Why?
But you know what they do when they have the babies, don't they? They drop the mates.
Oh, right.
No, once they have the babies, that's it.
Harry. Hello. I'm all right, mate. How are you? Cool, cool.
Dr. Maddie has been a consultant at St George's for the last 2 years.
Every emergency department has its own kind of way of working, but everyone works in a team, especially at George's. It is a department where everyone gets on, everyone chips in.
This one, we're going to take some blood, OK?
Are you doing it?
Well,
All right.
I don't mind.
If you want to.
You are the consultant. You are allowed
Oh,
to
that doesn't
delegate.
matter. I'm happy to do it.
That's why I'm doing it for you, willingly. If you expected me to do it, I'd probably leave it a bit longer.
You know, patients are coming into a new environment, they're frightened. It might be a very, very difficult situation for them.
Thank you. I'll get you 20 mil.
No, so I've got everything. We'll have a look. Cheers, Luke.
Thank you.
I think you really do have to get on with everyone, and these are people you're working with day in, day out in a really high-stress environment. If you're not getting on with your
I don't feel like I
team,
should
then
argue
that
with
affects patients.
I'm going to go now. Do you want to do this? What do you want to do? Don't, I'll cry.
When you're working, you have a family, you have a lot less time for yourselves, a lot less time for socialising. I'm lucky you have a few friends at St George's who do listen really well and do offer advice really well. And I'd like to think I can do the same for them.
Hello, St George's.
Skull fracture, C1 fracture, T4 fracture, rib fractures, sternal fracture, facial fractures, left radius and scaphoid fracture. How many minutes was that? 10? Yeah. Adult trauma call to resus, please.
This is the one with the C1, T5, multiple ribs. He's fallen down some steps and broken every bone in his body.
A 60-year-old builder is in a critical condition after falling 2 feet from a ladder.
There is a potential for some really horrific injuries from falling. You worry about head injuries a lot because if you've got a bleeding on the brain, then that's one of the more serious things that can happen to you, which can lead to people dying very quickly. It doesn't always correlate to how high they've fallen. Some people, having not fallen very far, will break a lot of bones and have a lot of injuries.
The man was taken to a local hospital but his injuries are so severe he's been transferred to the major trauma unit at St George's.
If the patient's being transferred from another emergency department and they're saying, listen, we cannot manage this patient here, we need to step it up and we need to move him over to you. So then immediately you do worry a bit more because you know that they are quite unwell.
Travelling with the patient in the ambulance is his business partner, Paul.
I was finishing off another job for another builder, and I was clearing stuff away. Got back home, looked at the phone, and there was like 10 missed calls. Phil. And you look at your phone and you think, oh, it's gone off in his pocket. But then there was a couple of numbers I didn't recognise.
On your camera.
We'll go across on 3. 1, 2, 3. Excellent, thank you very much.
And then turns out to be the doctor at the hospital, and you know, your mate's had an accident, we've got him in here, he's fallen. And I'm thinking, well, he can't have fallen far, he was working on a bungalow.
Everyone listening? This is a pretty 60-year-old gentleman. This afternoon was at work on a ladder, estimated 2 feet high, plus his height as well. They're rearing around 9 foot. Landing's hit his head. He's got a laceration on the back of his head. Query in LOC, C2 fracture, some thoracic fractures, left wrist, facial fractures. So he collared and immobilised him. Excellent. That's everything with us. Thank you very much. So let's get the scoop out and then do a primary and then do a completion CT. Darry, if you're happy, just get a set of bloods done. Okay. And can you make sure there's a troponin because he's got a sternal fracture. All right. Thanks to you.
You get worried when you see patients who've come in with obvious signs of internal injury because you immediately know these are the injuries that are hard to treat.
Doctors must work out the full extent of Phil's multiple injuries as quickly as possible.
Is it painful, your arm? The rest is painful?
But it just goes to show how easy it is for an experienced builder to slip up. It takes a second to make a mistake, and your life's changed forever then.
Sorry, sir. All right.
60-year-old bricklayer Phil arrived at St George's after falling backwards off a ladder at work.
Just going to go in and out the scanner a few times. I'll give you an injection. It might make you feel a bit warm and funny.
He needs an urgent CT scan so doctors can establish the severity of his multiple fractures, as well as any internal injuries.
When someone comes in with many obvious fractures, they have lots of distracting injuries. They have lots of parts of their body that are hurting. And there might be parts that are injured that they're not feeling a lot of pain from. They might have an injury which is compromising either their spine or compromising some of the nerve supply to a particular part of the body, and they might not actually be able to feel something.
All right, so what we're going to do is just get you to bring both arms up above your head. Just do it nice and slowly.
Phil's wife Kim has difficulty walking and is waiting at home, but his friend and business partner Paul is at St George's.
I've known him for a long time. 28 years. When I first met him, I was on a building site in Hammersmith. Phil and the other boys were working in Kilburn. They used to pop in after work to have a cup of tea on the way back. I just met him a couple of times, and he had a woolly hat on because it was the winter. You know, he had a bobble hat. And the next time he came in, he didn't have the hat on. And I didn't recognise him, you know. Who are you? He went, it's me, Phil. I went, sorry, I didn't recognise you with the bald head. One day I got offered a big job, needed another bricklayer, phoned him up, did you fancy it? And then we just kept on going. Just 2 bricklayers really. One left-handed, one right-handed. One of you's working the opposite way so you can work towards each other instead of one working backhanded, you know? You've got a trowel in one hand and bricks in the other, you know, you never get an awkward bit.
Breathe in and hold your breath.
Over the years, we've always had more laughs than arguments. Sometimes uncontrollable laughing as well, you know, where you've had to like proper sit down or stop driving.
Breathe normally.
We was coming home from a job one day and he said something and we had to pull over, literally pull over and physically laugh for 10-15 minutes until he calmed down enough to be able to drive off.
Okay, so the injection's going to go in now.
Yeah, there's not many people that I've met in my whole career as a builder that I would say, yeah, I would call him a friend. Without him, you know, life would be different. There'd be a little bit of empty, I think, you know?
Breathe normally.
Doctors will now need to wait for the full report of Phil's CT scan before they can decide on the next stage of his treatment.
They were reduced from £1.39 to 35p.
That's good. Bargain.
18-year-old Shana has come to A&E with her mum Donna and best friend Bryony after injuring her ankle during a dance rehearsal.
Right, Shana, let's practice your accents. Right. Go on. Scottish.
I'm Shana from Scotland, and I eat haggis.
Not everybody in Scotland eats haggis.
All right,
I'm sick.
Do an Australian accent.
Hi there, I'm Shana, and I'm from Australia. I like kangaroos and kookaburras and barbecues. We'd have a shrimp on the barbie, don't I?
I first met Bryony in nursery. The teacher used to have like this like board where you have like your names on like little stickers, and like I dropped mine. We both went down to pick it up and like bumped heads, and then Bryony was kind of like, "Oh hi," this is like the first day of nursery. But yes, we basically became friends from bumping heads. And then like always sitting next to each other, like always doing things together, talking, giggling, laughing, annoying the teachers.
Do a posh accent, Shana.
Hello there. I come from South Wimbledon, and I go to the tennis and eat scones and... What is it? Tea and scones. I'm posh anyway.
I'll have a laugh.
We have the same favourite film, like even till now. Like we're both in love with Greece. We'd learn the songs, go back to our mums, have a little show, and it was like X Factor or whatever you want to call it.
Shall I be like, I'm Sandy because I'm the gal and you could be Danny?
I know.
Well, you should have cheered up a bit.
Like, what's the saying? When life knocks you down. Something.
When we was younger, I was really shy. Shana was this confident girl. But Shana brings the good out of me.
Should you have a selfie while we're sitting here?
Oh, come on then. Get us a selfie.
Let's get a selfie.
Selfie.
Peng.
You ain't got that stuff that makes your lips go all like that, have you? Go on then.
Oh,
Put
can I have
lips
it?
like me. That's it, now go like that.
All three of us look like Mick Jagger. We'll be like... Get no satisfaction. We got... We're all going to look like Mick Jagger. Oh, dear.
Hello, St George's. Medical trauma? Yeah. Yeah.
A 93-year-old woman is being rushed to St George's with an open leg fracture after falling at home whilst getting ready to meet friends for lunch.
Yeah.
Leading the trauma team is consultant Will.
An open fracture is where there is the underlying break to the bone, but there is tissue damage above that. So the end of the bone can poke out through the skin.
Thanks, bye. So we've got a 93-year-old lady post-fall with an open tib fib fracture.
We have immediate concerns, which is, has the blood supply or the nerve supply to the foot been compromised in any way? If the foot doesn't get blood, the foot will eventually die and have to be amputated.
The woman's son has been informed and is travelling from his home over 30 miles away in Surrey. Friends Sylvia and Bob were the first to arrive at the scene.
Bob and I were just clearing up after breakfast. The phone rang and she said, "Sylvia, can you help me?" She said, "I've fallen on the floor and I've hurt my leg." So we both went over.
Adult trauma team to casualty restart.
Oh, she's still got her colours in.
Yeah, I know, bless her.
She was laying with the head towards the front door, and I could see straight away that she got a problem. There was quite a lot of blood on the floor. It looked as though something was sticking in her leg. I'd never seen that sort of thing before. It looked like a dagger going into the shin. But in fact, of course, it was her shin bone poking out.
We'll just do the handover now, before we just leave everything.
Violet, feeling unwell this morning and went downstairs, felt faint, and then she's woken up kind of on the floor. We think she's hit a cabinet and she's got a open fracture of her right side. We've had ongoing bleeding since transport. She's got 2 dressings on, usually independent by herself.
Good, so hands over, brace, pull.
Doctors must establish whether the break to the bone has disrupted the blood supply to Violet's foot.
It is a potentially limb-threatening injury, and so we will be working hard to ensure that we get blood supply back to the foot.
Do you live alone or with someone?
I don't.
Do you live alone?
I live alone. Sorry, I'm already wearing hearing aids, but they're at home.
Oh, okay. All right. Try to speak up then.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind. Sorry.
We're going to put it in a back slab now, so they're nice and comfortable. All right?
Right. So I won't go home today.
No, I'm afraid not.
Will she get over it? That's what you tend to think, you know, at her age.
Broken neck, broken back. Fuck it, no. Oh, you've had a right punch up, mate, I've got to tell you. Oh.
60-year-old Phil and his friend Paul are awaiting the results of Phil's CT scan.
As long as you're comfortable. Don't shake your head, you soppy fucker. You're supposed to keep your head still, that's why you're wearing a neck brace. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with you. Well, that's what the ambulance man said. He said, "How come there's no sympathy?" I said, "Well, I said, there's sympathy there." I said, "But you just don't show it, yeah." You know?
What's sympathy?
Hey, what's that? I said, "You've got to understand we're builders." No, you obviously do care, but you don't want to show people you care too much. It's a man thing, isn't it? Man thing, don't show your emotions and all that.
Hello there.
All right, mate.
I'm Joe, I'm one of the doctors.
Going to come and stitch your head up.
Hello, mate. So what we need to do is staple your head up, OK? Right. So what I'm going to do first is put a little bit of local anaesthetic in, OK?
Building site is hard. You know, you just jolly each other along, you know. If he's having a bad day, then, you know, keep him up. You know, if I'm having a bad day, do the same for me, you know.
Shout scratch.
Your building mate's still there, so they'd get to know loads of things that other people wouldn't.
You're right there, sir.
Yeah, I'm fine.
But when I first met him, I knew he used to disappear. Had to have a bit of time on his own, you know. And the other guys used to... Where's Phil? Phil told me that, you know, he said, "I used to have to, you know, go and have a little 5 minutes, you know, because you got a little bit too much for me sometimes, so..." Before I met him, they lost the son. a road traffic accident outside of friends. But small, 4. So he always carried that.
So we're suspecting that you may have a bone broken at the base of the thumb. We're just going to put a splint on for now. All right? Good on you.
It was hard for a long, long time. He and his first wife, they just fell apart, you know? And they split up. I'll tell you what, he's made a good job of that.
Oh, I can't see.
Can he wet his lips loose?
Don't loose.
Yeah, look at that.
Hey, are they?
Don't be acting don't be acting a raspberry on me now. Yeah. Oh, you can have as many of these sucky lollipop things as you like, but you just can't drink it.
Thanks, mate.
What? For?
You're here, ain't you?
What's that? Soppy bastards.
Number 4 for the trolley to resuscitate, please.
Oh, hi, it's Maddie, A&E consultant. Hello. We have a man who has come in as a trauma transfer from St Helier. So he's a guy who fell off a ladder, landed on his back.
Specialist doctors are reviewing Phil's scans to establish whether his spinal fracture may have damaged the nerve supply to the rest of his body.
But he's got a T4 fracture.
When you hear about someone with an unstable high spinal injury, that's almost as bad as it can get.
But I would get your boss to have a look at it and decide what he wants to do.
All the nerves going to the rest of your body go up through your neck. And the higher up you go in the spine, then effectively everything below that will be affected. Of course, that's a significant impact on people never being able to walk again. That's the worst case scenario.
Lollipop, lollipop, oh, lolly, 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 lollipop. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Shauna?
Oh, yeah.
I'm coming. Hello.
Dance student Shana has come to St George's with her mum Donna and best friend Bryony.
Hi.
How are you?
Yeah, you're right.
Good. Right, so what's happening?
I don't know what's happened to it, but I was dancing and I was in my tap shoes and I was running and then I slipped, basically, went over the side.
So you twisted it in?
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Were you able to walk on it straight away, or?
No.
Well, you've been walking, but you've been limping on it. But
Yeah,
she has
like
put
right,
pressure,
yeah,
know.
right now, like today,
You put pressure on
it's
it.
been a bit better.
Can we take your sock off
Yeah,
and this
yeah, yeah,
brace
sure.
off so we can have a look?
We thought, get it checked out, because what with her wanting to be, a
Dancer,
career.
just in case, yeah. When I'm actually on stage, it literally is just pure happiness. I wanted to do it like as a career, like in my future. But I'd studied law and history at school, so I'd always kind of thought maybe I should study law at university.
If I push around here, does this hurt?
Yeah. And Bryony was kind of like, forget about, what's going to make you the most money. Forget about what's going to happen when you're 40 years old. So, Shana, you're 18 years old. What do you want to do now? And I was kind of like, dance. She was like, then you've got to do dance and we're going to let you do anything else because you just sat there and said to me, honestly, that's what you want to do. I think I needed that. And now I look back and it's like, I definitely made the right decision. I can't imagine myself not dancing.
Okay. I think you've partially torn a couple of your ligaments in your ankle.
Okay.
But because you're doing dancing, we just make sure you haven't taken a little bit of bone off there. So I'll send you down for an X-ray and we'll have a look at it and see what you've done.
Okay.
Okay, and you've only got one crutch.
Yeah, and it's a bit
Well,
big.
that's no good.
It was just, we just found it.
You need two.
Found it in my boyfriend's shed. It was just there.
Bryony's, like, with my mum, she's, like, my #1 fan.
Right, come with me.
Lovely.
You'll be an expert by the time you get to the end of the corridor.
just really like kind of proud. Well, she comes across that way anyway. I hope she is.
So you're going to go all the way down the end of this corridor where that blue
right.
sign is.
Okay.
Turn left and you'll see X-ray on your right.
Left, okay, thank you.
Yep, tell them your name.
Having her always support me has like filled me with more confidence.
Sean, hurry up, we haven't got all day.
What do you mean hurry up? How quick am I supposed to be?
Just fold that in there a bit. That's like a t-shirt.
Sorry. Yeah, the other way around. Yeah, if you put your hands, look, I'll show you. I did my daughter's yesterday.
We could have been there all day doing.
You put it there. Give me arm. Yes, I'll run. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Yeah, just don't take it off again.
Okay.
Are you comfortable there? Do you want to sit up a little bit?
Just a minute, yeah. Thank you very much.
How's that?
Yeah, that's
That okay?
93-year-old Violet has an open leg fracture after falling at home. Doctors need to realign the bones in a temporary cast ahead of emergency surgery.
So what I want to do is give you some very strong painkillers that'll make you a bit sedated. We'll take very, very good care of you, okay? All right, darling.
I put my hair up in
I know.
I was going out for lunch.
It's beautiful.
We're very close, really. We've been friends for about 30 years. We have Scrabble evenings. Well, she's a keen player. She never misses. She'll come over in the frost and snow and things like that. We all gather and have our drinks afterwards, put the world to right. When she doesn't come, you know, there's a deathly hush.
Violet, you're normally mobile, and do you use anything to help you walk? A stick or a frame or anything?
I use
a walking stick.
I used to cycle up until 3 years ago.
Did you?
I've still got my bike, but I can't cycle.
You can't go at the moment. Okay.
So it's going to make you feel a little bit snoozy now. The drugs that I've given you make you feel a bit funny.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, she is popular. Well, she's a good type, you know.
That's all right, okay?
She organised outings for Marks and Spencer's retirees.
It's okay.
What they call tinsel and turkey. So she organises a party which will go to a hotel. So they have turkey and they sing carols and so on. And she organises that every year. But that's the sort of thing she does. I think she'd find it very difficult to come to terms with being sitting in a chair watching television all day.
So when she's a bit more awake, she can go around for her seated. Good, so she... Nice. Lovely.
She's a very tough lady. She'd gone through a lot, and she must have a tough heart.
Violet will need a CT scan to establish whether the bones are aligned and see if the fracture has damaged the blood supply to her foot.
I'm going to just give you some pain relief just to help you back and everything, all right?
Phil is in A&E after falling off a ladder at work. He's waiting to hear from specialists about the severity of the fracture to his spine.
You've got a broken neck, a broken arm, 2 broken ribs, a fractured skull and a broken sternum.
Yeah, that's all right.
Oh, and a big cut on the top of your Swede and all.
Oh, and a broken eye socket and all.
Oh, and a fractured eye socket and all, yeah. I told you, he's going to get one of them body casts, something like that. You're going to wind up like that, and you walk out with the old braces under there like that. That's Kim. She wants. Are you still with Phil?
Yeah.
Yes. When when he said he was getting married again, I think I said to him, are you sure? But he said to me he'd never felt like that before.
I think I've been pretty good here.
I think you've been outstanding, mate, to be honest. No moaning, thank you very much. Yeah, he's not one for emotions, I feel, really. But he actually was looking forward to getting married again. And he's got this silly Cheshire cat face. He just walked about like that for weeks, you know, this grin. He was happy, you know. What can you wish for anyone more than being happy, you know? Yeah, no, I think fishing's out for a couple of months, mate. Who am I going to phone up now? When I get lost going to Widder Park. And it all went through, and he said, I want you to be my best man. And I'm like, oh, are you sure? You know, that's what shocked me when he asked me to be the best man, you know? And I'm like, well, it must mean something to him then.
I'll love a cup of tea up the back drip for me.
But it meant a lot to me that he thought that much of me to ask. Yeah, I can remember at the register office in Richmond and seeing them two happy, smiling, you know. Yeah, she made him the person that he should be, I think.
Dr. Maddie now has the full results of Phil's CT scan from the specialist reviewing his spine.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye. Go. So yeah, so nothing damaged inside, right. Okay, which is good. Your lungs underneath the broken bones are fine. Just your skeleton has taken the brunt of it. Right. With rest, it will heal. Right. Okay.
Sure.
Sit him up.
You sit him up.
Sweet.
Oh, that's enough.
We'll do that for now. We'll come up again in a bit.
Phil will be admitted to a ward so doctors can continue to monitor his multiple fractures.
I got you a present.
Oh.
It's got a straw.
No.
Oh, yeah, he found it. You got it, Bush? Fucking...
The straw come out.
The straw come out of the thing. I was standing over there and the straw's going... Get John to move it.
Don't make me laugh.
Right then, off we go.
Off we go.
I think it's very important to have some close friends around you that you can trust and rely on when things are going wrong. For me, my friends range from my wife and a few people I've grown up with to people I work with on a daily basis who I like seeing on a daily basis. There has always been a core group of friends that I will try and meet every couple of months. My wife jokes about the lads' nights, but it is generally, you know, two kind of middle-aged blokes meeting up for a movie and a burger like we used to do when we were 16. If I've ever needed them, I can give them a ring and say, listen, do you mind just having a chat? It's always nice to have someone you can do that with. If I didn't have that, my life would be a lot poorer for it.
So we're not quite sure exactly what happened. The thought is she'd probably fainted.
Doctors are concerned that 93-year-old Violet may have damaged the nerve supply to her right foot.
Did you enjoy the Queen's birthday yesterday?
I did watch the listen.
Did you watch? I haven't watched
I
any of
watched
it.
the football.
Did you enjoy the football?
No, I like rugby better.
Why rugby?
It's a gentleman's game.
Yeah, you're right. I agree. All right, Violet.
I've always been interested in athletics and sport. While I was still at school, I used to go dancing. I loved tap dancing.
Violet, how are you feeling?
I don't know.
You don't know. Are you okay?
When I became a teenager, I met my husband ballroom dancing. I think he came and asked me to dance.
What did you say?
Well, naturally, I got up and danced.
You're okay, Violet?
I loved it, every minute of it. He was wonderful, very, very good, especially the slow foxtrot. And he smoked a pipe, and he smoked Balkan Sobrani tobacco. I would remember that. And we became friends, and then we got together and used to go out. And that's how it went on.
She's 93, and she said up to 2 years ago she used to go cycling. She's on like near enough no tablets. Was on her way out for lunch, and that's why she's got her hair in curlers.
We were together for 2 or 3 years, and then we got married. I could rely on him all the time. We had some happy times.
Breathe in and hold your breath.
Doctors will need to wait for the full results of Violet's CT scan to find out whether her injuries are life-changing.
Breathe normally.
No, we've not been sitting here 2 hours.
We have been sitting here 2 hours, about an hour and a half, yeah.
Shana is awaiting the results of an X-ray of her ankle.
Why are we waiting? My foot is aching. Do you reckon we're supposed
We've not reported to reception. We've actually not reported to the reception. That's why we're still here. There's a sign.
Go now and check.
We've actually not reported.
Go and check.
Oh,
Right, what way is it?
Urgent care, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
It was.
Is that Shiana? Oh, God, you've been gone for ages. You've gone so long, Craig's finished his shift and has asked me to review your x-ray, so come and have a little seat here. Good news, not broken.
Oh.
Yay! So, I mean, obviously it's sprained. I'll pop a referral in to our team here for them just to review you, because you're a dancer, you might need just specific strengthening exercises. We'll see how you're doing. Hopefully we'll get you back tap dancing soon.
I hope so.
Within school, I was the one that gave up a lot. I would come home sometimes in tears and be like, Shana, I really want to leave sixth form. It's not for me, all this. And she'd be like, no, Bryony, you're sticking to it. You're doing it and you're going to come out with good qualifications and you're going to do what you want to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I stuck to it and I came out with good qualifications, and I'm happy that she was there to listen. But when I left sixth form, I wasn't a confident person in like interviews and stuff. And I remember she worked in like a little cafe, and she said to me, I'm going on holiday in July and they need someone to cover me. So every day that I was there was like building my confidence. And then when she come back, she was like, Bryony, I wanted you to do it because I wanted you to be confident. She taught me to believe in myself.
All right, guys.
Thank
Take care. Nice to meet you.
You too.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
When I was younger, it was kind of like, oh, my best friend Bryony. But now it's kind of like we've passed that stage, like we're family. She knows I love her, I know she loves me. We're just like sisters, really.
It's raining, man. Oh, it's actually raining.
No, it's seriously raining.
Shit off.
As if my day wasn't bad enough.
At my house, weren't you?
I was.
Oh, I've left all the mess.
No, don't worry about that. We did move some of your furniture.
Doctors are awaiting the results of 93-year-old Violet's CT scan after she fell and fractured her leg.
to take the colours out.
Yeah, would you mind? Whoever's so kind of it. Yeah, I think. Would you mind? I had a very happy marriage because we'd done everything together. Except he had cancer and they didn't know he'd got it. So it was a shock because he was only about 64, so. He just wasn't well and my doctor sent him up for scans. And they rang and said he was very tired. Would we go up to the hospital? And because he was in a little room and unconscious. And then he died Christmas morning. Is it dry?
It's very dry now. It's all lovely and curly.
Oh.
And what was it like to suddenly be on your own after all that time?
I didn't like it one bit, being in the house on my own, but you just have to cope.
I think we're done.
Oh, thank you very much indeed. I probably wouldn't survive if I didn't have people like Sylvia, Bob, and a few others, you know, that are very kind. You just need friends, very, very much so.
Violet's son Nigel has arrived at St George's.
Violet, with your ring, do you want to keep that on or do you want to give it to your son? Just
do I have to take it off?
If possible, but if you don't want to, that's totally fine.
I don't think I can get it off.
That's fine, I'll put some tape on it, don't worry.
Nige, was it yours as well? I spoke to you on the phone. That's all right. So look, your mum is amazing. I think everything else is okay from, you know, head to knee, and it's just this right leg, but very nasty break. She's in a plaster now and much more comfortable, but it's something that these guys need to fix, and they will use an operation to fix that. So they're going to do it probably in the next hour or so.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, that's okay. But you have to realize this is a very significant injury, okay? And at 93 and 2 old knees, etc., it's going to take you a while to get better, because the first thing you said to us when you came in was, am I going home this afternoon? And you won't be going home. It'll take a little bit of time before you get better. All right?
Thank you very much.
That's okay.
You've all been very kind.
Yeah, that's
Thank
okay.
you.
That's all right. You'll get better soon, okay?
Yeah.
You're in good hands.
If you wouldn't mind to say thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
To Sylvia and Bob. I get her some flowers.
Violet, we're going to bring you upstairs, okay?
Violet will be taken to an orthopaedic ward ahead of emergency surgery to rebuild her leg.
Thank you.
Bye, Violet. Nice to meet you.
I still try and go out on a Saturday. I try and get back a bit earlier when it's rugby, and that's on.
I think I've been lucky, really, to recover as quick as I did. You wouldn't expect to do that sort of damage falling 2'6". Probably be double checking everything now before I get on them. I do appreciate the people that I've got around me now, a lot more. You appreciate how much they're there for you.
You can make 1,000 acquaintances, but how many of them are you going to call friend at the end of your time when you shuffle off? How many of them in your time can you say, he was my friend? Not many.
It's right in my brain.
A&E St George's, adult trauma by air. You're going to land in 7 minutes.
If they're coming in by air, then you know that it's going to be quite a serious trauma.
If you're scanning everything.
A 24-year-old who's had a cardiac arrest. When there's a cardiac arrest, you worry, but if it's in someone in their 20s, then you're especially worried.
We were just starting our lives. I had resigned myself that he was dead.
We're all so busy living our lives, and then suddenly something cuts through that, something often very unexpected.
Paediatric trauma call, 15 minutes.
A 71-year-old female with 2 stab wounds to the back.
He was found to be in traumatic cardiac arrest.
I can't feel any pulses.
We're at St George's Hospital in Tooting.
Yeah, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I love that question. What's your opening hours?
St George's, London. One of Britain's busiest A&E departments, under more pressure than ever.
So do you want to watch, darling, or do you want to look away?
This is the worst day ever.
You never know what's coming in, and you just have to be ready for anything.
Gas canisters exploded, 15% burns to hands, face.
In a world of uncertainty, we see a life-changing event.
I'm A&E, I need her to get out of here, please.
When patients come in, something takes over.
I'll be fine. I'm going to be very fine.
A place where life...
Give me an A, give me an E.
Love...
Okay, good lad, well done.
And loss... unfold every single day.
Did you enjoy the Queen's birthday yesterday?
I watched the football.
All the patients you're about to see were treated in just one 24-hour period.
Don't worry.
We get to see people who love one another in loads of different ways.
Yes.
And I think you can give someone the best care in the world, but really what they want is to hold the hand of the person that they love and for them to tell them that they're going to be okay.
You're my hero.
Hi, it's Tom, 611. Who's that? Who's that? Oh, I need to. So, will you give me blood bleep? I'm down in resus, so will you let me know? Thank you, bye.
Dr. Tom is halfway through his 8-hour shift in A&E today.
He's tubed, airway's safe, I'm being around.
Fine, any
Okay.
problems, we'll yell.
I can honestly tell you that sometimes I'd like to lie in a little bit more, because I start pretty early. That was a cardiac arrest, and there's a trauma call over there, who I'm dealing with at the moment. It's like, I suppose, it's going for a really, really long run. Sometimes during the run, it's pretty tough, right? And maybe you don't even want to start doing it at the beginning of the run, but once you finish, you think that was pretty good. I'm glad I've got through it today. See outside here, this is the skull, the white bit, and outside you can see some soft tissue swelling. This bruise is extending, isn't it? You see this bruise here is extending. I was born in Japan, but grew up in South London. I've been back when I was 7 for a year at a Japanese-speaking school, and again when I was 12. So my Japanese is okay. Not brilliant, kind of stunted at a 12-year-old's Japanese. Protomy's next, on the table. I'll just speak to Nigel, who's the reg, who said the patient's asleep. I'm the only doctor in my immediate family. Have you actually been swallowing any of the blood? To be a doctor, you got to love your job. You got to care about the patients that you're looking after.
We have to keep them nice and warm. It's going to get really cold here.
To be able to help people.
Thank you.
In the real serious situations. It's definitely something that I enjoy doing. It's definitely something that I feel privileged to be able to do as well.
St George's. Yep. 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 Thanks. Bye.
Adult priority, 8 minutes.
A 54-year-old woman is being airlifted to St George's after her and her husband were involved in a car crash in Surrey.
A head-on collision, combined speed of 90 miles an hour. Already had 1 unit of blood and 1 of plasma with HEMS.
She was found unconscious and had to be cut out of the vehicle. Doctors and paramedics gave her an emergency blood transfusion at the scene.
Code red, trauma call to A&E resus, please.
Hello, head is trauma to resus.
So a code red essentially means that the patient has lost blood, and even a very short amount of time without a good blood supply to the brain can be kind of catastrophic.
Her husband is also on his way to St George's by ambulance. Their daughter had just left them before the accident happened.
We're in town having lunch. My parents, my brother. And they went off home, and we went off home. Got the kids out of the car. And we got a phone call from my brother. And just said, we've been in an accident, you need to come. We just got the kids in the car and left straight away.
Could I put another adult trauma call out, please, to A&E resus? And could I activate helipad as well, please?
We got there. It was worse than we were expecting, a lot worse. There was loads of police, ambulances. We ran over and we got pushed back because they were trying to cut my mum out of the car. I was scared, really scared. Because I'd never seen my mum like that. I didn't know what to think, I didn't know what to do. I felt helpless. It was awful. She wasn't in a good way at all.
Water to resus, please, for the code red trauma call.
The risk at 90 miles an hour, potentially the internal organs are travelling at that speed as well and suddenly stop. And internal injury or internal bleed can be very dangerous.
Ready, brace and lift. This is Michelle. Michelle was the passenger in an MPV which had a head-on collision with a car. Both cars travelling approximately 40 to 50 miles per hour. Injuries top to toe. Essentially, she's got bilateral rib fractures, the most pronounced on the right-hand side. She's got some right hypochondrial pain, prurial liver injury. She has a pelvic binder in situ. She's had 1 unit of blood and there is some plasma that's on her there. She dropped her systolic while she was still trapped to about 75.
Michelle? Michelle? Michelle, my name's Tom. I'm one of the doctors. Can you hear me?
Okay, on brace, ready, set, race.
Michelle? Do you know where you are? You're at St George's Hospital in Tooting. Is that painful?
Definitely right side. I think it has reduced the rent on both sides.
If you have an injury to your ribs and your spleen and your liver, potentially all of those together can cause a lot of bleeding and can make the patient's conditioning critical or life-threatening.
Let's get a scan done quick, guys. There might be something in the chest. Michelle, on slide, ready, set, slide. Fantastic.
It's been just over 20 minutes since Michelle arrived in A&E after being involved in a head-on collision at a combined speed of 90 miles an hour.
Keep breathing for us, okay? Keep taking
Taking nice breaths.
She's been given an emergency blood transfusion to stabilise her blood pressure and brought to CT to scan for injuries to her head, neck and internal organs.
So we do head to pelvis, yeah? Head to pelvis.
Growing up with 4 other siblings, Dad was always working and Mum has always been there for us. She wasn't a strict mum. No, she was quite a laid-back and chilled-out mum.
Breathe in and hold your breath.
Me and Mum used to go swimming, just me and Mum, and go on bike rides. And that was nice, just time with me and Mum. Mum would make sausage casserole. I used to love that. I still try and make it now for my kids, but it never turns out as good as Mum's.
RTC passenger, head-on collision, likely pelvis, bilateral rib. Head appears to be okay, but she's had some ketamine before she got it, so we can't really tell.
She was just there for me when I needed her.
Michelle, big deep breaths in and out for me. Yeah, we need to take her around, because I'm a bit worried about her sat.
Doctors must now wait for the full results of the CT scan in order to prioritise the next stage of her treatment.
Yeah, my mum says she'll pay for my eggs to be frozen at 30. She also, on my last birthday, we've got this shelf where we keep like all the nice pottery and stuff at home, and she cleared a little space on it and sent me a picture saying, just for you, little space on the shelf.
Did you bring a charger for my phone or not? Just
No, I'm not in charge of charging you.
Tom. The entire reason we're here, you just keep lolling on it. And
No, that was not on your hand, was it? Oh, it's very bruised, isn't it?
There you go.
Oh, blimey. I've got so much support around it, but it's still... Oh, God.
73-year-old Monica has come to A&E with chronic hip and leg pain. She's accompanied by her son, Elston.
I'm not quite sure how you're going to get on top of this.
Listen, I'm agile as a monkey.
So, Monica, tell me, what's brought you to hospital today?
I have this pain in here.
Okay, so you've had this pain since?
2 weeks. 2 weeks. What?
I would say probably like the last 3 weeks.
Once it starts, it is murdered.
That's right,
Okay.
but it's normally she's mobile.
Well, what I'll also do is I'm going to just move this bed this side.
Yes.
And probably I'll just have a feel of your joint, if that's all right.
Okay.
Yeah?
I have to slim down. I've put on weight again. I grew up in such a beautiful house in Trinidad. Trinidad was nice, but people were very, very poor.
I'm just going to move this head and down, okay?
I grew up where we put on a plain dress, you go to church. I used to go and read the Bible, stand up.
Can you feel my fingers?
Yes.
Can you feel my fingers?
Yes.
What I need you to do is try and raise this leg.
I wanted to be a nun. To be a nun, you have to travel.
This is the place where you have the pain.
Oh, I think just now.
Just now you have it.
Yes.
That hurts you. Okay.
I came on the TN Venezuela to London because the plane didn't start until 2 years after, 63. 2 weeks, the longest journey in my life. I vomit every day. I couldn't eat. Oh, God.
What I need you to do, okay,
How
if
are
you
you
just turn
feeling?
onto your left
You're
side.
struggling.
Yeah.
I came in September, and boy, wasn't it cold. And everybody's saying it's hot, and I was freezing. It's freezing, yes. And my friend took me around to see places. So nice. Somehow it's so nice and different. I'm not used to that, but I adapted. I adapted.
Because I could tell you're struggling by turning around the bed.
Have you got any pain around here?
No, but that's where the pain started first.
Okay. Monica, would you be all right if we just took some blood samples today?
Doctor,
Yeah.
I am easygoing. Even if you kick me, I'll turn the other way. I'm easygoing.
Okay. No worries. We'll just take some blood samples, yeah? And then we'll see if there is anything acute in that, which might also be one of the reasons why you're having so much of pain. I'm going to come back to you.
Yes. Thank you.
Can't walk. You really seen you walking there. You couldn't walk.
You can change it.
Boring.
I like that. That's nice.
Just the two choices. Hello, St George's ED. Okay, go ahead. Echo Juliet. Thank you. Bye.
Adult male trauma call, 5 minutes.
A 41-year-old man is being rushed to A&E with a severe ankle dislocation.
Dislocation of ankle. It's critical skin. Hello? 5.
Particular term, the critical skin, it suggests that the skin's blood supply is being breached. If you don't restart the blood supply to the foot, then the risk is that the foot may die or you may have more permanent long-term injury.
The man was at a trampolining centre with his 12-year-old daughter when the accident happened.
We had 10 minutes left and I was facing the opposite way. And he shouted over to me and went, Maisie, I broke my ankle. And I turned around, that's when he had his hand over his foot. It was changing colour, it was shaking, and you could see like his bone. He was just laying there and he wouldn't let no one see his foot, so he asked people to cover it up for him.
It's all good. Just be gentle.
Okay, on 3, 1, 2, 3.
So this is Darren. He was on the trampolines. He's bounced, landing onto his right ankle. Query, right ankle fracture / dislocation. He's complaining of pins and needles. He's had 10 of morphine and Entonox. Still complaining of quite significant pain.
Oh, it's just really aching now.
I'm not surprised.
Yes, no problem, love.
Is there anyone that we need to call for you?
They're outside, they're right.
Just outside.
I was with my youngest, and now my eldest has turned up.
Darling?
Oh, here we go. 12,
Yeah.
20, 25, and 26. It's a really good day out.
Is it?
Yeah, but you got all
I'll
that.
follow in your footsteps without the breaking bit.
I always like to take them out just to keep them entertained all the time. Do you know what I mean? Monkey World, you name it, I would do it. Paintballing, bungee jumping, you name it, I'd do it.
You have any allergies? No, mate. The only thing I'm allergic to penicillin.
And you normally fit in well, yeah?
Yeah.
And no asthma?
No.
Any missing teeth?
No, yeah. One there.
Is anything loose?
No, well, check that out. This one started to go loose now.
Oh, yeah, OK. So what we're going to do is give you some medicine through here,
Yeah.
which will make you forget everything that happened. It's called ketamine and a bit of midazolam, so we can reduce your ankle and put it back in the normal alignment.
So you're going to snap it back?
We are.
OK, no problem.
The dislocation is time critical. If you don't restart the blood supply to the foot, the worst case scenario is that they're permanently damaged. And then very, very last end of the line might be some kind of amputation.
Pat made a nice one the other day.
Pat made a cup of tea?
Yeah, it was really nice.
Oh, my God.
She's really
Do you know
good at
what?
making
It's very rare that I get a cup of tea made for me.
I've lived in London all my life. I don't want to move out. No. Well, they won't get so much, you see, my sons. I take an annuity. Well, I think they'll only go and blow it on a Maserati or something. Hope I haven't. There's an opera frock in there that's worth a few thousand.
Michelle, I'm going to give you a special device where you press the button, okay, and it releases some pain relief into your veins.
Okay.
Okay, how's that
Doctors are awaiting the results of Michelle's CT scan. They suspect she has internal bleeding and may have life-changing injuries after being involved in a car crash earlier today.
We'll take good care of you, all right?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Her daughter Tony has arrived at St George's.
She was in a lot of pain from her ribs and her hips as well, okay, and we were concerned that she might have broken her pelvis and broken some of her ribs. Having been brought to hospital, her blood pressure was low, so we had to give her a little bit of blood because we thought she may have bled from somewhere as well. And we've now sent her through the scanner, so to have a look at all of her other injuries as well. So she's got the blocks in at the moment to keep her head still. Just wanted to make sure until we've got the official report back from the scan.
Yeah.
Okay, but we'll keep you posted, Tony, all right?
Thank you.
Michelle's husband Paul is being treated in the resus department in a separate bay.
Ma'am?
Oh, I was gonna die. Oh, Dad.
Dad's gone up to have a CT scan.
I don't know what I'd do without my mum. You know your family always be by you no matter what you choose to do. I've always wanted to be a mum, so I knew that from quite a young age. I was round my mum's friend's house, Lisa. I was round her house, and I'd done the test at her house, so she was the first one to know. And then Lisa texted my mum saying, "Hello, Nanny." And my mum rang up and was a bit, what? They were happy, scared for me, because I was still so young. I was 16. It was scary. I would get judged by people because they were all sitting there GCSEs and going on to work and college, and I was having a baby. That was hard. People that I thought were my friends had stuff to say behind my back about the situation. That wasn't nice. Especially when I had the baby, all of my friends sort of disowned me because I couldn't do what they would want to do because I had a baby. And she understood what I was going through. And she was there when I had Tia. And then I still lived at home, so she was there after. She just lifted my spirits. But I knew that things were changing for Mum.
I think everything you do at any point in your life will affect how you live the rest of it. When I was at school, I wanted to join the RAF and be a pilot, and was in the air cadets and all that kind of stuff. But when I was 15, one of my best friends, he was unwell at a friend's house on a Wednesday afternoon. I remember him kind of lying on the sofa, not being his usual self, you know, but assuming that it was going to be like a cold or a flu or something. He was brought to St George's and was brought to the intensive care unit for children here, and unfortunately died from meningitis. So that was a pretty tough one to take, so it was really quick as well, unfortunately, so a big shock to the system. Whenever your mum feels pain, she presses that grey button there and releases some morphine. That was an extra trigger to get into medical school. What you want to try and do is get your mum to be able to breathe nice and comfortably, that's the most important.
Yeah.
Orthopaedic doctors have been called to resus to assess Michelle's injuries.
I can't move properly without you hurting.
We'll have a little feel around the back. Just let us know if there's any tenderness at all.
Is that painful?
Does it hurt in your tummy when you cough, or your chest?
Yeah.
That's where your liver is. The injury to the liver, stretching.
Oh.
Doctors are concerned that the impact of the collision may have fractured Michelle's ribs and punctured her internal organs, so need to carry out further investigations.
We're going to give some ketamine to midazolam. Take him off the... Yeah, let's take him off the scoop.
His legs still.
It's been 17 minutes since Darren arrived in A&E after dislocating his ankle whilst trampolining.
So what we're going to do is just give you a little bit of medicine called ketamine, which will make you feel a bit lightheaded and reduce any anxiety.
Doctors need to relocate his ankle to restart the blood supply and reduce the risk of long-term damage to the nerves and blood vessels in his foot.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a... This is going to sound good. I'm a relocation specialist. Basically, I work for a removal company.
I wanted to be a long-distance lorry driver when I was younger. I never wanted to be a fireman, a policeman, or anything. No, I never wanted anything. I'm more of an outdoor person. I was, what would you say, an average street kid.
Hello, love.
Hello.
Chasing the girls all over the shop. We would run down the park, rip a tree apart and make a tree house. Most of my friends, we always not tried to get in trouble so much, but it did happen every now and then.
It just feels like everything, like the muscles are just starting to contract on themselves.
Yeah, that's exactly. The body's trying to protect itself by going into spasm. Yeah.
Ketamine is a very powerful anaesthetic drug. You can sometimes feel that you're having an out-of-body experience.
Well.
From the outside, it may seem that you're quite spaced out.
You're right, you're doing really, really well. Nice. Keep your eyes open for me.
All right? Wow. What's that?
I was always the one on the outside.
Wow.
But I always used to get dragged into it.
I feel like all the little PlayStation games. This is amazing.
I was about 16, 17. My mum was away for 2 weeks in Clacton, and the group of friends that I ended up hanging around with, obviously, when I got a little bit older, they were a bit more of a lively lot. One of them had a moped, riding it around, run out of petrol, so he decided to go to the petrol station, bought himself £2.50 worth of petrol in the petrol can, brought it back to the house.
Great, that's working.
We're going to gently pull your leg, all right?
Yeah.
They had something in their hand they shouldn't have had in their hand. One of the fellas lit a lighter, and woof, up it went. It went up in his face, he jumped up, it just guzzled out the petrol can round the living room floor.
Nice deep breaths. Keep taking those breaths.
One of my friends threw the water on the fire and it just exploded, and it took the whole back of the house out, it went through the ceiling, it gutted the whole house completely.
There we are, brilliant. Well done.
Mum was fine with me. She came back. She knew it was the boys that I hanged around with, and then they came round to see if everything's all right, and Mum attacked them outside the house. So one of them ended up with a broken nose, and the other one ended up with an umbrella around his head.
Do we order an X-ray?
I haven't done it yet.
I'll do it now.
Oh, thank you.
My mum was very cool, very, very cool. My mum would go out and have a party with you, she'd dance with you and everything.
Nice deep breaths.
Look at how my thighs are getting big.
Okay.
No exercise.
Don't be training for that 5K.
Monica has come to A&E with her son Elston. She has severe pain in her hip and leg.
It's coming back. I thought I'd be able to walk out. I thought I'd be able to walk out.
Doctors have ordered bloods to be taken to see if there is a serious underlying cause for her pain.
Hello. I've got difficult veins. So I have to start apologising.
No, you don't.
Veins is so difficult. I remember I had an emergency operation and the anaesthetist came out and she said to me, always when you come into the hospital, warm up your hands, warm up your hands. And I said, I want to be cremated because I'm always cold, so I want to feel some heat.
Oh, my goodness me!
You learned a few things from my mum today.
My goodness. When I came here to live, the hospitals wanted nurses. I used to work here.
Oh, right.
When I was young, I'm 73 now. I went to George's as an agency, and I got the agency job. I love nursing, looking after people. Oh my God.
Right, I've found a vein. So let's see.
Good luck, darling. Oh gosh. It taught me to be kind, because taxis those days were very expensive. Patients going home, they have no money, and I will go and give them. They say, I'll bring it back. I said, no, don't.
We've got it.
My goodness me.
Yeah.
She deserves an award.
Now, every time you go and get a blood test, you have to think of her name.
You have to ask for me, yeah.
My goodness. All the nurses used to go to the pubs up here. We used to go here, and their pubs, they know it was the nurses' pubs. When we come, all the chairs were out. Jeez, look at that. We used to go dancing. Gay clubs, listen, we love the gay clubs, and I love the gay men because they are great fun.
Oh, done. I've got 3 full bottles as well.
My God.
So the vampire doesn't have to come tonight.
Yeah. I used to say to my husband, Noel said, can't we swap hands? Because his veins was beautiful. Before I met Noel, I've been married twice before. He heard I was divorced, so he came in, knocked the door, and when he walked in, he had denim, and he had the denim jacket. Oh, and I said to him, oh, God, you look sexy. I'm sure he was blushed. And he said, we are going out. So I dress up in heels. I can't walk in heels. He was tall, very intelligent man. Then, a month after, he said, Monica, I'll come here and look after you for the children. Noel was more than a father, especially Elston. Elston wasn't good at maths and things. He would teach him. Which one are you reading?
Thriller, crime thriller.
Oh, Billy.
It's good. I've probably read about 4.
I think Noel and I, we started going out. And my God, that's when the racism started with them. We had it from both sides. People used to stop in cars. Why are you with a black woman? These 3 white men, they came out of the crematorium and they said, have you got a light? Noel said, run. I said, I'm not running, I'm going to kill them. And I think they heard and they left us. When we had it at the pub, I decided, I think it's best we break up because I can't take any more, you know. Noel said, Monica, just ignore it. Just ignore it, he said. I asked him to marry me after 7 years. We married for 28, but we were together for 30-something years. I can't explain to anybody this pain.
Don't worry.
Doctors need to wait for Monica's blood test results to decide on the next stage of her treatment.
She crashed, combined speed of 90 miles an hour, was at code red with them. She's got the total ability to drop her blood pressure again and bleed again.
Michelle's sons have arrived in A&E. Doctors have received the initial results of her CT scan. They show multiple injuries to her internal organs.
Found that she's got some rib fractures on the right-hand side. If you've injured the liver, probably the ribs above it will be injured as well. She's also got a bruise on the spleen on the other side of the abdomen. So all of that really means she needs to be observed closely by our surgical team if there's any delayed bleeding from the liver. And that may develop over the next 24 or 48 hours.
Alright.
I'm all right when I'm laying still.
You seen the car?
No.
This is you, man.
I just remember all the noise.
You have to tell them they are your meds and tell them that you are up to time on them.
It wasn't until we got a bit older that they started opening up a bit more about the illness. She wouldn't do half the stuff that she would before. She's got depression, anxiety, split personality disorder. It was like we'd lost a part of her. My dad sort of jumped into my mum's role. He gave up everything to be mum's full-time carer.
Bad.
We've been together for 40 years.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Because Michelle was so up and about. And then all of a sudden, after that day, it just gradually went downhill. That's when I knew I should stop work and look after her. No hesitation at all. I went into work that following morning and I said, no. Give my notice in.
Take care. All right, and night.
I care for Michelle full time. Because sometimes it can last for a month at a time. All I can describe it as is parasite in the brain.
What's that been like for you?
I suppose it's fulfilling, really. It is. To know that I can do it for her.
Yeah, one rib fracture on the right.
I think so.
Michelle will be taken to intensive care, where doctors will continue to monitor the bleed on her liver and damage to her spleen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How old are you? 42, man, yes? You
guys bringing us that?
Yeah, man. It's only a number to me. Only a number.
Of course.
You're as young as you feel, man.
Doctors are awaiting the results of Darren's x-ray after having his ankle realigned. They are concerned that the dislocation may have caused permanent damage to the muscles and nerves in his foot.
Hey, how long have you been here? 5 or 6 years now. Wow.
Last count.
His stepdaughter Billy and daughter Macy have come to see him.
I've proper snapped my ankle, love.
Oh my God.
And it literally went sideways. I've got like a bandage thing around it at the moment, do you know what I mean? It's like a solid concrete thing that runs from the bottom of your foot up the back of your leg, and then it's wrapped with a bit of foam and then a bit of bandage. All right, I'll speak to you soon. Ta-da.
Very close to my mum. We used to love sitting down doing, I can't remember what it's called now. It's not knitting. Was it crochet? I think it is crochet. Because you used to do them little round crochet things with the little puppies on and things like that. I used to sit there. It used to amuse me. I used to get, what's the word for it? It used to be therapeutic.
Darren?
Hello.
Hello, nice to meet you. My name's Charlie.
Hello, Charlie.
We'll just do your blood pressure again in a few minutes,
Yeah, it's
okay?
fine, yeah.
You feeling okay?
No, I'm fine. I'm all good.
Woken up?
Yeah, I'm there. Just want to get up, want to walk about.
My mum was ill for a long time. She was on a dialysis machine for months. The heart started getting weaker, her breathing started getting weaker, and then you could see she was deteriorating day by day by day.
Want to sit up a bit?
Oh, yes, please.
It got to the point where they said, if we do any surgery on her heart's so weak that at the end of the day she might not come back round. And my mum automatically said, if I go, just let me go. Don't try and bring me back, because I don't want to come back, do you know what I mean? Because I'm just going to be sitting there doing nothing.
Do you want us to go and get you something to eat and drink?
No, have a drink, please.
She said to me that night, she said, it's going to be soon, son. That's the only thing that I always stuck in the back of my brain. Got a phone call in the morning from my sister that I knew straight away something was wrong.
Oh, wow.
She was talking to me in that fort, and then the next morning, nothing. So it was, in that kind of thing, it was really, really hard.
I just landed once and it just went wrong.
But you was rolling around, which made me scared.
Very hard for Macy at the time as well, because she was quite close to my mum. So, and in fact, she's telling her when she come back, that was the hard part for me. Is actually sitting down in a room with her and actually telling her at the end of the day her nan's gone. So it was quite hard, very hard. But I dealt with it. I got on with it. My mum meant the world to me.
How you doing, you all right?
I've seen your x-rays. They look absolutely fine. The reduction's perfect.
Got on.
Now, what has dislocated is not the actual ankle, it's the subtalar joint. Sometimes when it's dislocating, take some bony fragments.
Yeah, it can make it a bit more weaker.
They can trap inside.
Okay, fair enough.
So we need to assess the condition of the joint. We need to take another exam. We need to get you through the CT scanner. I want to be completely clear that there's a chance of that swelling up.
Yeah.
And you might develop what we call compartment syndrome, which is a devastating complication, all right?
Yeah.
It might lead to necrosis of your foot. We're going to keep him in overnight anyway.
Oh, don't do hospitals overnight, mate. Trust me, I can't stay in it.
I think that it's a good idea to monitor this leg of yours because the actual joint has been out for at least 2 hours. We just need to get this scan, all right?
Oh, he goes fast. It's like the fun fair. It's the fun fair.
Laundrette, 14th of the 6th. Oh, that's when I went to the laundrette. 14th of the 6th, 16. Up at A&E.
Retired nurse Monica came to A&E earlier today with her son Elston. Doctors are still trying to work out the cause of her hip and leg pain.
I found it, Charles. I found Charles. Remember?
You found Charles de Gaulle. That's the airport, isn't it?
One thing with Noel, oh, I enjoyed my life. He'd take me on holidays and things, and because I've never been on holidays. He was my life. He was everything. You know, the last word is the hardest to get. S-A-Y-S. 7 years he died now, so... But I miss his intelligence. Found it.
Doctors have received Monica's blood test results.
So we've had a look into your blood results. I don't think that there is something which you should be worried about in terms of an infection. And what we are planning for you is to go to the CDU in terms of how, and of course, how you mobilize yourself. And they will also have a discussion about how you're going to manage things back home and if they can help you with that. We are just worried about you falling and hitting your head.
Yeah.
Oh no, I've got
Anything
sticks.
could happen. Mum, listen to him.
So let them have a look at you, and they'll give you a choice, and then you should be able to make the decision. That's not something we're going to decide right away.
Yes.
That's the best thing.
Okay?
What has life taught you?
To be kind. Doesn't matter what they do to you, be kind. And if you find somebody who loves you, my God, it's really good, you know? It's all changed. Jesus, Lord.
Monica will now go to the clinical decision unit for further assessment.
Hello, mate.
So I'll take you for a CT scan, all right?
Oh, now already?
Yeah.
Time waits for no man.
Doctors need to scan Darren's ankle to see if the dislocation has caused any disruption to the blood supply that would put his foot at risk.
When my nan died, he was there to help me. We're very close. I know a few of my friends' dads and they're not that fun. They wouldn't go out and do what my dad does.
Yeah, sorry, Chris.
Cheers, Charlie.
Yeah, I have a reminder on my phone to ring him at 7 o'clock every day to know how his day's been.
Oh, do you want to go and sit back in the room now? I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to have my scan, but I didn't want to leave all the stuff in the room. I've pulled the curtain closed. I'll be back in a sec.
After my mum passed away, it was a bit hard for me at time. I did lock myself away for a little while, so just like keep myself in the room. I didn't want to know no one.
Oh. Hello? I'm just going for my scan.
And after a while, it took me a couple of weeks to get round to used to the idea, and then just come out and just went back to my normal self, and then just always remembered at the end of the day, it's always in the back of my head. Do you know what I mean? The memories that I need to have are up here.
Right, we're going to do this scan of your ankle, OK?
Yeah.
Darren will be kept under observation until doctors have the full CT scan results and can rule out any long-term damage to his foot.
Are you happy if I stand down? Yeah, thank you.
When you've had a loss, you learn to appreciate things, your time that you have, and you realise suddenly that they're not always going to be there. Their family is really important. Life's pretty tough, so you need all the people around you that love you to support you through that, to also enjoy the things that you enjoy as well, and to kind of appreciate things. And everything's much better to, everything positive in your life is so much better to do it when you're sharing it with someone or people than doing it by yourself. That's why Christmas is always better than birthdays.
Elaine?
Oh my God!
You remember Elaine?
Yes, I remember the face, if nothing else.
Yeah. No, Monica. I always remember you doing nights.
Yeah.
Always chatting up the fellas, she was.
Have you got anything else in life that you'd like to achieve?
To dance again. But I'm not going to flirt I'll go to the gay clubs. I don't want to go to the street club.
All right, love, what are you trying to do? Take me off the road or something? Trying to do me over even more, ain't you, bruv, eh?
Never look on the negative side, always look on the bright side. I always look at the bright side of life, always. Just get on, just enjoy your life while you can, basically. Do you know what I mean?
I was there every day. I think the whole time she was there, I missed 1 or 2 days. It meant a lot to her. So she has been strong through this, and now she's coming out the other side. We keep saying that we're going to start swimming again. We will.
Michelle means the world to me. She's just everything I've got.
He's always there for me. He always has been there for me. And I think he'll always be there for me.
So I've got you into a hassle.
Into a hassle?
A fox.
Your heart rate's gone up. I told you.
Ever since you came in.
St George's.
Adult male trauma call in 8 minutes.
The whole road was cordoned off. There was, 2 ambulances. And then you just see him lying there. You fear the worst at that point.
Sometimes, even with the best care in the world, we can never get people back to the point where they can live the life that they lived before.